Dippy, you and Patchalina, singing his name throughout the riverina. Kaya lang nato yoku, you nato baku. I think by army telling us he can see ya. Dippy, you and Patchalina, home to the Nuno, the continuing dream. I am Bawel, one you rather ride a Camilla Roy, Muruwari, Bakanji, Wakamara, the Barabinya. Dippy, you and Patchalina, singing his name throughout the riverina. I see the kookaburra and Malia, dinner wine. I know that dinner wine, a spiritual creature. Dippy, you and Patchalina, I see the moon that gotta come out the river, and they callin' wild way at the bar when I watch them transform like the butterfly and the caterpillar. I got no confidence in our current leader. I'm sick of suffering, smirk, smothering emphysema. Towering flames, howling jerk. The entire East Coast from Cairns all the way down to Bega. Listen to a different thinker, cause somebody trying to give you the bigger picture. And take what I learned to understand that the lessons in the rivers in the land, our spirit teacher.
Testing, I suppose. Can you all hear at the back? Very good. Thank you for those hands. Wah everyone. My name is Isabel Paipadruk Morphy Walsh, and I'm a proud Dunmurrung woman from central Victoria. So my land starts at the Great Dividing Range where we meet the Wurundjeri, goes up just past Benalla, over to the Kinglake region where the 2009 bushfires were, and then back over to the Campaspe on the other side. So I like to think of my land as smack bang in the centre of the world, but I'm a little bit obsessed. So, and I hope we all have a little patch of earth that we feel that way about. So before I get into it, I'd just like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land where we're meeting today. The Wurundjeri people of the Wurrung Nation have lived, loved and looked after this land for thousands and thousands of years, and they will continue to do so for thousands of years. And I feel grateful, particularly in the context of what's going on in the world, to be in this place where we are safe and largely, for me, nurtured. So I have to apologise. Today's event is a little bit different from how it was originally looking on the internet. But our elders are important and integral and part of our community. They suffer and experience the same things that other community members do, and our 3 advertised elders have all had to pull out for various reasons. One's in a lot of back pain, one is very poorly, and one, I've forgotten the third reason, but there was a third reason. So today, stepping in just to provide me with a little bit of, or to provide you guys with a little bit of insight, and so that the show can roll on. We've had the wonderful Julie Jansen and Helen Milroy, Auntie Julie Jansen and Auntie Helen, step up and agree to have a little yarn to us. Before I ask them some questions, because really it's all about them, less about me, just so you know who I am, I'm a weaver, artist, a playwright. You can Google my name and you'll find me out there and about there. But I just wanted to share a little story about 2 of my elders before we began. So a couple of years ago, I was working for Museums Victoria, and I had a pretty big job there. I used to run everything public facing, so all the public programming, all the education programming, all of that kind of stuff. None of the exhibition content, that wasn't my bag. But I got the opportunity to work on an upcoming exhibition. We, at the time, we were redoing the section on the Homeland Wars and the Homeland Violence, aka the Frontier Wars or Frontier Violence. We very specifically changed our language around that because our elders told us to. Wasn't our frontier, they said. We weren't fighting for a frontier, we were fighting for home. So we called them the Homeland Wars or the Homeland Violence. Anyway, I got the opportunity to work on this exhibition a little bit, and I had to develop an education program. And we developed an education program that went all the way from, we had several, ones that went to adults and ones that went to kids. In order to do this, though, I needed to do a deep dive into massacres and the Homeland Violence, and specifically understanding it and then being able to turn it into language that an 11-year-old could digest. And this made me pretty tired, and it made me pretty angry. And I became someone that I didn't quite recognise myself. And one day, we had this big Elders Council meeting, and I came in and I was presenting the education program that I just developed for the adults to Yelenge. And I suppose I was quite harsh in my delivery. I wanted to talk about what had happened to the babies. I wanted to talk about what had happened to certain women, and I wanted to talk about the massacring of lots of men in great detail. And for not the first time in my life, but I hope, and probably not the last time in my life, I actually got pulled up by this group of elders. two in particular, Uncle Brendan Kennedy and also my father, Uncle Larry Walsh. And they said to me, "Bubby, you've got it all wrong. What you're doing now, it's just not the right way." And I said, "Why? I don't understand. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, which is teaching people about massacres and the homeland wars and violence." And they said, "No, Bubby, anger's in control. And we fight today. We do what we do today for the same reason that the ancestors did and for the same reason that our descendants will do in hundreds of years' time. We fight because we love. We love our people, we love our land, and we love our culture. And this is why we fight. So, Bubby, you need to go back to the drawing board and rewrite this program with love in your heart and at the core." I did. It took me another 6 months, those beautiful elders, but that education programming is still going on at Museums Victoria today. So I just wanted to share that, the power of our elders. Anyway, let me turn to these two beautiful elders that are here today. And that was Uncle Brendan Kennedy and Uncle Larry Walsh. I'm going to make them T-shirts one day that say "Warriors of Love." Anyway, Gumal al Gyan. Anyway, okay, so Dr. Helen Milroy, I've read in my quick Google search that you were the first Indigenous doctor.
I was.
Yeah, so I was wondering...
I should say, because I'm still here.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your experience breaking into the medical industry.
Well, hello, everyone. And it's nice to be asked just to sort of step in.
Yes, I should probably ask you to introduce yourself, Helen. Sorry,
yeah,
my gosh.
I might do that, if that's okay.
Of course.
So it was lovely to receive a few very warm welcomes to country while I've been here during this festival, and obviously just acknowledge the elders past, present and emerging, and thank them for their beautiful custodianship of this lovely country we get to work and play and live in, and I get to raise my grandson back in Perth in Boorloo. So I'm a Pelku woman. My mob are from the Pilbara region up in Western Australia. We're a very small group. We're close to Namil and Injibandi and a few others, and border on with the desert people, the Matu. You wouldn't go there this time of year. It's probably 45 degrees, but in the winter months you see the beautiful purple hues in the landscape, and it's lovely country. But I've been very, very lucky to have grown up on Wajak Noongar Budja in Perth, and that really is the most beautiful place in the world to live. So if you're thinking of moving, come to Perth, because it's the best place, I think, to raise children. Professionally, I'm a child psychiatrist, actually the Professor of Child Psychiatry in Perth at the Perth Children's Hospital, and I have a large research team both at the Telethon Kids Institute and the University of Western Australia. Some of you may know Pat Dudgeon, who's a Bardi woman, Indigenous psychologist, and we work together trying to change mental health services to be more culturally appropriate and safe for our mobs and get better outcomes, and also come across to our side of doing things for change instead of us always having to go across to their side. So when I did medicine, people always thought it came from the white side of my family. You can see I'm a bit pale, but it actually wasn't at all, because my nan and her brother and a whole pile of other relatives I had were traditional healers. And I was always reluctant to say that I was the first Aboriginal doctor in Australia, because I wasn't. We've had lots of Aboriginal doctors throughout Australia for many, many thousands of years, and in fact they kept us in really good health over thousands of generations. And if you think about history, and at the time of colonisation, our mob were healthier than most Europeans. Yep. We had good health, we had fantastic kinship systems, we could nurture our children extremely well, we had great parenting skills, and our mental health was fantastic. We had great well-being, good connections, we understood spirit, land, country connection. In fact, we had an ecological framework in which we lived. So we lived within nature, bounded by those relationships, and everything was about relationship. So you were well because all your relationships were in balance. It wasn't about greed and wealth and power and control. And that's why I think we live such a peaceful and harmonious life for many thousands of years. I've just written a piece for a journal article recently, and what I said in it was that we're the only people in the world who can say we survived both an ice age and genocide. Yeah. So I reckon we've got some pretty good stuff. So maybe I'll stop there. Oh, just about the medicine thing, that's right. I didn't know I was the first Western-trained doctor until some years later, when we got all the Indigenous doctors who had graduated from universities around Australia together for a meeting. and we realised that there was no one who had done medicine prior to me. So I didn't know I was doing it at the time, although there were no black fellas in the course. That was pretty obvious. And to be honest, I was a bit of an exotic during the medical training. I don't think they knew what to do with me. They kept telling me I was different. I didn't know actually what that meant. But at the end of the day, I think different was good because I've been incredibly successful in my career.
Thank you. Annie Julie, would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Sure. I'll begin by acknowledging that I'm on Wurundjeri country and of Wurrung Nation, and it's a great privilege to be here. I love Victoria. My son lives here, my grandchildren live here. I come down to Victoria as often as I can, so it's a beautiful place for me. It's a place when I cross the border from New South Wales, where I live on the south coast, and I suddenly see outside even police stations or hospitals in the towns along that highway have Aboriginal flags, and you don't get that in New South Wales. So this state has something incredibly special, especially now that they're doing truth-telling. So any Victorians here, I congratulate you for living in Victoria, all right? Look, I'll say my welcome in my language, which is the Darug language. I'm a Darug woman of a Burrabarungal clan of the Hawkesbury River, which is north of Sydney. We're the ground zero for invasion. We're the community that is often overlooked and told we don't exist. You know, if you turn up to the Darubbin Land Council run medical service and you say that you're a Darug person, they say you don't exist, we're not putting you here on the books. So, you know, it's often a struggle within Aboriginal communities ourselves to retain your identity. But the Darug mob are strong, and it's produced a number of wonderful writers. So, Jamna Payala Yanawi, I welcome you here. Kwaibidja, here to this place in my language, the language that we are trying to revive, and it's great to be invited up here. And I'm sorry the elders didn't make it, but often elders get sick. I know, I've been sick for weeks. So that's what happens, yeah. But I don't know, what else am I supposed to say?
No, that's good.
That's a good start. A good start. I'm a novelist, poet and playwright. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
So this event, I was talking to Jane about this event in the lead up to it and its history, and this event actually began as a sort of much smaller or more intimate event called Borrow a Living Book, where people had the opportunity to sit down with elders one-on-one pre-COVID and actually talk to them and yarn with them about their experience. And I suppose one thing I've been thinking a lot about in relation to culture and eldership, often we're presented as though we're stuck in the past in many ways, as though we're not part of a continuous living culture, living being the operative word. And I suppose what I've been thinking about with eldership in particular lately is I've been seeing how my elders are bringing the present and this current context into our culture and into our cultural ways of being, doing, knowing. And so just like this event, really, just like this event has done. So I suppose in that honour of thinking about how the past has influenced the future and can be brought into a current cultural context, I suppose I wanted to ask our elders if there is a story or a moment that you'd like to share from your past that's shaped you today and that shaped you today and your contributions.
Oh, you're pointing to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. The one that springs to mind, I think, and look, I think as I've grown and understood culture more and more, and, you know, we know that it's a whole lifelong learning thing. You can't just be culturally secure or safe by doing a 1 hour module online about Aborigines 101. You know, it's a lifelong learning process, and I just love sitting down and listening to our mob talk and hearing the stories and thinking about what it was like for my nan growing up. She was born back in the late 1800s, what it was like for her, what it was like for my mum. In fact, some of you may not know, but I actually went with the Prime Minister over to the Queen's funeral, and my mum's a year younger than the Queen, and I went out of respect for someone's death, but also as a watershed moment in Australian history to think about what it meant for us as a country going forward. And I took my nan with me. Her totem's a crow, so I had a crow pendant that I took with me so she could see the procession with the funeral. And I sat there thinking about my mum and my nan's life, my mum's and the Queen's life, and how different they were. And I thought, my mum's done more for me and for our blackfellas, our group and our mob than the Queen ever did. And yet the Queen had all the power in the world and mum had none. And I think for me it was a real moment of sort of reckoning, of thinking of, well, what am I going to do now with the rest of my career? How am I going to leave a legacy for our mob? And I figured that probably the greatest legacy I could leave was hope for children. And I started writing my books and my stories and doing the illustrations when I was a commissioner with the Royal Commission. It was the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. It was a 5-year Royal Commission, and I spent the whole 5 years out of home in hotels and in other countries, listening to people's incredible stories of survival around the whole country. And I heard a lot of Aboriginal people's stories. It was an amazing, profoundly disturbing but incredibly inspiring experience. And it took me to a lot of dark places, and so as part of that I'd have 5 hours in the plane on the way home, so I started writing Bush Mob and started illustrating, and I created a world where I wanted to be, a world where I had some hope and control, and I loved it, and it was funny and stupid. We all love a bit of humour in life, don't we? And I'd be very happy to live with all the animals out bush, because I think that that's what we're connected to, it's what we're most connected to. So as I was writing those stories, I thought to myself, our children just don't get enough of our stuff. They don't get enough of our stories, our way of storytelling, as opposed to other forms of storytelling. And so I was I've done a lot of academic writing, but I was really scared to send in a manuscript to a publisher because it was my stuff. It was like my baby. And so I sent it in, and then I've had published books ever since, and I think I'm up to about 14 now. But I think that for me, this moment of thinking about what we have to do going forward, for me, was about saying, I want to make sure our children feel loved. I want them to feel proud. I want them to know who they are, how they can connect. I want them to know they can warble to the magpies and the magpies will warble back. Because at the end of the day, they're always our future.
Beautiful. Oh. She's a wonderful woman. I've only just met her, but I feel like I've known her all my life. She's already introduced me how to do art on an iPad, which I didn't know was possible. She does it with her finger. I mean, I'm like, your finger, not a stylus. She's going, no, it's the finger. Most beautiful books, just absolutely extraordinary. So she's going to give me some for my grandchildren, which is absolutely wonderful. Look, that wonderful thing about what was the moment that kind of... Look, I've got a number of moments in my life which have made me who I am today. I grew up with an Aboriginal father and an English heritage mother. And my dear mother used to say, if I'd known he was Aboriginal, I would never have married him. And I'm like, gee, Mum, that's great. How do you think that makes me feel? But Dad used to take us 3 kids up to the Hawkesbury, to his country, because we lived on the Lane Cove River, right in the middle of Sydney, and we kind of lived on oysters from the river and blue swimmer crabs and fishing. And it's now called Hunters Hill, where we lived, but it was a real bush part of the world in the 1950s. They had a housing commission house there on the edge of the bush. But Dad used to take us up the Hawkesbury, and we'd sleep in a cave on the Hawkesbury. And it was a cave that some men had used during the Depression. Of course, it was a cave which thousands of years of Darug occupation in that cave, and there were handprints down by the river there at Flint and Steel on the Hawkesbury. And he'd make us beds out of ferns, like just, we'd all go out and gather the ferns, the 3 of us. My youngest brother was only about 4, and we'd make a big pile of these on the floor, and he'd put army greatcoats on the top. I guess we must have had something over the top of us, I can't remember. And we'd sleep there. I tell that to people like my husband these days, and they go, you're making it up. And I said, no, I'm not making this up. And one night, in the middle of the night, my younger brother woke up screaming because a great big python came down from the top of the cave and was hanging over his bed, having a really good look at him. He's only 4. And me being the bigger sister, I was 2 years older, I jumped on over and gave him a big cuddle. I said, what's the matter? And he's going, look. And Dad was sitting by the fire. He never seemed to sleep, my dad. He was a fire brigade officer and a stonemason, and he both jobs. And I don't know when he slept, but, you know, he's always seemed to be squatting over a fire or cleaning a fish or something. And Dad looked over at this big python. He said, it's his cave. Don't scare him. You know, he's just having a look to see who's in here. And we're like, oh God, you know, how are we going to get back to sleep? You know. But his attitude was, look, you know, it's his place. It's just be respectful. You know, he won't bother you. Just go back to sleep. You're lying there, kind of, you know, on your ferns. And you know, experiences like that I had with my dad all the time. Like he would shimmy up a gum tree, and this is in Hunters Hill in Sydney, which is like 2 rack or something nowadays. And he'd shimmy up the gum tree about kind of 20, 30 feet in the air, just with an axe in the back of his shorts, bare feet, and a little bit of rope round his waist, and he'd hack a hole in the side. You know, you see those old photographs of, you know, Victorian and New South Wales men going up the tree, and he'd just be right up the top of the tree to cut out some grubs from the tree, because he always believed in kind of protecting the tree, or to get some wild honey and you know, some native honey, which we called up in the Northern Territory sugar bag. And so just the various experiences I had with my dad in the bush. And he just let us grow wild in the bush every day after school and all the school holidays. So they were the things that made me who I am today. And he was in a situation that if he had identified as an Aboriginal man, he would have lost his job as an officer in the fire brigade. So he used to say, we just keep that quiet, dear, you know. You just keep that on the quiet. And yet he was, you know, the most he looked like Adam Goodes, big, tall, handsome bloke, all muscles, and very, very proud of him. But if he parked his old Chevy outside the school when I was in high school, I was so ashamed of the, you know, beaten up old bomb car in the 1960s that I'd want him to park round the back of the school. And I wish I could go back in time and say, Dad, it's all right, I really like those old Chevys. They all ended up in the front garden dying on the front lawn there in Boronia Park. Typical blackfella's house, really. Anyway.
So considering, I don't know if the two of you feel this way, or if it's my youth, but I often feel like I get so rarely to actually publicly tell people what it is that I'm thinking and what it is that is important to me and matters at this moment in time in the world. And so I was wondering, with no limitations, if there's something that maybe is important to you that you want to talk about at this moment in this context, considering what's going on in the world. Maybe there isn't, I don't know.
Do you want to go first?
No.
I also chair a group called Gay Dewey Proud Street Australia, and it's an Indigenous mental health advocacy group in the Commonwealth. And we were really, really worried as a group looking at social emotional wellbeing. We run social emotional wellbeing gatherings and various other mental health things. We were really worried about the referendum, like really, really worried about the impact that it was going to have and the aftermath. And, we're all feeling the aftermath, aren't we? Yeah. And I have to honestly say, I got to the end of last year and just fell over. I was worn out. I think everyone was. I didn't speak to anyone who didn't end last year just feeling terrible. Yeah. And I wrote some things about staying calm in the storm, you know, seeking our ways of knowing, being and doing. Our ways of knowing is to seek wisdom, to be courageous. Our ways of being are about, you know, that interconnection that we have, looking after our families. Our ways of doing are about caring and compassion and kindness. So I wrote some pieces about that just to sort of help people to kind of navigate our way through with a way of knowing that we can get through this. And the fact that we've had a storm raging around us for hundreds of years since colonisation, but we've always managed to get through, and our ancestors faced much worse. But we're still feeling the aftermath, and I just don't know where we're going. I just don't know when that impact is going to end, because we're still going backwards. I think we've gone back 50 years in relationships, and we're still going backwards. And I worry about the welfare of our children and our young people in that space. Our young people that we saw at the uni were really angry, very distressed, and our old people had an existential despair. It's not a good place for a whole community to be in. So what I would like to say is we do need time to grieve. We do need time to understand the impact that it's had on us, and that we can't just turn around immediately and say, well, we're ready for the next fight. So I'd say give yourself some time and have a little bit of space. Our allies can continue on, but they also need a bit of time to understand the impact that this had on them as well. I think we're going to be forging a new way ahead, and it's going to be different from what I've done in the last 30 years. I felt really conciliatory before, and I've always worked across both systems. I don't feel so conciliatory anymore.
It's just on that. I can't give you the attribute the original owner of this idea because I can't remember. But at some point in my discussions about the voice, someone, and I know that they're black because they wouldn't have come up with this metaphor otherwise, but I honestly can't remember who, said to me, Narciss, it's kind of like a cool burn. The fires run over the top, and to the untrained eye, it looks like there's nothing there, nothing left. But for those of us who know, underneath the ground, you know, the new seeds are beginning to do their work. But we humans, we're a little bit more complex than the plants, or at least we like to think so. So we're going to take a little bit more time than the 6 to 8 weeks the grass takes.
And look, I don't want to end on a negative. I actually think that we are strong. We are strong peoples. We have strong culture. We have fantastic kids coming forward. I mean, I've got a grandson who's just amazing, you know, and I love him to pieces, and I know he's going to do well. But I think we need a different way of going forward, and I haven't quite worked that out yet. But we'll get there.
I think posing the question is really I think posing the question is really valuable, like just bringing that up for people to think on it and problem solve together is really valuable in itself. Yeah. Sorry, Aunt.
No, not at all. I think coming to Black and Bright has been fantastic, and the crew here who are behind that, and the whole organisation, it's been really inspiring for me. It's the first time I've been, and the amount of young Indigenous people, like I met last night or I'm meeting, with these bright faces and really well educated and really passionate about writing and education. Now, when I taught at Sydney Uni, I started teaching there in 1980 at the Curry Centre, and most of the students were women older than me, and I was in my 30s and they were in the 40s and 50s, who'd been absolutely denied education, and they were desperate to kind of to catch hold of their opportunity to be at that stage just to train as Aboriginal education assistants, but they'd go to Sydney Uni and they were in the classes with me. And now we see this shift of new generations coming through of people who've been able to have an education, and heavens above, haven't Indigenous people in this country thrived if given the opportunity or taken the opportunity, not given it, hard fought for. But I want to say something else, something a bit more kind of international about kind of what I'm thinking about where we are now. I'll just tell you a brief anecdote. I was invited to the Bad Sydney Crime Festival, because apparently bad Sydney, well, anyway, and because I'm apparently one of the few Indigenous writers writing a crime novel, and I do advise some young writers coming up, try that genre. It's a crack, it's really good fun to write, and it can do quite well. Anyway, and I was sitting on a panel, and one of the people on the panel was Michael Muhammad Ahmad. You may know of his work, beautiful work. He works in Western Sydney. He invites all young writers to come in what's called the sweatshop, and works with young writers of all different backgrounds, but a lot of Islander people, Indigenous people, people of Arabic background come to his workshops. And he came in late to the panel, and he was really, really upset. It was about when the whole Gaza explosion was happening, and the Palestinian people were suffering so badly, as, of course, have the Israelis as well, And he came in, he was kind of shaking, and he had the microphone. He had to answer some question about, what places inspire you as a crime writer? And he just burst out about Gaza and Lebanon and how his family was in Syria, and it was this impassioned plea to everybody to look at what was happening internationally. And then it was next person's turn to talk, and I won't name names because I never do that, but it was a crime writer who said, now my life in New York, and I'm sitting there at the end going, what? And then someone else, and I write about the desert or something, and then it was my turn. I grabbed the microphone and I turned around, I leant across the other people and I shouted out, Mohammed, we hear you. Yeah. We hear you. Yeah. And I said, you are in a safe place here. I said, Indigenous people know what it's like to be massacred. We feel for you. This is a terrible situation, but I also would say it's a terrible situation for Israelis as well. It's very, very hard to take sides. But to actually respond at that moment to a real thing that was happening and be able to identify from any people on earth that have suffered those kind of terrible cataclysms. And I think, I guess it's because I grew up in a family where my dad joined the Communist Party when he came back from the war. And in those days, my mother said, we loved going to the Communist Party parties because I could wear nice frocks. But my dad, every night, he'd sit there at the table with us kids and he'd have his bottle of beer, his cup of tea, his bread and butter, his 2 chops and 3 veg, and he would sit there and force us to argue politics and talk about the Tribune magazine or, God knows, the Soviet Union magazine, before they invaded Hungary and he pulled out of the Communist Party. But just the fact of the politics of our life is an Aboriginal way of looking at the world. And I think that there's a solidarity there with any nation on the world who suffers the indignity of genocide. Yeah.
Yes. Very powerful, Aunt. Very powerful. Very powerful. So I suppose both of you have worked with young ones and spoken about the need to bring young ones up and help them rise in their power. And I suppose you two sit in the role within the community as elders at this point in time. So what, I often am hearing a lot at the moment, and I think my generation are hearing that it's time for us to step up. It's time for us to begin and to do. And many of us are, don't get me wrong, there are many in my generation that are active already. But I suppose if there was anything that you could, advise a young one about what you think needs to happen in the world and how they need to move to get there.
Okay, well, with my mental health hat on, I'll take a developmental perspective. I think we need to empower our little ones, right from early on, not just youth. I think youth gets paid a lot of attention. No offence for that, because that's a good thing. I mean, our youth are needy and they have a lot of distress and they need a lot of help. But we often forget that they didn't arrive as teenagers or as young people without having had adversity earlier in life. So I think that we need to actually empower our little ones right from the beginning. And if we look at our traditional ways of parenting, then what we actually did was we allowed for a lot of experiential learning. We allowed our kids to have early autonomy. There was a lot of storytelling, which is about instilling insight and the child to be able to understand how they make decisions for themselves. And so it was about insight and understanding rather than a lot of instructional learning, which is a non-Indigenous way of parenting. So I think we need to follow those old ways and make sure that we have that empowerment at every level across the line. I mean, when you see a news item and there's an 8-year-old who's driven a car down a freeway, you know it's going to be an Aboriginal kid, because they do grow up with that early autonomy. They can get on and do things for themselves. And I think that's fantastic, because that's actually what built our resilience, and it gave us that gumption to just get up and do things and to go forward and be able to do things. So I think we've got to make sure that we don't get swayed by all these parenting programs that are foisted upon us from others, and we actually make sure that we bring up our own stuff that we know was so good and continue to do that and be proud of that, so that our kids and our young people grow up in that model that, yes, they are their own decision makers. However, they are buffered by a collective of aunties and uncles and mums and dads and grandparents and elders around them to make sure that they are buffered throughout their life's experiences. I would also say that the call isn't just for young people to stand up and get on with it. It's also for all of us adults to make sure that we're supporting our young people in the right way. It's not fair to expect our youth to take on the burdens that we should be taking on as adults, because there's not enough of us to go around. We still have to make sure that we're supporting you as best we can. And I think it's great when, with some of the research that I do, we always have, we have different sort of advisory groups within the research, and we do a lot of co-design, and we really listen to young people when they want to tell us what it is that, you know, they want us to do, or they want us to look at, or the way they speak about it. And so we let them do that. We listen to them. We sit down and we have a yarn, and we listen to them. And sometimes they give us an insight that we wouldn't otherwise have. And it's hard as adults, I think, to remember what it was like when you were 6 or 7, but we had a lot of magical thinking, hope, awe, wonder that we lose a little bit along the way. And so actually going back and hearing kids from all different sort of age groups be able to tell you what they think is just awesome. And I think that helps us to then do things better in the future, actually hearing what's required. Also then fitting that with what we also know is going to help and work and our own experiences. But it's like a joining as opposed to a hierarchical power balance.
I could listen to Helen for all day.
Both of you. Both of you.
It stirs me to think, when I was a very young teacher, I went to work in a very remote community, now called Minyeri. Then it was called Hodgson Downs Cattle Station, owned by a Hong Kong consortium. And it was Alawa people, and it's about 300 kilometres towards the Gulf country, south east of Catherine Town in the Northern Territory. And one of the ways that I was a first-year out teacher, I trained in drama for high schools, and I'm in a school with 52 kids in one caravan from the ages of 4 through to 18, and nobody could read or write. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a bit of a challenge. And the only way I really knew how to teach was through art and drama. So, and there's no phone, there's no internet. You know, I had a cassette player with 2 cassettes that the Baptist preacher had left there. My son ended up at night going, Mavival says, and I said, who the hell's Mavival? I worked out it was the Bible. So. Anyway, to get to the point, so I didn't really know how to teach anything to little kids, so, you know, we divided the class into 2. I brought a young man with me, a husband. He married me after about 2 months when he heard I was going to the Northern Territory, and they wouldn't let him go unless we were married. So we went down to the registry office and got married and came back. He took the older kids and I took the younger kids. And we divide the classroom, one caravan, but those big caravan schools, they're demountables, into a theatre project. Like we'd say, oh, we're going to Catherine, and none of these kids had ever been to Catherine Town, because the only vehicle the whole community of 400 Alawa traditional people had was a tractor, and it's going to take you about 3 weeks to get to Catherine in that tractor. So we turned all the school into shops in town, and some kids would be the shopkeepers, and we gave them money from the Monopoly box so they could learn how to count. And I would teach them, they spoke English, but it's Roper Creole English, and I'd teach them how to go into the shop and say, you know, I'd like, you know, 3 ice creams, please, thank you very much, and, you know, teaching good manners, etc. And we'd play all day in Catherine Town in the shops in the school, right? And the kids absolutely loved it, and they took on all roles. And another time we took a plane to Sydney, you know, and they're all in the plane in their belts in the classroom, and they absolutely loved it. But it was really interesting because those children they'd seen a few movies, a few Western movies that the cattle station manager used to put up on a big sheet sometimes at night. That's when he wasn't flogging the kids with a stock whip, you know, hello, white Australia. And one night he bought the film Midnight Cowboy. He's a bit surprised, I think, at what was in that. Anyway, he's ever seen Midnight Cowboy. It wasn't a cowboy film after all. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, anyway, so we learnt by doing, and we'd go out to the Billabong every afternoon. That was called sport, because, you know, it's like 40 degrees every day, so you go down to the Billabong. Sport is lying in the Billabong, eating strands of beautiful blue lily strands like celery, and dancing with the kids in the water and in the mud, and that was sport every single afternoon. But the notion of taking children outside, getting them off screens, getting them away from phones is really, really important, to take them into the bush. And us as Aboriginal educators or parents or non-Aboriginal parents, as allowing the children to experience the Australian bush and not be scared of it, because the bush puts its arms around you and looks after you. And it's a place, I know, lots of foods and medicines and how to make somewhere to sleep overnight. And I think that taking children back to country, no matter who they are, and even if you're just taking them for a walk in the national park and stripping your clothes off and getting underneath a waterfall, it's that ability to embrace the natural environment, which will make really strong, resilient adults.
Beautiful. So we have time if anyone has a burning question from the audience, maybe one or two. Yes, over here.
I acknowledge the Wurundjeri, who are the traditional owners of this land. My name is Davina Woods. I'm a Guugiyu woman, speaker of Guugiyu-Lungi, and in our Aboriginal English, I'm a Murri who's lived here since 1990. I'm sorry I wasn't here in time to get everyone's names. The woman in the middle, when I was a young woman in Brisbane hanging out with the elders at Opal, which was really a very conservative organisation, but we had beautiful women there like Rita Huggins, Jackie's mum. And she was the woman who said to me, to be Aboriginal means to be political. Yes. You hit on that one. Sis, don't talk about us as stereotypes, because our bloody broken down cars were in the back paddock, not the front yard.
Point taken. Thanks for that. We were proud of ours.
We found a lizard living in one of our cars out the front. A bobtail goanna it was.
And I just wanted to add to the, yes, we can have empathy for other people in the world who are suffering, and I have taken a side, and I apologise to the Jewish people in the room, but I'm actually barracking for the Gazans, because they're the ones who were pushed off their land. And if you've ever looked at English history, it was the bloody Poms that got in there and divided up things as the way they are now as well. So yes, be political. It's part of your blackness. But think about your own backyard first. And yes, every bloody one of us is mourning what happened with the referendum. Those of us who are on the left side of politics are sad that it was defeated, not because we wanted it to get up, but because we actually wanted everyone to see that we want more, we deserve more. And getting that thing up for me, because I voted with the right side, is to actually get that next step forward. But those idiots on the far right, and you know who I'm talking about, that stupid bimbo from bloody Northern Territory, where her traditional community doesn't even acknowledge her, are so internally colonised that she couldn't even say, oh yeah, colonialism has impacted on us. Well, let me tell you, all of you white fellas here who don't already know my story, my grandfather was orphaned at the end of a massacre in 1881, taken to the closest colonial town where he was taken by Irish Catholics who he slaved for 30 years, only being released when the old person died. And you think I've got nothing to be bitter about and nothing to say? Then you're wrong.
Thank you for sharing that story. I think there are so many of those stories that are like that we still hold, and they're still impacting on us, and they will forever.
Yeah. Thank you, Aunt.
Do either of you have any parting words before I... No, you don't have to. It's okay.
We could stay here all day. We've got plenty of stories, haven't we, Helen?
I guess I would say the thing that I just really love, there's lots of things I love about our culture, but I just love that we can come together and have a yarn about really serious things and then have a good laugh. Yeah. You know, I think that's one of our strongest resilient factors, and I love that. And I love that like I've just met this lady a couple of days ago, and we're just besties now. And that's what I think I like about the recognition of Aboriginal people as to who we are. We can come from different mobs, but we share so much within us that it's just beautiful, and I think we should never forget that. We can never really truly be divided because we have a spirit that's collective.
Not sure what else to say. Look, wonderful privilege to be invited here. I keep forgetting I'm an elder, and people say the elders are coming, and I'm always going, you know. And they're like, no, that's you, Aunt. And I'm like, oh, okay. And people keep asking me, do I want a cup of tea? And at first I said, oh, don't be ridiculous, I can get my own tea now. I go, yes, I will. I'll have milk in that, thanks. And so it's hard to believe it's
I can't help but
old, but I quite like it, actually.
I can't help but interrupt. My mum keeps saying, when I tell her my age, she goes, how'd you get that old? She's 96 and she just doesn't think she's that old.
Yeah, no, we always feel younger in here. As my character in my novel Maduka the River Serpent said, who's a 50-something Murray woman from the Darling River, she says, I might be, 60 up here, but I'm 16 down there. Very naughty. You've got to... just one last word about the referendum is that we fought really hard in our town on Yuin country, and the Brinja Walbunga people who we worked with fought really hard. Uncle Bunja Smith, he talked to 20 different groups. He had to bring his own mob along to vote yes. But then he would also bring the non-Aboriginal people along to vote, and he fought so hard. And after the disappointing result, we had our town full of great big banners, vote yes, even over the local pub, and the publican said, don't tell anybody I said it was all right to put it up there, will you? And we said, no mate, we won't tell anybody. And when the result came in and we were all so devastated, I rang him up the next day. I said, Uncle Bunja, how do you feel? And he said, you think we haven't been knocked down before? We just get up again, girl. To the next hill, he said. And I thought my English grandfather, who was on the Somme in France for 3 years, fighting with the British Fusiliers, he would say, to the next hill. And so, all of us, to the next hill. Yeah.
So please join me in thanking our two wonderful elders, Auntie Julie Jansen and Auntie Helen Milleroy. Oh no. Well, I was going to say I've been requested by an aunt that every time I speak to a group of people, I sing at least one line in language. So, in honour of the fact that there's this whole thing, Kulin Nation Song Women, you can go and Google us, we're a thing. Mandy Nicholson and I and a few other Kulin Nation women got together and we co-wrote a song. And so this particular line that I'm going to share from the song is the same in both Wurundjeri and in Tanwurrung. So sort of in honour and in callback to the Wurundjeri, I'll do that line from the song. And I'm just going to tell you to embrace Kulin country and embrace Kulin people, beautiful, strong Kulin people country. Mandanai Kulin Bik, burned up Kulin. Mandanai Kulin Bak, burned up Kulin. Thank you.
so I knew she hurt herself in ways you couldn't imagine. She wasn't shy, she was very outspoken and open. Always starstruck, divine vessel and dreams that would provoke them. There's something oh so lovely about her. There's something oh so lovely about her. And when she walked, she left a bittersweet taste. How people follow just to get again. I must admit, I was a little bit salty. I must admit, I was a little bit salty. She's so enchanted, magical, and everything. This all I knew was finding ways to breathe her freedom, subdued and blind to what was bound and echoes in a silence. She wasn't fearful of the things that could be weird. There's something oh so lovely about her. There's something oh so lovely about her. And when she walked, she left a bittersweet taste. How people follow just to get again. I must admit, I was a little bit salty. I must admit, I was a little bit salty. She's so enchanted, magical, and dazzling. She's so enchanted, magical, and dazzling. And when she walked, she left a bittersweet taste. How people follow just to get again. She's so enchanted, magical, and dazzling. She's so enchanted, she's enchanted, she's enchanted. Little bit salty. So do what you wanna do. We playing games and that is safe to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of a clown.
Sleazy cool, one of a kind. What you do for a piece of the pie? Guns drawn till I'm reach for the sky. It's a highway to hell, are you down for the ride? Swear to God I got my people on my back. Swear to God that I put never on the map. Swear to God, I got my hand on my heart, made a plan from the start. I ain't never going back now. Let me slow it down so you can catch my drift. I ain't driving Miss Daisy, that's a stolen whip. Quick, get in. All these thoughts are sickening. All this liquor I'm sinking in. Let the games begin.
So do what you wanna do. We playing games and that is safe to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of the cloud.
I really like how you is. Girl, you funny as shit. I mean, I know me some jokes, but girl, you taking the piss. Hey, I just wanna get lit. I cannot roll you a shake. My wallet empty as shit, so I can't buy you no drink. So you call me a prick. I'll take that on the chin. I said I knew me some jokes. Now we both laughing again. We ain't no lovers or friends, but I love that we met. And after all of the ends, I'll never see her again.
So do what you wanna do. We playing games and that is safe to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of the cloud. So say what you want off the record.
Don't you bite your tongue.
Throw all the shame out the window. Memories change, I know it feels. So if I call out your name, will it echo?
Sleazy, steezy, cool.
I don't write love songs, baby. These feelings drive me crazy. I feel my heart betray me. Tell me now, please, can you save me? I don't write love songs, baby. These feelings drive me crazy. I feel my heart betray me. Tell me now, please, can you save me?
Do what you wanna do. We playing games and that is safe to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of the cloud.
Sleazy, steezy, cool. I'm sleazy, steezy, cool.
Sing up in my dream till my song is done. Sing through my tears till my song is done. It's been through all of the years till my song still history repeats till my song is done. I feel gonna carry me around, but it's my songs that carry me on the road. Till my song is done, doing without. Till my song is done, late nights out. Till my song is done, till I get home to my keys. Till my song is done. This is sovereign love. This country's heart still aches. Now sing for just dancing arms. Now keep singing for the mothers and them arms. hold on to the day that you see change. Then I'll keep singing my people's head when I'm on the road. Till my song is done with late night sound. Till my song is done.
Hello, my name is Sky, and I'm going to be reading a piece titled, I Pray That You Pass On Safely. You were 7 years old, missing teeth, growing hair, bursting mirth. It was just you, your mother, and your younger sibling, living as the earth's children in the womb of the bush. You loved it. You loved the smell of the gum leaves, the crunch of twigs beneath your feet as you explored behind your home. You even loved the thick, wiry limbs of the huntsman that skittered inside to say hello every summer. Your mother despised spiders. Whenever she caught a flash of black or brown or grey in the corner of her eye, she'd screech a certain screech, and you would come tearing into the room, glass and paper in hand, trying to coax the gentle beast into the safe haven. It's better like this, you'd plead, as the terrified huntsman scrambled into the corner of the ceiling. Get into the cup before Mum gets the bug spray. Death devastated you. You had a special prayer you'd utter, an invisible way to hold the hand of whatever poor creature your mother had killed from the fear of things unlike herself. You would whisper this soft prayer and hold the corpse to your chest. You'd weep, holding the sobs inside yourself so your mother wouldn't hear. Then you would bury them in the bush after she'd fallen asleep on the couch. You were a protector. From the moment of your birth, you'd taken it upon yourself to guard the entire world from anything bad. And the thing you wanted most to safeguard from harm was your younger sibling. They were a tiny, delicate thing. When you'd held them in your arms for the first time, they'd still been slick from the birth, fluids drenching their newborn swaddle. They'd gurgled, wriggling around, and you'd thought, they're like a tiny little bird. Even as they grew, they were still covered in blonde, almost white baby hairs, like the down of a duckling. But as you'd grown older, you'd learned just how big the world was, just how many bad things there were in the world, and you'd struggled. When your sibling passed, too young, you'd whispered that same long ago prayer, the air expelling from your chapped lips to hit the sleek surface of their closed casket. In those moments, under the veil of indescribable grief, you realized saving a spider was far different to saving a human. Then, you lost the ability to save even yourself. You stopped trying to save anything at all. Thank you. Owning this thing.
There we go. Should we have a Helen in between us? I don't know. No, there we go.
Yeah, you can take that one.
Okay, well, thanks. So,
Oh, I don't care. No, you sit there. Yeah, and I'll sit. I'm back again.
No. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra Phillips, and first order of business, of course, is to acknowledge the traditional owners of the unceded lands upon which we are able to gather today.
the traditional owners of the Wurundjeri, Woi, Wurrung and Bunurong nations. I work at the University of Melbourne, and the university also acknowledges the nations that other campuses are set on, and as part of that I'd like to acknowledge, through my professional identity, the Yora Yora Nation for the Dookie and Shepparton campuses, and the Dja Wurrung people for the Creswick campus. So we've got 1 hour, we've got 3 amazing guests. And as you'd expect with a panel session titled Sisters Doing It, that there's going to be lots to say. So let me start with the short biographies that the Black and Bright Festival team put together, because when you internet search these guests, you see a lot of biographical material, a lot of important cultural artefacts, if you like. So I'll start with the minimum version. But my first question will be to each of the panellists as to what they would like to add to that. So, Deborah Cheetham Fralin. And also, in situ, correct my pronunciation. Oh. It's a teachable moment for all of us.
Oh, well, if you want to say it, my surname with a French accent, Frayon.
Frayon, I like it. Yeah. Let me start again. So let me introduce Deborah Cheetham Frayon. A.O. Yora Yora and Ewan is a respected human rights advocate and recognised thought leader on the importance of cultural authority in the art music space. Throughout a long and distinguished and ongoing career, Deborah has championed the voice and visibility of classically trained Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander musicians through her achievements as a composer, performer, and those who were at Leah Purcell's keynote when she referred to the ... ellipses, because the ellipses opens up the other potentials. So please welcome Deborah Cheetham.
Thank you.
To Deborah's right, we have Deborah Dank. Deborah is a Gurindji Wakaja? Wakai. I like it.
It's not French.
Not French, yes. And Deborah and her people are from the Barkly Tablelands in the Northern Territory. For almost 40 years, Deborah has worked in various roles in primary, secondary and tertiary education, including class teacher, primary and secondary, special education teacher, senior teacher, regional consultant, regional manager, lecturer, senior lecturer and head of school tertiary. I have ellipses. Deb has ellipses. So you will hear more from Deb through the session. And yes, welcome Deb. Dr. Helen Milroy is a descendant of the Palkayu?
Not French also.
Okay, Palkayu people of the Pilbara region of Western Australia, and was born and educated in Perth. Australia's first Indigenous doctor, Helen studied medicine at the University of Western Australia and is currently Professor of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, also at UWA, and Honorary Research Fellow at the Telethon Kids Institute. Open pause and applause. So what an amazing opportunity we have today, and I appreciate that Dr. Milroy's already been on the stage and warmed up the room for us, so thank you for that. So we've all acknowledged to the Black and Bright Festival team led by Artistic Director and CEO Jane Harrison. And I do again in reading out to you the particularity of the way they've framed this conversation. How do 3 fabulous black women write while juggling the many roles Aboriginal women fulfil in their communities. The session, of course, is in partnership with the Stella Prize. So, starting with Deborah. So we've heard a version of your biography so far. Is there anything you would like to add that allows the audience to better know you?
My least favourite task in the whole world is updating my bio. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. And so a couple of years ago, I was thinking, how do I distill this to something that is the essence? And most often now, my bio is Yorta Yorta by birth. The matrilineal line there from my mother, Monica Little. So Yorta Yorta by birth, stolen generation by government policy, soprano by diligence, composer by necessity, and lesbian by practice. And basically these days the rest you can look up online and you can believe some or all or none. And but really at the end of the day I sort of had to let go of all of the things that were online that just weren't accurate or were an exaggeration or basically underplayed, because those relationships and those connections are not the ones that I seek as a performing artist. You won't see copious amounts of recordings that I've made because I look to be in the space with people. I think about what you've undergone this morning to be here live and connect, and those are the connections that I value. So I tried to bring it down to this essence of who I am from the beginning and give people something to think of. The things that I've done and the accumulation of achievements, mostly people can look into that, but the thing that you're doing now in a space where people have made the effort to be there in person, I think that's the thing I'm most interested in of all.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Deborah. Deb.
Thank you, Sandra. I just want to give my unswerving thanks to Bunjil and acknowledge that presence that allows us here as well. So there's so much wisdom in what Deborah has said, particularly around the truths and filtering what's there and what's not there. I'm told, and you have probably all been told, that I've written a book. I need to tell you that I didn't write that book. I sat with country. I have the very real privilege of having grown up on country, in remote places, with my family, until I was about 13, when my dad decided he needed to relocate us into town because I was kind of going a little bit feral. So the book kind of wrote itself. I was merely the person who jotted the words, put the words on the page. One of the things that is not anywhere around, I think, on the internet is the work that my family continue to do around attempts to protect our country. Our country is on the Beetaloo, and it is literally being fracked, I will say, because we're in such polite company. But I want to kind of take out the R and the A and put in a U, because that's what's happening. And yeah, there is just so much that's going on within that space. The fraughtness of that work has, I suppose, another good thing is that my eldest daughter, lives internationally, and she is gaining significantly more ground and support around that than she is here in Australia. And we know that. That's not surprising to any of us. So, that's My biggest job is granny. I'm granny. My official job is as Enterprise Fellow with the University of South Australia, and sort of sitting and recording some more of those words that the old people, that country, that the ancestors are generous enough to share with me. So,
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Deb. I really appreciate that, sharing from both Deborah and Deb. And
You can call me Deb if you like.
so, Helen, yes, your biography on the internet is pretty impressive. Is there anything or any way that you would like to add to what has been shared about you so the audience may get to know you better?
Yeah, it's an interesting question when you think about that, and I love Deborah's levels of identification. And it's interesting the way people in the modern day also identify themselves and how children identify themselves as well. It's becoming actually quite complex. And I've had kids that have identified themselves as, I'm a problem. And that's often how they first present themselves. And I think, wow, how do we get to that point where that's the way a child might actually look at themselves? So I think what I would like to be known as going forward is, and look, my mum's still alive. She's 96, and she's the preeminent storyteller in our mob, and all credit to her. She's just amazing. But I would like to be known as a storyteller, and a listener, because I have listened to literally many, many thousands of people's stories and children's stories over the course of my career, both in mental health, on the Royal Commission, and in various other aspects of my career. So I think storyteller and listener to me are the two things that I pride myself on in a way, because everything else in a way can fall underneath that. Because if you're a good listener, then you can understand people's distress. If you can tell a story in a way that helps a person understand their life, then you've achieved a great deal. So we like to have these professional labels, but they actually fall away when you really distill it down to what it means to truly listen to someone, to bear witness to their story, and then to be able to relate it back to them in a way that helps them to make sense of their life. So I think that for me would be the two. The third one would be grandmother. I became a grandmother. I mean, I used to steal my brother's kids because, my daughters were just a bit slow in getting on with it. And so my brother had so many kids, I said he doesn't mind missing a few grandchildren, I'll just claim them. And they were always coming around to my house anyway. So I just pretended on them, while I was waiting for my own. But when I got my first grandchild, I hadn't realised what a beautiful club the Grandmothers Club was. And I thought, well, I would love my daughter and I would love my grandson and it would be the same. It's not. It's completely different. And I love watching my daughter love her son. And then I love them both. So while my daughter's holding my son, I'm holding both of them. And it is an entirely different experience, and it is beautiful. And it really made me think how many of our kids don't have grandmothers. Yeah. We don't have enough grannies to go around. And I think that's really sad, because I know this little fella, I've got big things planned for him. And I'm just going to love him to pieces and spoil him rotten, and he's going to know that he can always come to me. And then my benefit is that I know he's going to look after me when I'm old, because he will love me the same way I love him, because it's always reciprocal. When you love someone well, they love you back. And I just kind of think that one of the things we need to look for going forward is how we can, rather than be therapists or counsellors or supporters, how can we be grandmothers to all of these little ones coming through? That would be one of the challenges I will think about over the next little time.
Wonderful, thank you. Please acknowledge that wisdom as well. So we do have 4 questions today, and we do have an opportunity for Q&A from the floor, which opens up about 12 o'clock. So prepare your thoughts for that as you're listening actively, as Helen encourages us. Now, my next question of each of the wonderful sisters and 2 other grandmothers at least, and Deborah on the panel, is how do you think you are going with the juggle of it all in an environment which I'd contend we've as Aboriginal peoples, we've been in for 250 years already, an environment with geopolitical distortions wherever we turn. People are starving, people are being starved, people are being bombed, people are being experiencing racism whenever they enter a new space. You know, people are hurting. So there's the broader geopolitical, which has been, I contend, with Aboriginal peoples for now 250 years and counting. So there's that, but there's also the juggle of family and community and responsibilities to both and to country, the careers, those professional identities, and, as Jane would like us to focus on, and the writing. Like, how do you think you're going, Deborah, with the juggle?
Well, because my wife's sitting here, I'm not going to make up something that I think sounds good, because she's going to know, because we talk about it to make sense of this world. But it's about the writing. The writing makes sense of everything else. Whether it's music or dance, whether it's painting, whether you narrate your story, whether you write it down, whatever it is, the creation of art and music, that's our way of knowing and being in the world. So I feel that it's so fortunate that is what I do as a profession, and yet I wouldn't even classify it as a profession. It's just my way of being in the world, and the busyness that's created by systems that have been imposed by colonisation. All of that busyness, yes, trying to wade through all of that. I come back to when I'm writing music, or whether it's text, lyrics for songs, whatever it is. That's how I make sense of it all. The juggling of it, I think I just try to always make my way towards experiencing the world through art and knowing and understanding the world through art. My art happens to be music, classical music, and helping others to have that pathway. But yeah, it's been really, particularly since last October, I found it really tough, I have to be honest with you. And even before that, for me, there have been, for all of us, so many personal challenges that have been inflicted on us from external forces. And I do stand with you, Aunt. I do say, yeah, to the next hill. But sometimes you just need to stay in the shade down the bottom for a bit to muster up that energy again. This is a really long-winded answer, I'm sorry. But what I've done, to be more succinct, is that all of those challenges, I have poured that into whatever I've been writing. Not merely as a cathartic experience, not really, but to actually not only just having experienced it and know it, but to understand it, and then to also hopefully help others understand. It's been tough since October 14. I was on stage that night singing a huge work that I wrote in recognition of the Gunditj Mara people and their resistance war. And I knew going on stage what the result was. I didn't know how horrendous it would be, but I knew what it was going on stage, and there was a moment of unity with the people who'd come to Hamer Hall that night. I don't know if anybody was there, but it was quite a moment when I came on stage of recognition that the fight for recognition and a voice had been lost on that occasion. But after that, I just felt really mute. But I had works to write. I had 4 commissions to work on. And so I just poured my experience of what I was feeling in that moment into that. In the same way that I did through the marriage equality debate, which was won in the end by a very small margin. all of the hatred around that as well. I had to pour what I was feeling and my experience into whatever I was creating, and I found that that was really helpful to find my way through. So it is juggling, yes, in one sense, but it's not, the writing isn't what I do, it's who I am and how I know the world, so it helps me make sense of all of that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks so much, Deborah. And Deb, you can refuse the juggle metaphor as well.
I think I might, Sandra, thank you. Because, you know, going back to grandchildren, I have two. My daughter's two, really slow. My son's even slower. But my eldest granddaughter, who turns 14 this year, she has always referred to me as Grandma. Her dad is from Kolkata, so she's got this really interesting little accent. So Grandma can't happen, but Grandma can. So, and I quite like that because it kind of alludes to the thing that drives me now. And it, you know, like world peace, it's kind of trying to make the world more comfortable for my children. And I see my children as all my mob from home, and all the black kids and all the white kids as well, because they are the people who are going to be taking care of all of us, I hope. So my thing at the moment, I'm writing busily around, because I'm a semiotician. My PhD was around semiotics because it so gets up my nose that we are so dependent on the English language. And it gets further up my nose that we assume that the cognitive functionality behind the English language is how the world makes sense. What a load of BS, let's just say. I'm Methodist, so I do not swear. But you all know what BS means, right? So I have another manuscript ready to go around reframing, meaning making from a good Angie perspective, from a Wakaya perspective, because I'm not arrogant enough to assume that I can speak for my countrymen across Australia, but I am assuming that our mobs make sense of our world in very similar ways around the relationality. So I'm writing furiously about that, so I'm not juggling that. I am totally committed to it, and I'm in the very fortunate place of it now being my professional job to write. So a real privilege. And yeah, just that freedom, because I'm fed up with walking into classrooms seeing Aboriginal kids learning how to fail. Because that's not us, that's not who we are, that's just new stuff that we've had to learn in the last few hundred years. So, yeah, it's the thing that is driving me to get up at 4:30 in the morning and write. But on something just a little bit different, can I just say that if you have not had the privilege of seeing this amazing artist perform, please take the opportunity. I saw a rehearsal a long time ago, and I still feel guilty that I did not pay just for the rehearsal alone. So do yourself a favour, as somebody on TV said.
Thank you so much, Deb. And that's beautiful acknowledgement. I was lucky enough to be in an audience at QPAC a few years ago of Umarella. That was an amazing event. Yeah, for sure. And Deb, I will call you out. You may not swear, but you don't mind spelling the swearing.
I've recorded that book, and I had to say that word.
Okay.
Yes. I did look around and check that my nana wasn't there, but I felt my ears being pulled.
That's great. Thank you so much. Helen, we had a little chat last night. I thought that anecdote from within your family was interesting.
I can't even remember what that was. It feels like it was such a long time ago. Oh, yeah. I always complain that one of my daughters is doing way too much, and she just looks at me and goes, really? You know? It's true. Look, I'm a bit like the others. I think it's actually just the way of being that allows you to do this. And we always talk about juggling, whatever, and, you know, do you drop some of the balls and what kind of doesn't get done? As far as I'm concerned, what doesn't get done just isn't important, because probably at some stage it'll get done, and usually by my husband, which is great, because I'm really bad at, you know, cleaning and all those sorts of things. So he just, just gets on and does it, which is fantastic. But just talking about my life in general, to get to the point of juggling multiple things, is I didn't go to school much as a kid. I stayed home with my nan. I was the youngest of a family of 5, and I loved being with Nan. She was just the most beautiful woman. And we would spend our days wandering around the garden, feeding the chalks, having cups of tea, chatting, watching World Championship Wrestling in the afternoons, which was her favourite show. And that roller skating show where they used to beat each other up, that roller derby, I think it was, that's the other one she loved. Does anyone remember that? Oh my God, she loved that. She'd be going, get him, go and get him, you know. This little beautiful old woman that I wandered around with was so fired up when she watched wrestling or roller derby. But, you know, she just taught me about life and love and language and all sorts of things. Unfortunately, I don't remember the language because I was just too young and I didn't understand how important it was, and it was taught in secret, so it was at a time when there was still too much fear around. But anyway, at some point I realised that I had to get on with school, and I remember a time came in high school when the headmaster called me up and said, Helen, you know, if you came to school more, you'd get better grades. And I said, but I've got all A's. And then he said, well, if you don't come to school, I'm going to suspend you. And I said, so if I don't come to school, you're going to make me stay home? And I was thinking, yes, you know. And he said, get out. I never want to see you again. And what I realised at that point was I really didn't fit, and I really didn't kind of quite get what I needed to do. But fortunately, I did well enough anyway, because I think I learned as much from Nan as I did from the teachers. And so much was rote learning anyway. You could just cram for the exams back in those days. There was no continuous assessment. If it had been continuous assessment, I would have failed miserably because I was never there. But then I got to uni, and uni was different because it was independent learning, and I got treated like an adult, and I felt more empowered to kind of get on and do things, and I was enjoying what I was doing, and I found medicine fascinating, and I really wanted to be a doctor. Apparently I'd said I wanted to be a brain surgeon when I was 10. Didn't know what that was, but obviously it sounded good at the time. But anyway, I see myself as a psychological brain surgeon now, being a psychiatrist, just a fancy way of thinking about it. But as I went through university, and as I went through my specialist training, I mean, I have had so many years of frickin' education rammed down my throat. None of it taught me about me. None of it taught me about our fellas, our culture, anything about us. And certainly in psychiatry training, there was nothing about us. And it was very, very narrow. The learning was so science-based, cognitive-based. There was nothing about the other aspects of my life that I'd grown up with. Where were the stories? Where was the art? Where was the music? Where was the humour? Where was the joy? It was all missing. So I remember going to my director of training as a senior registrar saying, there's no curriculum on Indigenous people in the psychiatry course. And he said, well, go and write some then. So I did. And I thought to myself, well, how do I do this? And I thought, well, it's got to have a cultural lens. So I just went home and I said to the ancestors, how do I do this? So I'd never painted before. I went and bought canvases and paints, and I just painted it all. And I think that's because you can. It's in us. It's just the way we are. It was the way I was brought up. So I painted all the concepts, I wrote all the narratives, and I've been teaching the curriculum from some 20, 30 years now. And people love it because it's multidimensional and it's how people are as people. We don't learn in linear ways. We learn in conceptual and abstract and a multiplicity of ways. We learn through the imagery, through the story, through the science. And when you combine them all together, you learn really well. And so part of doing that work made me see that what I'd been doing for the sort of 10 years previously was that I'd closed off part of my life, like totally shut down that imaginative and creative element just to fit into a system that actually didn't work. So once I started doing that, then it became easier. And as I went on in life, I did have times when it was really too difficult to get into that creative space. But if we don't find those creative and imaginative spaces, we can't be well. Because that, when we're most stressed and we're most burnt out, that's when we need those creative spaces to help us with that innovative thinking about how to go forward. And we need those moments of stillness in time where we can just sit and be in the universe, and that's when we get clarity, and that's when we get understanding, and that's how we can build our resilience and go forward. So then it inspired me to start doing the writing and illustrating the children's stories. Now that's my passion project. That's not my job, that's my passion project. I work full time in mental health and research and a whole pile of other things. But when the ancestors give you a story and it's there and you wait for it to come, you just got to do it. And when you've got to do it, you've got to do it because you've been told you have to. And then the images come. And if you just follow that path, it just all happens naturally. A little bit like you said, the story wrote itself. I feel exactly the same way when I do a story or an image. I start writing and it just writes itself, and then I start drawing, or sometimes the image, I wait for the image to come and then it just comes out and I go, oh, did I do that? Oh, look at that. But that's a wonderful creative space to be in when we turn our frontal lobes down a little bit and we just allow our mind to wander, and what it can create is just beautiful. And that's what our ancestors did. That was the way of being. That was so unique to our mobs in terms of providing us with that space to be. And that actually promotes our well-being. Just one more thing before I finish. I think that people say to me a lot, I'm not creative. It's in all of us. It's absolutely in all of us. It doesn't have to be in music or in painting or in storytelling. It can be in whatever thing that you're doing. It's the mind space that you create. It's that freedom to allow all your thoughts to wander and to connect with the universe. That's the creative space that you should be in.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Helen. That's fabulous. You referred to your husband, and you've referred to your wife, Deborah. You referred to Rick in the back, Deb. And a few days ago, my husband reminded me of this morning, actually, that Germaine Greer is quoted as saying to Louis Theroux, clever women should marry truck drivers. And no dissing truck drivers, because as we know, Australia runs on trucks, and we wouldn't get what we get without their service. Maybe really quickly, going along here, what does that spark in you, that provocation that clever women should marry truck drivers? Starting with you, Deb.
Thank you. I think truck drivers are really hot. Yeah. My husband isn't a truck driver, but, he must be hot too, because we celebrated our 39th wedding anniversary last week. So.
Let's acknowledge that.
Yay. Yeah, it's just really, really interesting. I think it's just about the relationship. I know that the way that Rick and I decided to grow our family, I'd not have been able to do that without my non-truck driving husband. But because we've spent our 40 years together, going backwards and forwards, taking our kids home onto country, growing them there for, 4 or 5 years so that they can grow into who they actually needed to grow into, and then bringing them back into town so that they can work out how to get on a tram, which I've not been able to do yet. But yeah, I think the idea of, whether we're with truck drivers or not, I think the importance of a partner who is genuinely supportive is critically important in the whole thing. When I was doing my undergrad, I majored in classical critical literary theory because, an arts degree at that time everyone was saying, well, it's not going to get you anywhere, but I needed to know what Aristotle thought about mimesis. So I wrote an assignment on mimesis, and I said to Rick, can you just read this over, because English is your language, it's not mine. And my darling husband said, "Oh, Bub, you know, you might need to get somebody else to read that. I don't know Aristotle or his missus." So, you know, but the support was there. The support was there. So,
Thanks so much, Deb. And, you know, I don't need to say this because you know this already, Deborah, but I would not want that to be considered a heteronormative gendered provocation either. So what would you say about what clever women should do in that domain?
Well, what I want to say is in life to find someone who shares your values, who understands what music is and the power of it. That journey of understanding is the most liberating experience I've ever had. My wife Nicolette is here today. She's a highly regarded...
Nicolette, wave her hand around.
Nicolette's waving. And one of Australia's most loved conductors. If you're a fan of the ballet, then you'd know Nicolette Fréon. And our way of seeing the world and understanding what music is and how powerful it is as a force to move people from sometimes their willful ignorance into understanding, and moving from understanding into knowing. That has been the most liberating experience for me. And when Nicolette asked me to marry her, I wanted to say straight away that, I said yes straight away, but I said, I also want to take your name. And I had friends who said, "Oh my goodness, but you have this name that people know, Deborah Cheetham, you know." And I said, yeah, but I want to acknowledge that there is a union here of someone who has liberated my own perception of myself as a musician, my own understanding of myself, who shares my values and my life. And I wanted to acknowledge that, so I did. And, you know, after a week, people got used to it. Except where we're staying at the moment, and they've sort of just run the two names all together, and they don't understand what that it's two different names, but that's okay. But I wish that I had a Maya Angelou quote at my fingertips rather than responding to Jermaine's quit. Because what is that? I don't know what that is. What is that sentence? I don't know. I don't like to speak in generalisations, but I know what love is, and I know what my values are, and that was met in this relationship. And it's one of those times in your life when you realise that you're understood and that you can be yourself to the utmost of my potential. And that doesn't make everything else in the world easier. It's a mess out there, and but we navigate that together, and it's incredibly empowering. I think marry the person, or don't marry, but be with the person who shares your values and understands you and can help you to understand yourself.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. And any contribution from you, Helen?
Oh, yes. So my divorce lawyer said, Helen, behind every strong woman is a weak man holding her back. And I think I was guilted into, not guilted into marriage, but guilted into the role that many women had perhaps in my era growing up, that you had to be a mother and a worker and a lover, and you had to do everything. And whatever you did was never quite good enough. And, you know, my sort of, you know, very poor cleaning skills often got talked about. And, you know, you kind of grow up feeling guilty that you're just not quite adequate. And you feel bad about it. but you're trying your best and you are juggling a hell of a lot of things. And then life changes, and after many years of marriage, that ended in a rather awful way. But what I then found was just wonderful. And interestingly enough, the fellow that I'm now with was a high school crush. So I thought, God, why didn't I listen to my heart all those years ago, because I obviously went the wrong way. And the biggest thing about my current partner is that he's kind. He's an incredibly kind man. And, the love is there and the values are there and all of those other things are there. But kindness is one of those attributes we often forget about. And I think when you're busy and there's just so much on your plate and you're going off in all of these directions, if you're not actually kind, then, you get angry and you get upset and you end up in conflict and in arguments. I have kind of virtually had an argument-free life for the last several years, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be able to resolve things peacefully, to always be kind to the other person, and that kindness now has seeped into everything else in my life, and I don't sort of have to worry that I'm going to be misunderstood or that I have to meet some expectation that's unrealistic. And look, he's an extremely clever man, but he's not jealous of my career. And I think that's the other thing for women, is your career often takes a back seat to another man. And, I can't say about your experience, Deborah, because I'm in a different situation. But I think that's what often happens in a union, is that one person sort of takes the lead in a career and the other person has to take a back seat. And I think for many women, it's the man's career that takes the front runner. But for me now, I can get to do a hell of a lot of things because this lovely, kind, loving man is there behind me. I just want to tell you a story about when we were in high school. So I had a crush on him and he had a crush on me. We would have been 17 at the time. And we were finishing high school and he was a little bit shy and I was a little bit shy. Hard to believe, I know, but I was very shy. And so I wanted to sign his back page of his yearbook, and I didn't want anyone else to sign it. I wanted it to be only me. So I filled up the whole back page with kisses. He didn't get it, Honestly, I've chastised him about this many times already. Didn't you get it then? Anyway, and he signed my yearbook. So we go off on our life courses, and he went off and got married and had children. I went off and got married and had children. And then we came back together by a mutual friend who said, Helen, Richard, is free and he'd like to catch up with you. And then he said to Richard, Richard, Helen's free and she'd like to catch up with you. So little did we know we were this little matchmaking going on. Anyway, we got together and obviously it was, again, this reconnection from a very old connection that was still there. There was still this attraction and this sense of, I don't know what it is. It's like we just got under each other's skin or something in a good way. And then we were reminiscing about the yearbook. And so we went back and we had a look at the yearbook. And he goes, yeah, you filled up the back page with all these kisses. We counted them. There were 34. And we got together 34 years after high school.
That's so good. I love that.
And he said to me, why didn't you just put one?
What a great story. Yes, any film people in the room? That's fabulous. Thank you so much for sharing, everyone. Now, the last two questions I'll roll into one, and this double-headed single question now is, do you consider yourself to be in your prime, and what's next? So we'll start with Deb and then Deborah, yeah.
Thank you. No, I'm just sort of almost getting onto the road that will take me to my prime, I figure. I live this amazing life. I have 3 children who are genuinely beautiful, beautiful people. The best hearts, They appreciate home and family. They adore where they come from. They are very, very proud and strong. They make me cry because they're my inspiration, absolutely, because they're so bloody smart. There, I said it. Bloody smart. So yeah, no, I'm not even halfway close to my prime, because I'm telling you, I'm on this hobby horse for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Aboriginal Australians have had a written language. We have been told in the last 250 years we have not. We have had a written language. My mob and my kids read all of what we now call art in the same way that I've taught my kids to read English. I do not want my granddaughters to attend a school that will continue to invisibilise the amazing cultures, the amazing knowledges that live in this country, because we are not the home of the longest lived cultures in the world. We're the home of the longest lived civilisations. So I'm not anywhere near my prime yet.
No, thank you. Thanks, Deb. Deborah?
In 2009, and I'm looking at Suri over here because you've been on this journey with me a long time, I established Short Blak Opera because I wanted to share the art form that I love most with our people, because I reckon that we actually invented opera. You know, we've been singing, dancing our story for millennia. And so Short Blak Opera was born, and that was achieved by bringing together the most amazing company of people who saw the vision as well and said, yeah, I'm going to commit to that. And so I could have said, oh, wow, I'm really hitting my prime now. But I don't actually know what that is. I don't think that's a time, or I don't know if I'll ever get there, but I know there's plenty still to be done. And the second part of that question was what next, and I've been thinking about this really deeply, and I was having a conversation with Jane Harrison backstage and saying, you know, I want to take time next year to write the next chapter of what this story is, you know, this journey is. I want to take time. And as I've been mulling it through with my wife, Nicolette, and saying, really it's coming back to what I said about my bio, I guess, at the beginning of this conversation. I want to distill down to where I want to make my contribution next. And it's not just about my happiness, but where do I feel that I've been the most effective, the most productive? And it's when I'm just working with our people and finding ways of empowering them. And, you know, I've had lots of huge partnerships in this country with non-Indigenous organisations. We've worked for universities. We've worked with big arts companies. All of that, it's not to say that wasn't important, but what I need to do now, and maybe it's part of being in a prime or whatever it is for me, I want to distill back to being in that little group, that classroom, that space where children are saying to me, I want to sing, okay, let's sing. I want to write a song, let's write that song. I want to know my language and I want to sing it, let's do that. And so I think where I'm up to and the what next, and whether that's prime land or whatever it is distilling back to what do I need to do for our people? How can I contribute to their lives directly? And something happened. I want you to think on this, and I want you to help me with this, because something happened after October 14 last year. Something has happened. And my time is being hijacked in a way, if I let it happen, like it never has been before. There are more demands on me to clean up the mess of colonisation than there've ever been before. Is anybody else feeling that? It's like I'm just inundated, and I don't know whether, I think it ranges from everything from, hey, we did this for you, We marched and we stood up and we put posters up. It didn't work out, but we did something for you. Now you do something for us. Make it better, Deborah. And I don't know that I can make it better by going to you anymore. Yes. I think I need to go just back to our people and say, what would you like to do? Yes. What do you want to do? Yes. And in any way I can help you, I will. But I tell you, as a teacher, that's where I started my career, as a high school teacher, high school music teacher. Every time I've walked into a classroom, a rehearsal space or a workshop, I've learned as much as I've imparted. Mm-hmm. And so I look forward to that experience of just distilling it down to, not to disrespect all of the other experiences and the partnerships or whatever. Right now, and after last year, I know I just need to go back to that grassroots connection with people and put all my energy there. That's what's next for me.
Wonderful, thank you. Thanks, Deborah. Helen.
I feel much the same, Deborah, honestly. After the referendum, it was such a devastating blow in such a large scale as well. In terms of Prime, I guess I'll see it in two different ways. In terms of career, I think I've reached pinnacle. So my most amazing job that I ever did, very, very profound, disturbing, but inspiring, was when I was a commissioner on the Royal Commission for Child Abuse. So 5 years of going around the country, listening to people's stories, going to all the prisons, going to lots of communities, doing all the public hearings, writing a massive report and seeing how the recommendations are filtered down, but also just seeing the impact on people's lives was just the most amazing experience, and I still pay great respect and give great credit to the courage that all of the survivors showed in coming forward and sharing those stories with us. It was an absolute privilege, and it's still an honour to meet them today if they come up to say hello. So I think in terms of pinnacle, that was the pinnacle of my career. In terms of Prime, I just think we get more feisty as we get older, don't we? And I think we gather our life's experiences, and I don't like to think that, you get wisdom as you get older, because I don't think it's automatic. But I'd like to think that I'm moving towards the wisdom of some of our elders and being able to incorporate that into the way that I am and the way I'm doing things. And so I don't really know when I'll reach Prime. I mean, again, I'll go back to my mum at 96. She was sitting at the back one day, she was looking a bit miserable. And I said, oh, what's up? And she goes, oh, I just don't know where my life's going. I said, you're 96, what do you think?
Oh, that is so good.
And she said to me, can you find me a group of, old Aboriginal women I can at least talk to then? Because, all her friends have died and, we're in different... So, I've started writing books with her now just to keep it going. But she's just given me a whole pile more work to do. But I figure if she can still be kicking it out at 96, then I haven't reached my prime. And I guess that's what you see, isn't it? You see that strength in some of our oldies as they get to that point. And she's not thinking about the end of life. And she lives with me and I will look after her, so I'm thinking about it. But she still thinks, she had a dream that she was going to be 103, and I said, oh, Mum, that wasn't a dream, that was a nightmare. But she's so cluey and she's so clever, and she's still dreaming stories, and we talk about them, and I'm now dreaming more stories myself, and I'm really coming into that prime maybe of the storytelling. Like it took me a long time to get away from Western thinking, and I did all that creativity stuff, 20, 30 years ago. But it's now, I'm just getting more and more stories. And my concern in terms of what's next is I've got to find more publishers, because I want to get them all done before I die. And I've got 2 publishers now, and they've got tons of my stories to go, but I'm just getting them from everywhere now. And I think it's my ancestors saying, listen, girl, you've got to get all these down now, because these are our stories for our children. And the last story that I've published at the moment is actually a story that I wrote about my nan, and it's about a little girl, because her totem's the crow. And it's a story about a little girl who's born with 2 spirits, a crow spirit and a human spirit, and how she grows up through life and how she transforms ultimately into a crow, and about her sacrifice. And my nan's sacrifice was that she just loved us kids to pieces her whole life, even though she'd suffered incredible adversity. And she just showed that resilience. So every time I think that I'm ready to complain and be negative, I just have to think about her sacrifice and her way of being and her joyfulness in the world despite everything that happened. And it just keeps me going. So I don't know what's next, but I do think the post-referendum landscape has taken us backwards. And I, like the other ladies, feel like we've got to put more effort together. And I think I'm going to seek out more time with Mob and have that solidarity, because I think that the strength of us together is what's going to make the difference in the future.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Helen. Fabulous. So Pitch Blak was yesterday between authors and publishers, but let's hope there's some more publishers in the room today as well. And so now it's time for the roving mic. Who has the microphone? Okay, your name?
Joel.
Sorry?
Joel.
Joel, thank you. Wave your hand around if you'd like to ask a question. We have about 14 minutes left, so that's a good amount of time to chat. And I know it's Saturday morning. We have one from Julie.
Yeah, look, a question for Deborah. What are you working on next? You know, it's exciting to be in the presence of somebody who's got such an extraordinary career, but I'd love to know what's next, and also from the other writers on the...
Thank you so much for the question. I've just completed 4 commissions, actually. 2 for the MSO, which will premiere this week. 1 for the Hawaii Symphony, and for those of you who know my first book of collected songs, Dangala Choral Connection Songbook, there's a volume 2 coming out, so I've been working on that. But an exciting project that is unfolding now in Sydney on Gadigal country is a Sydney language opera. And what I wanted to do was to equip those emerging composers, or some emerging composers, with the skills to write their first opera. And so I'm mentoring in that space. There are 5 composers, and I'm also contributing some music to that. So it actually tells 5 different stories from Darug and Darawal communities, and so that's a project that I'm working on at the moment. I also want to take that time that I mentioned just before to ensure that the next generation of musicians who come through Short Black Opera are supported, and also that they're not just feeding into somebody else's funding app. That's happening a lot out there in performing arts companies. It's happened, you know, all along. But just that opportunities are put in our way, but it's really somebody else's outcome, and we're just part of that. So I'm trying to empower people to have their own voice, not only as singers, but now as instrumentalists through Ensemble du Tala, which is our chamber ensemble, and also as composers and conductors, as it happens. We'll be heading up to Gama this year, for instance, to perform up there, and in the Darwin Festival also. And one really lovely thing that just happened, and I'll finish with this, I've just come back from being in Norway, where Nicolette was conducting the Norwegian National Ballet. And while I was there, I was connecting with Sami culture and composers. And I was fortunate to meet Anne-Marie Pedersen-Margot, who's written a requiem, so similar to my requiem, not the same scale, but same purpose. And her requiem is called Requiem Before Reconciliation. I thought that was so powerful. And also the Eurovision pop sensation Kano, who have a Sami member, we have a project together in composition. So some wonderful things going forward, but it's really, for me, it's distilling down into opportunities that are really meaningful for our people, and collaborations that empower us first to do the things that we want to do. So that's what I'm up to.
Brilliant. Thanks so much. And
Sorry,
yes,
Sandra.
I know. I estimated to 12:30 and we were actually going to 12:15. Thanks for picking me up, Jane.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we will have to wrap up now. Thank you so much for joining in, communion and community today with this amazing panel. Please thank them.
And thanks to Sandra.
Tingmol malarag banana kun ganara menangrire kinga baba murane jirana 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 Jirana, 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 Jirana. Twisting my burner, lights up the fire. Ran from the city once loved, bathed in desire. Outcast in no embrace, feeling denial. You see the rush on my face when I've got love for you. I'm falling down, I'm riding alone to this storm, and I feel it. Till you settle in, so you gotta just. If you want to sit down too as well, you can.
What a beautiful scarf.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Nice colours.
Can you see this cool little dangling watch thing? It's very, looks like a Pandora bracelet.
I know.
Yeah, the ring is quite amazing.
Yeah, hopefully I can attach more to it.
More charms.
I love eBay. It's the only place to get bracelets. Everything else is so expensive.
Just draw your attention to the little clock here, so that is for 1 hour.
Oh, yeah.
We're so chock-a-block today because of this time. And about 15 minutes towards the end, there'll be an usher with a roaming mic. So if you want to go to audience questions, they will be around to help.
Okay,
clock
I was
is
told
so
it was
helpful.
10 minutes, not 15 minutes.
It can be 10 minutes. They'll just be there.
That would be good.
1:15, they'll be ready. So
yeah.
whenever you want to go to them, it's up to you.
Okay, cool. Is there a timekeeper or we just keep on top of it?
Keep on top of it, but also I can give you a 5-minute
Yeah.
in the distance towards
Sure.
the end of the.
That would probably be helpful for me. That's okay.
Perfect. I'll
Yeah.
keep my eyes on you.
Thank you.
No worries.
I had to say the clock was helpful for me when I moderated this morning.
No. Ooh. Huh?
Just settling.
Yeah. It's nice.
Do I start? Yes? Yep. Well, it's not my rodeo, so I can demonstrate authority, but do I have the authority to take, you know? Language Rematriation, an excerpt for Black and Bright by Isabel Papadruk Morphy Walsh. A woman holds her grandchild. She begins to talk, allowing her words to envelop the baby. Mandanai, embrace. Winrapa gurun, bambanga banga nyarawan. Winrapa gurun, bambanga nyarga marambiki. Negabin nyagi marambina winrup. Gurunwa bangawan, nyam bandin. Bambanga mangmang marambik. Dern marambina, gurun burned up. Libik jah jering. Ba liwik gyambian, dindi liwik mangan marambina. Daramwa dui, mangan big guren galk, marambina gajil. Wanda wa, dernang wa, marambina dernang barandap. Garnable war, marambina. Marambina big mordiak, marambinu gand garang. Bubub. Gyanik marambina. Dini marambina, gyambiam. Dini marambina, burned up wa. Dini marambina, ngara wa. Dini marambina, nyalriwa. Dini marambina, nyara wa. Bubub, gyanik marambina. A woman holds her grandchild. She begins to talk, allowing her words to envelop the baby. Mandanai, embrace. I know who you are. Who you are, I have always known. Who you are, I will always know. If you forget who you are, do not hold on to fear, for I will always remember. Your mind is magic, good, right, full of joy, beauty, and strength. The ancestors fought and loved to make you. Your body is made from wood and clay. You belong to country. You take up your space. Your space is right and good and true. Your space belongs to you. You are but country experiencing itself. You have and hold a voice. Your voice is magic, good, right, joyous, strong, beautiful. Hold no fear. You matter. Your voice matters. Baby, I love you. All of you is loved. All of you is magic, good, right, joyous, beautiful, strong. All of you is known. All of you is seen. All of you is heard. Baby, I love you. A woman holds her grandchild. She begins to talk, allowing her words to envelop the baby. Mandanai, embrace. Bubub, Gyanich marambina. Dindi marambina, Gyan bian. Dindi marambina, burned up wa. Dindi marambina, ngara wa. Dindi marambina, naglich wa. Dindi marambina, ngara wa. Bubub, Gyanich marambina. Thank you. Just my last little note for context. I work on language rematriation, and so that is a poem exploring that it's taken 4 generations only to get language back.
Thanks so much, Isabel. Yapalingana, Yatwacha. My name is Nika Lehman. I'm a descendant of the Trollway people of northeast Tasmania, and I grew up in Nipalina, Hobart. I've been living here for 10 years this year, which is remarkable. I want to thank Black and Bright for inviting me to moderate this conversation. I want to thank Isabel and her father there as well, and all the other elders in the room. Thank you so much for being here. And also I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal people in the room. There's so many, which is great. I hate that thing when you're doing an acknowledgement and it's like, and acknowledging the Aboriginal people in the room, and you're like, no, there's no one. So it's really lovely to have mob at the front. Maybe we'll just start this session with some bios. I'll just read the bios of the people next to me in their own words, and then we'll go through with a little reading that each of them are going to do. I'll ask some questions of them individually, and then we'll go through to a group yarn. I think I introduced myself enough, but I'm also a poet and writer, so it's a real privilege to be able to talk to my peers today. And I hope I do an okay job with this wielding of 1 tiny hour, which is already ticking by. So we'll start with the furthest away, John. John Morrissey is a Melbourne writer of Kalkadoon descent. His work has been published in Overland, Voiceworks, Meanjin, and the anthology This All Come Back Now. He was the winner of the 2020 Boundless Mentorship and the runner-up for the 2018 Nakata Brophy Prize. His first collection of stories, Firelight, was published in 2023. And then we have Stonemother's Cold. Stonemother's Cold is an Aranda gem currently based in Nam. A crystalline being posing as a human with drag as their main medium, the queer art form centres their other art practices, combining them to create multidisciplinary projects. These projects are used to explore Black futurism, gender and sexuality, their experiences with colonialism and living ... which I love. I love the ... Okay, and Susie Anderson is a proud Wagayer and Wamba Wamba woman from Western Victoria. A writer of poetry and non-fiction, her work reflects on the hidden layers of visual arts practice country, memory and place. In 2010, Susie became part of the editorial committee of VoiceWorks magazine, where she developed and honed her poetry practice. Okay, I understand the ... now. That's an extended bio that goes to another page. And when I click on the link, it doesn't go there. So we're going to have to cut it a little short. But this is Susie. Thank you so much for joining us. Susie also has a book that has just been published, The Body Country, which I really enjoyed reading along with John's this week. So does anyone feel really inclined to go first, second or last? I should have asked you this backstage. I have got you going first.
I can go first, if only just to prove that I've done something since 2010.
I know.
I swear that I have. It was like 14 years ago.
I'm so sorry that this doesn't go any further, but you know, this is going to just demonstrate how much can happen in 10 years or more, 14 years. So yeah, maybe if we just do a 3 to 5 minute reading, and then we'll come back and I'll ask you a few questions.
Sure. So today, this panel being called Young, Black and Deadly, we were all sort of talking about how that lands for us, because I'm in my mid-30s and I don't necessarily think of myself as like young, but I think in the context of First Nations cultures, like we still have so much to learn always from our elders and from country. And along those lines, I wanted to read a sequence of poems from my collection, which is about a young woman sort of returning to the lakes of her homelands in Western Victoria. Although, you know, my poetry is like loosely autobiographical, but, you know, in my opinion, like writing should sort of have a relationship to the truth, but not necessarily always be true. So these are sort of based up around Wagaya country, which is just north of Horsham, around Dimboola and up that way. I was thinking about Lake Hindmarsh, which is one of our kind of traditional sites up there. And yeah, that's without further ado, this is Lake People. Here's how it goes, or at least I think so. This is the one story we're allowed to tell, not with the name of the bad man we weren't allowed to speak of. We were too scared to say it even now. I'm not allowed to say it. That's what Nanny said to us, and your father knew it too, so that wouldn't have been passed down anyway. But this one is well known, and we used to get told this version by Granny, but Mum told it a different way. But it's been so long now that I can't remember exactly what made their lake stories different, only that they would carry on about it. You never wanted to get them started on this story in particular, but any story really. Anyway, I'll tell you the one about the two brothers. Hey, yeah, I'm here now. Can you tell me whereabouts I'm meant to park and look for this thing? I definitely came in on the western side, so from what Aunt told me, I should just stay on the turn-off after the pub and I'll come out on the western side of the lake. But now I'm here, it's bigger than I remember, and I don't want to start walking around if I'm on the wrong side. Yeah. No, there's no water. I guess it hasn't rained this season yet. So I should be right to walk around for a bit. I just want to find that, yeah, you know exactly what I'm looking for. I don't think I've ever seen it full, so it's kind of weird that people water ski here, watched by those two brothers. So which way? People abandon this place in winter. Lake is dry, white ochre, bright, expanding flat, low down through brush onto shore. Bulrushes at ankle height, waver, bottles, cans, rubbish, well beyond rustling. Eucalypts join in ocean sound. Gotta be ours, even though she's pale. What do you think? Can you sense the pelican spirit? You'd have to ask. It sounds like she was talking about us just now. Not proper, that young one, and she got the story wrong. It was me chased the spider away, not you. And it wasn't my fault we couldn't save the squirrel. Not that he deserved it anyway, but it's the law of country now. Wait, it was me with the spider this time, and you saved the squirrel from the eagle other time. no wonder these ones didn't pass on the story proper way. It happened to us and we can't even get it right. Where do you think she's going now? That's the wrong way, girl.
Susie, I think I didn't mention this in the email exchange that we had before this, but I actually had highlighted that section. It really spoke to me. And I have a lot of questions for you that I would love to ask off the side, but one of the things that we noticed when I was organising this was that there is crossovers where we all seem to be interested in conceptions of time that aren't necessarily conventional Western narratives. And I just want to acknowledge that now, and I want to ask you about that a bit later, but it feeds into the question next, which is maybe you could talk about, so you read, was that 4 different sections?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about the lake itself, but also those voices that come through in the sections. And I really want to know if any of them are almost verbatim, because the way that they are spoken is so real that I was wondering, is one of them like a voice memo?
No, I actually don't. I know some people write like that, like recording things, but no, I haven't sort of moved into that phase of writing yet. But yeah, I did want them to have a really immediate kind of address in a way, and to be sort of, yes, they're like from one person to another. So the first one is sort of like my, kind of like an auntie speaking about a story that, you know, she half remembers, and like, you know, as young people, we sort of are told, like, sit with your elders and just listen, and then you sort of do, and sometimes they just sort of wander around in circles with the story, and then, like, you know, so that's kind of what the first segment is about. And then the second one is sort of like I said, it comes from a place of truth, and I'd taken some time off working, I don't remember when this was, maybe 2018 or 19, and I was driving around country, and I went up to Lake Hindmarsh, and I was sort of there, like in the winter. It had been really dry, so you could literally drive across the lake, and like people go like water skiing and stuff up on these lakes, and there's a bit of a like culture of this like camping and stuff up around the Western District. But it has this eerie sort of tinge to it. I don't know, I think in my head it's because they're so racist and they won't acknowledge First Peoples, but that's just one person's opinion. But you know, you can walk around the perimeter of the lake and see these scar trees that, you know, people from hundreds of years ago or thousands, I don't actually know the dates, but have been making canoes, making shields and all sorts of things. So you can see these scar trees with your own eyes. It's there for all to see, and I guess I wanted to capture that sort of tension and contrast, and the seeking as well that you have. And I think on that particular visit, like I was just there by myself for whatever reason. I wasn't able to go with family, and there's some sort of I don't know, a grief that you feel with not having kind of immediate access to story, but having, you know, families scattered around and not like being able to kind of congregate and do a trip to country together, which hopefully we will do at some point.
Which maybe makes the immediacy of the sounds of engines, of people doing water skiing and things like that, you know, that's the immediacy, that's the narrative that's being written on in front of you, and it can be really hard when you're kind of, talking about something that you want to know more details. Is the scar tree 100 or 1,000 years old? We don't know, but there's this kind of competing narratives, competing temporal feelings in the place that maybe is part of that disconcerting sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I had this idea in the final 2 sections of this sequence to kind of bring the voice of country, who's been witness to it all, and then the voice of these 2 brothers, Bram, who are like featured in a lot of Wagaya stories, and they, you know, got up to all sorts of mischief. They were cheeky buggers, and hunting squirrels. And then there's a story about a spider. And I think them just sort of having a quarrel in the end of that sequence is that cheeky tone that mob all we know and have, like with our different family and community, just to sort of show, like you say, that cyclical tonality to the way we exchange story.
Great, awesome. That's probably a good transition, actually. How do you feel about going next, Stone?
Sure.
Yeah.
Straight into it?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
You can give context now or later, whatever you prefer.
I might do a excerpt from The Fae and that premiered at Urimboy Festival in 2021. Yes, so sorry. She realized she should have said bye, but the creek flowed, waiting, as she found a spot on the bank and let the phrase of her skirt sway in the water, let her hair follow the flow of the creek, let herself breathe and sit and be. The creek stirred, expecting, but unfortunately she was empty. The creek rose, engulfing, with its healing waters, and there was nothing left to heal. So the creek took her in and gave her a new home. The Fae was, I had all these little black fairies that kind of talking about my experiences living in Nam, and I like the idea of black fairies being a good metaphor, I guess, for like black queer mob, because we are kind of hidden in narratives, and the idea of fairies like also being a colonial, that could be like the idea of fairies being the people beforehand, and that's how white people kind of put black people into folklore and mythology, is kind of create, over time they turn into mythology and turn into these fairies, and that's what the Fae was kind of about. And then I might read something from Alluvium, which premiered in Urimboy Festival last year. And they are these like little pups, thylacine pups that are biopunk, made from like, they're fossilized gold, and they've been stuck in a collection at the museum for thousands of years, and they've just kind of come free. And they're just talking about their little tragic origin story. The pups. Our rivers run with gold, but our bodies ain't for you. Its shimmery flecks behold, you made my insides sick, but on my tongue lingers tasteful memories of you. A gulp so sweet at first, and once I have swallowed, I digest what I've consumed. The bile churns away, leaving in my stomach bitter, confusing pain. I've waved them away so, as butterflies flitter, from the white gaze we lit up and came back to shine it on them, no longer servants for their burning eyes, but absorbed from the virtual reality and placed in these vessels they haphazardly plodded together. Disrupting the flow we were in, they cloned us, pulling apart and putting pieces together they liked on their search for genetic perfection. I think that's probably 3 minutes.
That's just so interesting because... Thank you. I don't know if you've read John's book, but John has a short story about like the cloning of thylacines, And also another story about gold flecks and gold. So it's just so interesting, the resonances between the three of you in preparing for this. So, okay, why thylacines? As a Tasmanian, I obviously want to know.
We have a story back home about like that's like the rangers back home in Bandora, Alice Springs, and how they were formed from the stories like these two dogs fighting, and that's like their big tussle around town is like what creates all these like shapes in the canyons and divots in the ground and stuff. And one of them's an intruder and comes onto country, and the story is kind of being said as like two camp dogs, but older like interpretations are that the original one was the thylacine and then the intruder one was the dingo. And so that's like historically telling the story and like the change in ecology, and yeah, the story of dingoes coming into this continent like 4,000 years ago kind of thing.
Amazing. Yeah, I think there are petroglyphs, rock carvings of thylacines up in the Kimberley as well. So yeah, it's really cool to be able to like access that deep time in the way you're representing something. That's great. So tell me a little bit, while we're thinking about deep time and geology and rocks, tell me about the crystalline element in your bio. I'm curious about this association with minerals.
Yes, well, as my drag name is Stone Motherless Cold, stone, I guess, just kind of like appears so much in my life. My totem is rock wallaby, and in language, that's the name's a Potoranya, which means like from stone, and kind of also acknowledging like country, like Arunda origin. We came from dust, and we came from like crawling and appearing out of the dust of country, but also like space dust and like Big Bang and the beginning of like minerals being like across the universe, and like minerals being brought from space, and life maybe being brought from space. And I don't know, there's a lot of, it appears a lot in, but also as like a gender fluid, sister girl, non-binary being, I like the idea of being this crystalline creature made from earth, and that to me makes like, I am made of minerals from like iron and calcium and bone, and I'd rather that than a gendered, I don't know, human piece of flesh, I guess. That sounds more sexy, being a piece of crystal.
I don't know, rocks are pretty hot.
Yeah. And they're like living, like, I don't know,
Yeah,
that's just,
that's right.
I'm from rock and wallabies, I don't know, like, yeah.
That's really great. I love that. Another good segue, perhaps, John, thinking about your work, because one of the questions I want to ask you later, which I'm not going to ask you now, but is about the role of country or landscapes in your work. So maybe that's something that we'll catch a little of in your reading if you feel like beginning, and feel free to introduce it in any way you like or not.
So this is the opening of my story, The Last Penny, from my collection. My brother Stephen kept diaries his whole life. One of my earliest memories of him sitting on the floor of our bedroom, facing the wall, filling notebook after notebook with his neat handwriting. I thought for a long time that this scribbling was connected with his nighttime prayers, an activity he carried out crouched jealously in the corner of the room. I thought that he wrote down in daylight what he had whispered in darkness. I pried as any sibling would, but he kept his diaries in a locked metal box, and I never got my hands on the key. The diary I have in front of me on the desk now is the only one of his I've ever been able to look through. About 2/3 of it have been filled. The entries run from 29 January to 28 April of the year that he died. His writing is still perfectly legible, although the cover of the diary has been warped by intense heat, and little bubbles have burst and hardened in the plastic. I can't shake the feeling that he intended for me to read this diary, or knew that it would come to me somehow. Take, almost at random, this line from the entry dated 21 March. I would say that there are maybe 2 or 3 sympathetic people in the world that would look upon my life with anything other than revulsion and shame. It is as if he wants me to ask, who are these other people who will show him sympathy? Does he even include me as one of them? Do I wonder if there are others who knew him better than I did, who loved him when I failed to love him? He liked to say hurtful things and then study my reactions. In the end, I couldn't spend any more time with him. It was too damaging to my dignity, which was already frayed from the security protocols. Stephen, unfailingly perceptive, made a note of this in mid-February, following one of my visits. Amy always arrives in a foul mood, complaining about the pat-downs and the x-rays she has to put up with in order to come and see me. She despises the security staff, especially the women, although so far as I can tell, they're very courteous with her. I understand that it is simply a transference, as she cannot yet allow herself to despise her flesh and blood. My brother lacked a sense of proportion. He was an egoist. Small things were of vast importance if they touched him and what he considered to be his soul. Big things, worlds of suffering and misery, were of no account at all, mere rounding errors in the cosmic calculation. His diary records in neurotic detail matters that healthier minds would consider trivial. As a result, in 200 pages, it only manages to traverse a period of 3 months. My brother has been ash for almost a year now. Those sympathetic souls Stephen spoke of, take the claim at its highest, and let us say there are 3 such people. Let us also assume that I am one of these people, and that our mother was one as well. I think I can guess who the 3rd is. A creek ran along the rear of the property where Stephen and I grew up. The creek lay at the foot of an embankment of red clay, which became slick and treacherous whenever it was damp. One wrong step could send you careening down to the water's edge. The creek divided our patch from the sheep and cattle property next door, which was owned by an absentee banker from Melbourne and worked by unfriendly strangers. In the middle, the creek became quite fast and deep, and a little whirlpool developed. Not strong enough to endanger even a child, but enough to catch and swallow up small branches released upstream. The bed of the creek was soft, slick mud, which spread around your toes when you stepped into it. Sometimes we would duck under the water and surface with huge handfuls of this black mud disintegrating in our hands. When we held it up to the sunlight, we fancied that we saw bright flecks glittering in it, and this gave us the idea that there was gold in the creek.
Great, thank you. So, is there anything, before I ask you the questions that I have written down, is there anything that you wanted to offer or expand on from that excerpt of the short story?
Yeah, so I suppose it kind of turns into, it's a kind of novella-length story that kind of turns into a ghost story, I suppose you'd say. And it's ultimately about this woman's relationship with her brother, who died in prison. And she receives his diary at the start of the story, and it's kind of sort of reminiscences of their childhood together, and then it kind of cuts into the present and becomes more of a ghost story. So.
One of the things that I was really amazed by in your short story collection, Firelight, was just like the breadth of modes of storytelling that you work with. There's a lot of like elements of speculative fiction, sci-fi, ghost stories, like a historical ghost story as well, which I love at the end of the collection. And also, yeah, touching on big themes like religion, which is one of the big features of the story that you just read an excerpt from. I'm really curious to know, in terms of the way that you approach storytelling through these kind of genre or particular formats, is that something that was at like the forefront of your mind when you were constructing the stories, or did you kind of just let your imagination go where it needed to go?
I think definitely, like I do try to think about sort of what the genre is when I'm writing something. I think it just helps to give a lot of clarity. I think if you know that what you're trying to do is a ghost story, that kind of focuses you a bit, because, you know, there's sort of kind of ways a ghost story kind of people expect it to run, and I think you can do it in an unexpected way perhaps, but you need to be kind of conscious that you're doing it in a way which is, you know, not typical for the genre or anything like that. And I think just being aware of that really helps kind of, I always try to do that because I think it helps guide your writing a lot, being aware of, you know, what you're working in or working against, because it's going to be in the background anyway. The question is whether you're conscious of it, I find. So yeah.
Great. And what about, okay, I'm just curious, like when the genesis of these stories, so you said that you start with the idea of genre, like some of these stories are very, they're complicated because I feel like with your writing, you're often testing the reader in terms of them trying to understand, is this the reality that I'm used to, or is it suddenly getting away from me? Which is like makes for a really interesting reading experience. Yeah, I'm curious about your mind, I guess, and like where do these stories come from, and have you always wanted to write in this style?
Yeah,
which is very like the many styles that you write in.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I've just always liked science fiction and kind of horror stories, like, you know.
Who are your influences?
Like I really like, you know, like I suppose in terms of horror, like Edgar Allan Poe and stuff, and I read a lot of Stephen King when I was a kid. Yeah, in science fiction, you know, Philip K. Dick, those kinds of writers, like just sort of like the canonical writers, I suppose. But like that was what I read a lot of when I was younger, when I was kind of started writing, and I think that's really been the influence on me. Yeah.
What about, are there any for people that might be interested in the audience? Have you read many other Indigenous or like Black or BIPOC people that are writing in these genres as well?
Yeah, Samuel Delaney was a big one as well. Read a lot of Samuel Delaney when I was a kid.
Cool.
And yeah, he's a kind of Black science fiction writer from America. And yeah, he kind of wrote sort of genre fiction, I suppose. Like he wrote like a fantasy series and science fiction novels, but he did it in a way which was very kind of conscious of the genre he's working in, and he was very consciously trying to explore kind of contemporary issues with, you know, using these kind of fantasy settings, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, I kind of, when I use the word genre, I feel like it doesn't quite adequately, it's not what I'm getting at, because it's almost like a framework, like it's a way of being able to look at a particular issue that could be set in any temporal setting, but you can use these kind of analytical tools through the framework of sci-fi or whatever it might be. So my next question was going to be about landscape. So when you're coming up with these ideas, in the book there are stories that for the most part seem to be set on Earth as we kind of generally understand it. There may be more like the ghost story elements. And then there are some that you're unsure whether it is this Earth, and you're also really unsure about the temporality of it. Sometimes you actually do say the setting, and sometimes it's more unclear. So can you tell me about, because I felt like you always, no matter what the setting is, you have a lot of detail when you're describing the landscape and like country, so to speak. Is this something that you're like conscious of, and do you enjoy that element of your writing?
Yeah, I think that's one thing I really enjoy, is just like describing landscapes and the sky and that kind of thing. I think it really helps the story feel sort of real. I think if you have a sense of what the world is like in a physical way, I think it really helps people imagine it. And I think, yeah, I don't know, I've always felt kind of like it feels indispensable to me, is like kind of how you're imagining the world is like, you know, what's the kind of physicality of it in that way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, cool. So, okay, so to switch to group questions, and please all interject and ask each other questions as we go along. I wanted to ask you all to, if you were to use some describing words, a couple of describing words to describe your own country, what would they be? So like, okay, I haven't actually thought of this myself, so I'm doing it on the fly with all of you. But for my country, there are big grass plains, but it's also very coastal, so like, I don't know, salty, windy, woody, dry, even though it's on the coast. What about everybody else?
I always say like shades of like rainbow, just like at night, the like dusk time, crepuscular time. I know like the country like fully blends into the sky and creates like this full rainbow, and I'm obsessed with that. So shades of rainbows. And dry. I am a desert breed, so yeah, it would be very dry. Polarizing. Wet and yeah, all of that.
Word. Susie, the poet, you got something conjuring?
I actually don't. I mean, I feel like I spent this book like trying to seek those words and like
ended up not using straight up kind of adjectives, but thinking more like it's literally called the body country, to think about how you have an emotional kind of embodied connection to place. And I think, you know, this longing and this, like I said before, grief, I was using more abstract sort of emotional concepts rather than like, you know, words that you might expect, like, lake, water, I don't know, like grass, like, because it is quite flat and dry, being like, it's just north of the Grampians and then up into the sort of like the little desert. So there's lots of scrub and kind of, textures of like bush, I guess. So, and one of the, or a couple of the pieces, because like my kind of staccato bio said before, I've worked in the visual arts world for about 10 years and I used a bunch of the poems to respond to those sort of paintings of country, like Frederick McCubbin, like what's his name? Eugene von Gerard, like those ones you see in Fed Square, the kind of Victoria exhibit. And there's this one which is sort of like gum trees that look a bit like the scene in Snow White, the Disney movie, where the trees are like coming out to get her and she's like, "Wah!" And so, you know, the artist is trying to create this sense of like horror with the landscape, which is what, you know, we saw a lot of that from those colonial painters.
Like, do you mean kind of like the Australian Gothic, or is it?
Yeah. That like that kind of haunting and this idea that these settlers had come in to kind of tame the landscape, clearing it, creating farmland and whatnot.
With the mystical Aborigines, the fairies somewhere in the distance, perhaps.
So I sort of wanted to describe that, like those emotions and those layers of the landscape rather than it's the sort of visual aspects of it.
Cool. Yeah, actually, I'm so sorry about the bio thing. You'll just have to Google Susie and learn more about what she's been up to in the past.
I remain a mystery, and that's the way I like it.
But I did actually, one of my questions was, because I do kind of want to, in case there are any young writers here that have rocked up for this session, I did want to ask you all, like 10 years ago, did you have a writing or creative practice that you feel is in continuation, or has this been more of a recent expression or development in your life? Were you born creatives?
What's the question? Sorry.
The question is, 10 years ago,
yes,
were you writing or were you interested in performance? How old is this thing that, you know, you've all been invited here today because you've essentially professionalized your creative expression? So I'm curious about the beginnings. When did it begin? And did you always imagine, like in 10 years' time, that you'd be, you know, were you hoping, aiming to be like sitting here doing this kind of thing, or have something published, or be out there performing in the world?
I was in drama class, so probably 10 years ago, yes. Wanting to be a star. But I started doing drag when I moved here, and that kind of helped me drop out of uni and actually do what I wanted to do. And for some reason got an opportunity to write something or be in a writing festival. I think it was the Bogong a few years ago. I was like, not a writer, but that has, very thankful for drag, because that's just very versatile and has like opened opportunities for me to be a writer and be at a literature festival.
Cool.
I think I used to write little stories when I was a kid. And then I had, actually 10 years ago, I was probably in a bit of a slump. I wasn't really working on much because I was just doing too much uni stuff. But yeah, I think, you know, once I kind of finished uni and started working, and, you know, I just needed something to kind of stop myself from, you know, going a bit stir crazy at work. So, you know, I got back into it, and just, very grateful that things have turned out, you know, the way they have,
Yeah, I think for me, 10 years ago, I was kind of like hovering on the outside of like the literary scene in Melbourne, well, not on the outside, maybe on the inside, but right in the nexus of it. But I wasn't kind of writing stuff that really like connected. Like I was just sort of producing little poems for like, we were all writing blogs at that moment in time.
Yes.
So I just was writing like thankless internet poetry. And then at some point
Writing into the abyss.
100%.
Yeah, I remember
But at some
that.
point I picked up Alison Whittaker's Lemons in the Chicken Wire, and she had just won the Black and White Fellowship. And that was the first time that I had read poetry from a young black woman that really, like, it just connected with me. And I'd been reading, you know, Aboriginal fiction, like My Place and things like this, that just wasn't landing. And it really wasn't until I read Alison's work that I went, oh my God, I could write just about who I am and be authentic in my writing practice. And that kind of heralded this new chapter for me. And I started writing about more like myself and my identity and my family, not in a way that would expose everything, but just in a way that felt like kind of necessary to create this grounded writing practice. And I think over that 10 years, I, you know, had a few awards that kind of, people were starting to recognise the shift in my work, and so was I. So that's kind of, the collection does actually span like quite a long time. And,
Which is great. This is your debut collection, hey?
Yeah, it is. And it kind of, I think since I read Alison's book, I was like, I'm going to win that Black and White Fellowship. And then after I submitted like 2 kind of half-cooked manuscripts, and then the third time, that's what you're looking at.
Congrats. I love the perseverance. I think that's a really interesting point, actually, that despite, and I know that your mum owns a bookshop, right, in Horsham, so it's like despite having access to Aboriginal writers from, I don't know whether what you're talking about is necessarily generational, but it's interesting that it's almost about waiting to find someone that you can somehow go, that's me, like that makes sense. And when that's someone from your own generation, that's a really exciting moment. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that feeling. So, okay, there's 15 minutes left. I don't love having really long Q&As. I would rather talk to the people that you're here to see and listen to. So I think we'll do 10 minutes of Q&A, and maybe we'll yarn for a couple more minutes, because there was one more question I wanted to ask you all about. Oh, no, it's a bit silly. I don't know. Okay. Something that, well, it's just that when I was, preparing for this, I really just did notice that you're all dealing and interested in temporality that is non-linear, that is, for want of a better word, cosmic. It's not more than human, perhaps, is the way to do it. Why is that? What is it, where does that interest come from? That's a hard question to answer. It's a bit like, why do you write? But why are you interested in that?
I guess like acknowledging culturally, that's kind of how, at least, you know, blackfellas Adundamo understand time is cyclical and definitely not linear, and really like, I kind of, my worlds that I kind of write in are very, are like after, I like call them like AD, but like after decolonization, whatever that so looks like, and whenever that so may be, like, but that's then, but because it so looks like maybe like, because it so looks like 1,000 years ago, it just is kind of the same, and I know kind of obviously there's going to be so many differences because of now I know time and time.
What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah, I think it's just really fascinating just to think about, you know, just the scope of like history, and, you know, things which seem so permanent can like vanish so quickly, and, you know, people are a product of a particular, you know, time period or era, and then, you know, the circumstances can be totally different in 1,000 years or 2,000 years or 10,000 years, and a totally different kind of person will have emerged, or different kinds of people. You know, it's I just find that really fascinating, and, you know, the kind of history we have is so brief, and, you know, recorded history is just so brief, I suppose. And there's, you know, just millennia which are just kind of blind to us in a lot of ways, I think. So yeah, I think it's really interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, creativity is a great space for trying to lean into the feeling of an experience or a temporality pre-colonization.
Yeah, I guess if there was any, like, my book is kind of gentle, but if there was like a political element to it, it is this kind of insistence of the cyclical time and the sort of deep time of Wagaya and Wamba Wamba people, because I think it's a really, like, to this day, it's quite strongly just farmland. You know, we have strong Watchabollock mob up there who are doing fantastic, like, cultural, like, land management stuff, and the mob around Garryword, the Grampians as well, which is a little further south than my country. But I think for the large part, the narrative is super, like, European. People aren't as connected to acknowledging mob and country as we are in the metro, you know, regions. And I ran in, well, this old high school friend of mine who now lives in Canada was back in Australia, and we caught up recently, and she came to a reading that I did. She was so proud and excited because she's known me since we were little, and consequently has known about my Aboriginality my whole life, our whole lives. But I still think there was this, she was freaking out about, because we just grew up on, you know, on farms down the road from one another. And she was freaking out about the way that I was insisting a different story. And it was really, like, at that moment, I realised that my work does have a political edge to it, even with people who I love and I would never want to sort of upset them. I'm simply saying what is, which is Aboriginal people have existed and still do exist on these lands. And, you know, and just sort of saying, like, it's like this, it's continuing. Was there before our farms were, and will go on after we move to wherever we go to.
That's really beautiful. Thank you. Maybe we should go to question time if there are any. We can ask each other questions as well. Was that one? No, just to elbow. Oh, sorry. Yes, Jane, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to know what's next for all of you.
That was one of my questions.
That was one of your questions.
Thank
I
you.
missed the first half of the session, so you might have already asked that, but I want to know what's next.
Yeah, trying to write a novel at the moment, which is, you know, I didn't think would be easy, but is even, like, way harder than I thought it would be. So it's going to be years in the making probably, but, you know, it's kind of enjoyable. But yeah, yeah, it's satisfying. But yeah, hopefully it'll get there.
Yeah, John and I were talking about this before the event, how, like, because I'm trying to write a novel as well, and as a poet, like, someone said to me, like, just write hundreds of little prose poems. And I was like, yeah, nah. But that's kind of like the long-term project for me. But I also just, like, quit my job to pursue writing kind of like more full-time, so, which is going to be, it's also terrifying in its own way.
Yeah.
Exciting though.
That's really interesting because I feel like this year, every poet I'm talking to is like, oh, I'm writing a novel. Why are we all writing novels all of us?
You're writing a book as well, aren't you?
I mean, I'm trying.
Yeah, we're all trying.
Yeah, we're trying. Were there any other questions? I feel like Ali and Ari were like mumbling to each other. Was it a public, is it a comment? No.
Stone, are you working on any performances that we can come and see?
So true. Rising Festival, just the program got announced. Cerulean and I will be doing a production for Rising Festival. I assume that we'll have some writing. That will probably be mine. June, May. I don't know, look at the program, but it's there. We're doing that.
Late May, early June, I think.
Yeah, debut 31st of May into June, you know. It's a party. I think we're doing the after party to like the War on P band performance beforehand. So like,
Deadly.
It's a packed night. A lot of performances, I guess, at the same time. Yeah.
Can I ask? I'm just taking over.
Please.
With your, because performance and movement, like they are they're so embodied, but you seem to use words as a bit of an anchor to shape story. And how can you just talk about that relationship and the sort of translation into the body of words?
Totally. I do not normally like hearing my voice, and so I normally record my writing, and then like that is, I'm like in the Alluvium and the Fae, we were like we were lip syncing to my poems and stuff. So yeah, it's just more of wanting to incorporate that, but I don't want to do it on the night, so then I record it. Does that answer? Does that?
Well, also like about the sort of, because like I've dabbled in acting over the last couple of years, and I find the sort of, it's not my natural thing, like just being a physical being, and it's really interesting to come to like, you know, it's a vulnerable thing to like just put your body out there. I was just curious if what that relationship's like.
Yeah, I guess that's like an embodiment of kind of the whole me being a crystalline gem and my performance style is very like lithe and I know fragmented and at times smooth. I like trying to work. I know, trying to think about my body as like this whole biomechanical thing that I can move around and like, I don't know, dissociate from while I'm performing, I guess. And like, that is kind of, like when I'm writing, I'm thinking of like how to perform it and how to like, how that's, the world is very performative and as much as this world is, yeah.
Thank you.
Have there been any questions in the time since? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mob. I've really appreciated this conversation, and I've loved preparing for it because you just get to spend so much concentrated time with people's work. So yeah, definitely check out what Stone's got coming up. And also these two books, they're both published last year or 2023. So we've got The Body Country, Susie Anderson, and Firelight by John Morrissey. Thank you so much. Big round of applause and Free Palestine.
Message from the land. talks, a long drive, into the bush and the riverside. Ghost stories left and right. They keep me up all night, sleeping in my room with the bright green walls. It's so quiet here, no sound at all. I'm home, going home. I'm to this beautiful woman who inspired me to sing, yeah. To this kind gentleman who taught me to cherish the little things. To my dear Nan and Pa, to whom I dedicate this song. You'll know I'll never forget where I come from. Santa summer's gone, stop me and I stand. Home, going home.
I knew it from the moment I opened my eyes. I thought, okay, it's gonna be one of those days. So I tucked myself deep inside my warm sheets, have endless cups of tea, looking mindlessly ahead. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. We're always being told to go out on our own and stand up nice and tall and never miss a call. But what if I don't wanna go? I'm great at making plans, you know, I'll meet demands, but some days I don't wanna go. And it's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. I haven't slept well in months, you know. It's not just this once, it's followed me for years. But this is not a call for help, I'll be right. Please don't fret, I just need to go slow. Just need to go slow for a little while. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. One of those days, it's just one of those days, baby. One of those days. gentle with me. 'Cause it's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days.
Don't use your eyes, just make love to
Cause I just wanna move, yeah, yeah. And you can come too, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's me plus you, yeah, yeah. So tell me what we gon' do, yeah, yeah. Cause I just wanna move, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can come too, yeah, yeah. And one time for the crew, yeah, yeah. So tell me what we gon' do, yeah, yeah. I know you heard it all before, but I can find a flaw, and that I can't ignore. Wanna know who you are, you probably get this all the time. You're welcome to decline since the minute that I seen you, baby girl, been on my mind. Conversation, R&B on rotation. I'm gonna take my shot, no curve, no hesitation. Finesse, perfect placement, my moves are tight. And I know she approved, cause the mood is right. She the energy I need to make it through the night. And we're dancing like there's not a single soul inside. She drinks a little, but tonight she's a sober type. She loves to speak her mind like it's open mic. I pray to God that this club don't close tonight. I never met a woman like this, she a prototype. No disrespect, you just one of a kind. Got me sprung and you ain't even trying, no lie. I just wanna move, yeah, yeah. And you can come too, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's me plus you, yeah, yeah. So tell me what we gon' do, yeah, yeah. Cause I just wanna move, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can come too, yeah, yeah. And one time for the crew, yeah, yeah. So tell me what we gon' do, yeah, yeah. Nika dua jangan mer marching river yun. Ang bala basketball court is where we going, that is what we doing. Yan nara kajal terngalay kalang alito, boleh let you come. Gonna kick it when we get back home. You know I got the good fun, put you in the zone. Cause it's all about Netflix and chill, wrecking out my phone bill. Every love song got me caught in my feels. Tago nung door, kamur ko nung dag. Margalet you come na nina nito yaka wargo yun na. While I rally to reminding me na. Just the simple things, living it up. There is nothing that is better than love. I'm just a phone call or text away. When it's time to go, it's late in the day. But you wanna stay, cause I just wanna move, yeah, yeah. And you can come too, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's me plus you, yeah, yeah. So tell me what we gon' do,
Jingiwala, hello. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for joining us here. It's important, of course, before we begin to always affirm and honour that we are meeting here on Kulin land. The Boonwurrung, Woiwurrung peoples have long and deep histories in this place, very storied histories that we are all stepping into as guests, despite being blackfellas in this stage, in this festival. You know, this isn't our land, and so I know everybody here sitting beside me takes that responsibility to honour the ongoing custodianship of country very deeply. It's a really strong and important part of their work and their relationships, not just to the places where they live, but also, you know, the honour to their own communities. And so when we pay that respect, it is the respect that we also would want and expect to be paid to our homelands. I'm Evelyn Araluen, but I also really don't matter in this conversation. So we're going to move past that very swiftly. We are joined by three incredible writers who work across a multitude of forms and mediums and have been writing incredible works in those forms for many decades. And to be polite, I'm not going to say how many collectively between everybody here. But as a younger person, I can't say how honoured I am to be given the opportunity to speak to these true, these true leaders in their fields. We love and admire all of the young ones coming into the community and into the space, but the reason that those spaces are available, that they are welcoming and nurtured spaces, is because of the work of our elders in literature and the arts and in broader Aboriginal culture. So it's not necessarily a part of today's, the thematic theme of today's discussion, but I really do want to put an emphasis on the importance of resisting narratives of ageism and emergence in our literary culture and really recognise the richness that actually does come from mob who know what they're doing. And they had to learn what to do in harsher circumstances, and the ones who, those of us who now get to benefit from that knowledge of experience. So beginning with that note, I just want to say what a privilege it is to have these incredible three speakers here. They're briefest of introductions, because if you don't know who they are, then that's awkward for yous. So we have to my immediate right, we've got Auntie Julie Jetta Danson. She's a Burrabarongal woman from Darug Nation, Western Sydney, as somebody who was born and raised in Burrabarongal country. It's a great privilege to be sharing the stage with you. I'll be cute and charming and call you Uncle Kim, but I don't want to force you into whichever. Yeah, cute and charming. The great, of course, Uncle Kim Scott, who is a Noongar writer, teacher, academic, and also cultural worker with Wirramalin Language Project. And then to the far right, we've got Auntie Janine Lane, who is a Wiradjuri woman from Gundagai, Murrumbidgee River, and she is a writer, poet, critic, academic, teacher, kind of everything, and has worked across every single form, and I think is pretty much effectively about to have a book in every single form if she doesn't have that already. So a real honour to be able to share the stage with you all. The format that we're going for here is essentially, I'm a little language and writing and craft nerd, and I've managed to somehow produce a situation in which I get to ask three people who know way more than I do about writing, all kinds of little fussy particular sorts of questions. So this is a delight for me, and you all just happen to be sitting here in the audience. So hopefully you enjoy that, and if you don't, I'm sorry, we'll see how that goes. So each of the speakers here are also invited and encouraged to ask questions to each other. So if at some point I just get ignored entirely in this panel, don't worry, that's intentional, that's what we want. So, beginning immediately to my right. Hello, how are you? Not you. Yes, hello, Annie. Hi, how are you?
Oh, happy to be here, thank you.
Beautiful, good. So you've worked for many years across the page and the stage. And so my first question for you is really to ask us about the relationship between those mediums and whether you feel some stories are more meant for the embodied nature of performance and whether some stories are more appropriate for you in your practice on the page.
Okay. Before I say that, I'll acknowledge that I'm on Wurundjeri country of the Wurrung Nation, and I'm very pleased and happy to be invited here to Victoria. I give you greetings in a Darug language, which is Kwaibidja, Jamna, Payala, Janawi, come together in peace to talk. Look, that's a great question. I've known Evelyn for a little while. She's an amazing brain, so I always kind of a bit sort of flustered when she asks me a question because it's so in-depth. But I'm not often asked about page to stage, but I think if I hadn't written the 10 plays that I had before I became a novelist and a poet, I wouldn't have the skills, especially in dialogue and in bringing to life on the page human characters that are believable, but also have that theatricality and the ability to be poetic in their own way. And I think if I hadn't had that theatre background and that wonderful opportunity to work with some extraordinary Indigenous students, I was a lecturer at Sydney Uni for 20 years and a teacher for 40 years, and I taught a lot of drama, and we did a lot of improvisation, and improvisation allows that deep creative sense to come out of your mouth when you're not thinking about it, and it's kind of a subconscious creativity, and I believe in those kind of methods when I'm creating my own characters. But look, I stand on the shoulders of some of the great Aboriginal actors and writers, Ava Johnson, wonderful playwright, Bobby Merritt, the fantastic Jack Davis, and the wonderful actors I've worked with, Lillian Crombie, Justine Saunders, Kevin Smith, and also Billy McPherson, who is still a great mate of mine, attends all my book readings with his didgeridoo and absolutely steals the show every time he comes. But I think that past work in writing for the stage has really allowed me to give voice to my novels. And when I first started to get published by the wonderful Mugaballa, of whom I always pay great tribute to, because without Mugaballa I would never have been published. Funny, I've only ever been published in West Australia, and I only ever write about New South Wales, so all I can think of is West Australia. They think I'm exotic. Anyway, so and one of the first editors I had from Mugaballa said, "I want you to get rid of some of that dialogue." And, you know, I was really kind of pretty desperate to get published. It's like if she'd said, you know, I almost would have done anything. And I said, look, I'll cut out just a little bit. And I cut out about 3 words from the dialogue, you know. I said, you can do whatever you want for the rest of the novel, but don't touch the dialogue. And I still feel that. But, yeah, without dialogue, my characters don't come to life. So the 2 forms are very much connected. And without poetry, I wouldn't have learnt to really hone down the essence of a sentence into what is really needed to be there, and also the musicality and the rhythm of the words, and you get that from writing poetry. So any young or beginning writer in the room, practice with poetry. It's a fantastic way to hone your skills. Thanks for the question.
Also, I totally agree, practice with poetry. I wrote a book and it was very much practicing poetry, so, you know, I concur.
All right, Uncle Kim. So your body of work, reading that as a dialogue with Noongar community and Noongar history especially, and the cues that it does take from those relationships that you've built and developed and that you continue to maintain. My question to you in terms of craft is really about, you know, the work that you put into the clarification and the technique behind your own voice, because you are also an academic, and how you feel, you know, how much control you feel that you do have over that, given the cultural priority and mandate that is constantly acting upon your practice with your relationship with you know, Noongar language, but also that community work and development.
Oh, big question.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm nervous here and I'm trying to remember what. So dialogue with Noongar community and how that fits.
Well, you're a very precise and technical creative writer, but you're also one constantly acting in a cultural mandate, I feel, as a reader, you know, and I've heard you speak in context where you're thinking about how, you know, how your work has developed from book to book and how that is inflected by your relationships with the broader Noongar community. Yeah.
Yep. You mentioned being precise, etc. Also, that may be the case, but I think the comments we've already had about improvisation and practicing with poetry, what the rhythms therein in both those sort of practice, I think that's extremely important to me. And then later it's shaping to try and get things right. Yes, the relationship with the Noongar community. I wrote a novel, Benang, saying I may well be the first successfully white man born in the family line, which I'm proud of starting like that. It was in an age of, that was in the 90s, fraud, hoax and appropriation. At the time, over the road from where I was working, running an Aboriginal bridging course, there was a Noongar inquisition of Madruru Noongar. And it seemed to me that there was a lot of incentive to be a convenient sort of black fella and an angry one for the purposes of the academy. And if I was at all able I was trying to be a novelist, it was my second novel, then I should take on the language of the archives, which I'd just discovered. So that was an early part of that sort of dynamic. But then I have people, Noongar people saying, well, Kim, brother, I picked up that book of yours yesterday and I got about 50 pages in. It was too hard for me. I give it away. So, and winning, and you know, the first Indigenous writer to win the Miles Franklin, and you think, I've done something wrong, perhaps. So those things do affect me, and it's developed. So I do a book with a Noongar elder. Then you realise all the things that don't fit in a book like that. So she, Auntie Hazel, and this is something we continue to work with, had sat by her father's sickbed and in an exercise book had written a 500-700 word list, her own sort of spelling, wanting, you know, when it was still in the era of degradation and denigration, wanting to keep that alive. And so that's a lot of the language work has come from there. And I could continue, but that might be a bit long if I gone on a bit long here?
No.
All
I
right.
reckon
No.
you can continue. If you take too much time, we'll make it up somewhere else. Don't worry.
I said to you,
I'll
shut
keep
me up. I
points.
get nervy and I talk too much. So, I work, little group of us, so Auntie Hazel's siblings. So this is a group of elders who claimed me generations back, realising there's a brother and a sister. My great-grandmother was the sister living in a town infamous for a massacre occurring in that region and regarded by many Aboriginal people as taboo. This bunch of siblings claim me through the Noongar name of that little family. So that sets up certain, like for me, that set up certain responsibilities. And Auntie Hay, and they show me sites. This is an era of native title, so they pushed me on with Auntie Hazel's brother representing the extended family and the working party. So going through that, I find it difficult to withdraw just for the aesthetic pleasure, as much as I get joy from that, of just shaping words on the page. So that's also part of that dynamic. And then I think that Dead Man Dance was a book looking at what can I find from first contact about who I am, who we are, at the so-called friendly frontier. This horribly glib line in my hometown, and that was to try and enlarge upon the great generosity and humanity and creative ability to improvise and play with language that Noongar people in that area demonstrated. Playing with the literary form of the expedition journal you see that written. Learning songs and learning English. So much so that, and this is still hard for me to work out, particularly in writing that goes beyond our little space there on the south coast. When the colonisers first arrived to claim the land, it was hold it as a military garrison against the French, some of the historians say, because the French had been hanging around, as had the English, for a couple of decades. So when this fella, Major Lockery is called, sets foot on the shore, a Noongar man greets him, bonjour, if that's how you say the word, greets him in the French language. Now that, and I was trying to work with this, and this sort of impulse in that Dead Man Dance, that cross-cultural sophistication to make the other feel comfortable, that was part of the dynamic with Noongar community. Look how talented, look how wonderful our heritage is. Let's not get hijacked by the genre of military history and reduce it to this to and fro. That's part of a dialogue with Noongar community. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and Auntie Janine, so you are a creative, educational, cultural practitioner across a multitude of forms and mediums. You know, you began your career as an educator and you worked in secondary context for many years, and then you were working at a university, and alongside that you were writing poetry, fiction, essay, non-fiction. At the moment, your latest book, Gawimara Gathering, is a work of poetry, but you know you've historically written sort of hybridized kind of short story cycle memoir, and I promise I'm not just being ambivalent. Purple Threads is a complex book to place in terms of genre. You know, and you're a critic as well. And so I wonder, working and moving across multiple forms and mediums, but with a constant engagement with the style, the methods, the intentions,
the context of other works, whether they be other First Nations works, but also as a teacher you do focus a lot on you know, culturally and linguistically diverse writers. I wonder, again, this question of how do you locate certain stories and practices in form, and do you feel that that is something that's in dialogue with all of these writers that you work on and with in your criticism?
Wow, that was
a long question. Yes, I'm sorry.
that's right. Questions as long as the river that I used to live on. Okay, Yuru Marang, everyone, and UND Janine Warajari Ninga Gundagai Di. Hello, my name's Janine Warajari, woman from the Murrumbidgee River near Gundagai. And also acknowledge that I'm here today on stolen lands. Acknowledging solidarity with all stolen lands today, and also acknowledging solidarity today with Palestine, occupied Palestine. Thanks for the question. Okay, you mentioned gathering, Ogori Mara, which is a Wiradjuri word for gathering, or to gather. And so I wrote in Gathering, and it might be better if I read the excerpt perhaps, that before I write another poem, I'll stop and consider the violence of the paper that it's written on. And that's a poem in itself. And history is not the past. History isn't even what happens. History is just another story labelled as a truth. And in the acknowledgements, I think, which is what relates to Evelyn's question as well, all these things relate to Evelyn's question, I'll draw them together, I hope, is that I said this collection, like a lot of the work I do, is simply a moment which is part of a much bigger momentum of people, particularly of Wiradjuri matriarchs, but also writing matriarchs, and elders, ancestors, and other First Nations people who have actually been part of this big gathering journey. My work concerns itself very much with the transitions between orality and writing, or to writing. So, like having been raised by a community of speakers, there's heaps of responsibility in a story, or in any kind of writing. So, like responsibility among a community of speakers. And I think I've spent a lot of time in an institution of some kind or other, like a classroom or a school or a university, and thinking a lot about the kind of things that the body of writing that we've inherited as English doesn't really do right in a cultural perspective. And I guess one of those is like what I think about around the politics of recognition, which is like acknowledging where you're getting your story and your stance and your kind of grounding, or where are you getting your locality from? You know, like Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. So maybe if I put that in a Wiradjuri philosophy, it might be like, I'm located, grounded, therefore I am. So there is this responsibility of the politics of recognition in all types of storytelling that I think was kind of lacking in a lot of, well, totally lacking in the kind of writing that I got used to, or that I inherited. And also, so as a teacher, I'm more concerned which doesn't mean I'm not concerned with the craft of writing, but I'm more concerned with the ethics of writing and the ethics of the story and the standpoint of the storyteller and the positionality. I think perhaps First Nations peoples, other peoples of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds who are minorities, can feel the legacy of unethical writing and unethical representation. Well, not can, do actually kind of live with these things on a regular basis. So I'm concerned, yeah, craft is important in writing. Like craft is important in the kind of story that people tell, but it is also secondary to the questions that you should be asking about the kind of story that you're telling to start with. And yeah, I think Evelyn mentioned this kind of cross-generic writing that I do. I'm conscious about the limits of genre, because if someone tells you a story, it's a story. You don't say, hello, is this fiction or non-fiction, or do you want to give me a category for this story? That's very kind of like a post-colonial way of looking at stories. I think it's the strength of any story is in its form. And just before I go on too long, Evelyn mentioned also literary critique, criticism, which is a growing body, but it is very much the underrated side of any kind of creative work, is the kind of culturally grounded critique that is needed to sustain it. And it's one thing to have this really important creative canon of First Nations literature, canon of creative First Nations literature, something like that. But it's also equally important to have the same kind of like culturally grounded body of literature, of critique to go with it. And all bodies of literature, whether it's settler literature or whatever kind of literature it is also very much dependent on a healthy body of equally culturally grounded, culturally rigorous literary analysis. And it's probably the less perhaps I think people are thinking a bit differently about it now, but that's been a slow train. But, it has really probably been the least sexy side of writing, is literary critique and cultural rigour in literary critique, which is also kind of like, I actually wrote an essay called Cultural Rigour, which is about, culturally grounded language for literary critique for First Nations work. Okay, I might stop there too, thanks.
Thank you. Now, and thank you each for those answers, because that was all incredibly rich and detailed. We've had Uncle Kim and Auntie Janine have both spoken about history. Auntie Julie, that's also a deep part of your work and your practice, archival research building up as a kind of a foreground for missing, sublimated, never told stories. And the role of the imagination is obviously something really crucial in resisting the silencing of different historical and colonial narratives and archives. I wonder if you could talk about the particular challenges, yes, in terms of ethics, but also really I'm really curious about what are the challenges as a writer practitioner in writing those stories and representations at the level of your own sense of that authenticity and, and those representations being able to achieve more than just saying, yes, we were here, but saying we are felt and experienced and deeply human.
I wrote my first historical novel, Benevolence, as a reply to Kate Grenfell's The Secret River. When I saw the play adapted from the novel by Andrew Bavell in Adelaide and both in Sydney, I would end watching that play in tears rolling down my face. Not because the scene of the massacre was so much that it was a dramatised scene of a massacre on stage, which you don't really want to see, but because the novel had pretended that it was from the Darug point of view, and it was the people being massacred were Burra people. But they never had names. They were like flora and fauna in the novel. Andrew Bavell at least worked with Darug informants to give them some names. But I got incredibly angry because I actually knew the history of the Hawkesbury River very well, because I'd worked with Professor Peter Reid for 5 years on the History of Aboriginal Sydney website, which is still live, and it's got thousands it's got hundreds of interviews and historical documents and photographs and drawings. It's still a live website. And I actually knew in detail the history of the Hawkesbury River. And so the fact that that book ended up being, you know, The Secret River ended up being in every school child's hands in Australia infuriated me, because I felt that it was such a false voice. And it was because of that anger I was able to write Benevolence. And then after I wrote Benevolence, I've just written the sequel to that called Compassion. And I decided to write from the Aboriginal point of view the history of the Hawkesbury River through the eyes of my ancestors. And I'd had the privilege of interviewing so many elders due to the University of Sydney History Project, the History of Aboriginal Sydney. And I'd had the privilege of hearing their stories from the Blue Mountains, you know, down to Windsor, down to Blacktown, right into Redfern. And I was not surprised, but interested to see kind of how similar their family stories of the stories of their ancestors, of what happened to people in the Sydney area, which is ground zero for colonialism and invasion, was so similar to my own family's. And so I was able to draw on the energy from those elders to reconstruct a history which I found very hard to find in the archives. If you're related to a really famous Aboriginal person, there's a lot of information. You know, if I was, you know, descendant of Maria Locke, who was the first landholder out there on Richmond Road, I'm actually related through my family, through marriage, to Maria Locke. But finding my own ancestors was like needles in the haystack, because they were illiterate, they often didn't have birth certificates, they often didn't have marriage certificates, children were taken by the Benevolent Society and never seen again. And I was looking, so in the end the creative energy of my creativity was that I would write the story as how I kind of could imagine it. And but luckily when I came to write the sequel to Benevolence, which is Compassion, only came out on the 2nd of March, so I'm very proud of that. Mugabala, go Mugabala. And I was able to, I looked up the 2 times great-grandmother called Mary Thomas in Trove, and I found 3 things about Mary Thomas. Right?
Can you tell us the 3 things?
Yeah, I will tell you the 3 things. Funny about that. The first time she was in the magistrate's court in Windsor for stealing 9 fowls, right? And after that, every time my husband saw me in a really daggy brown dress, he'd come up and he'd write with his finger, "She stole 9 fowls," you know? The shift from the, you know, the asylum or something, he'd say. And the next time she's in the archives at all, and you can look this up in Trove, you know, is that she's up in the magistrate's court again. She got off the first time in the Windsor magistrate's court, and she stole a herd of cattle with her assistant, or the man with was called Henry Thomas, and I think that was her father, but I'm not too sure. He ended up in the Parramatta Insane Asylum for 5 years for that particular thing. She got off again. The next time she appears in the Windsor Magistrates Court, 3rd time, which is in about 1846, she's up for stealing a herd of horses.
I love her.
Yeah, I love her too. And that was a hanging offence, you know, in that era, in the colonial, outside of colonial Australia, hanging offence. And I thought, what a woman, you know. And she got off again, and she didn't end up in jail. And I just had to think about how on earth did she get out of going to jail. And I thought, my dad had the gift of the gab, fantastic storyteller. I've got the gift of the gab. I'm not a bad storyteller. I figured she had the gift of the gab, and she just talked her way out, and she pretended she was, oh, you know, they led me astray, and I don't know. And she used every kind of theatrical cunning to get out of being put in prison. But also she used sexism of the day in order to not end up in the asylum or the prison, where so many Aboriginal men were killed and murdered in the prisons and prison and asylum system. But you know, that passion for history is what made me a person who writes historical fiction. But the other side of me too, because writing fiction, it's like what Janine has said in here and Kim has said, is that doing the research and the language research and the talking to community and the protocols is hard work. It doesn't just come like that. You have to do the respectful work. Even if you're working about stories about your own mob, there still is an absolute requirement to show that respectful and do the respectful research and the protocols and talk to elders. But I sandwiched it with a crime novel called Maduka, the River Serpent, to give myself a breath of fresh air. And that was a revelation too, but that's another story.
So, descendant of a woman who progressively stole cooler and more things, found comfort in writing a crime novel as a breath of fresh air. Okay, all right. Okay, be careful how we frame that one. The Age is probably going to want to turn that into some kind of smack job. But that is a delightful story, and thank you so much for sharing that. I had no idea we were going to go there, but I'm jumping on Trove very soon. Thank you for that. Uncle Kim, you have been working, I'm finding a way of weaving this in, but you've been working archivally, of course, as you always have really in your entire career. But you've also been working with song and with, you know, speaking of multiple forms and modes. I wonder if this is enough of a segue to lead into what we had previously discussed in terms of the work that you've been doing across...
It could be, but it might... I've got the book now.
You've got the book now.
So
well, we've got another backup there. So
yes,
do you like...
and it might take time to set it up.
Well, what I would love, and you can choose whichever interpretation in terms of the action that you want, is what I would love would be for you to talk about or perform or do some form of me telling you what I want, talking about something specific in your practice that you've enjoyed doing, especially if it was difficult. I'm really interested in, as I said, I feel that you're a precise writer, and it was really interesting to me that you made that comment that so much of the work you feel is improvised. And I really would never, I've read all of your books, and I really never would have felt that there was any level of improvisation. To me, there's almost this kind of like mathematical equation to the way in which, you know, your sentences seem constructed and your representations of particularly characters, right? I think you invest a lot of energy into really interesting, compelling representations of characters. And I'd love to hear about the process of that construction and the process of building up a you know...
Yeah, the improvisation is definitely there, because that's, I think, for me, the best moments of writing is when you're in the zone and you, where have I been? You know, you look up. It's very rare in my experience, but sometimes they're the bits where where you find the heart of the creative work, and then the precision on those other things are about bringing those wonderful, in the composition, bringing those bits together and how you can link them, and also anticipating readers and the context in which work will be read. So that's where the precision might come in, and the attention to craft and so on. I wasn't aware of the complex sentences. I know I like rhythm. It's usually rhythms that are driving my sentences, I think.
No, but I think that's complexity, right? Like, I don't necessarily mean complex in the sense that, like, you've got a sentence that's like a Faulknerian kind of page-long thing, right? But a sentence that doesn't feel casually.
And
strewn them
sometimes
out.
you want to turn a reader on themselves.
Well,
too.
you brought up, you brought up the opening line. The opening line, Benang, right? That's a startling open line. I remember reading it myself as an undergraduate, and I was in that angry blackfella phase, right, where I was very much like, no, I'm not even anything else. I'm just an Aboriginal person, and to see such a, I didn't know if it was irony. I didn't know if it was, if it was a sort of, satire. I really couldn't place.
And I
it
wasn't
as a reader.
sure myself when I, but there was just there's an enormous amount of energy in just writing it down, and then where am I going to go from here? And also it foregrounded the prevalence of that phrase in the archive language, in terms of claiming land, the first white man born, the last full-blood Aborigine, that business, and then seeing that in the A.O. Neville's Australia's Coloured Minority, a man who'd been for 3 decades chief protector of Aborigines. It's the same sort of thing, draw a line. So the energy of that, I thought, it's brave, and where can I go? And then improvising where, and then building on that. I like that way. I like that way. I like that way of working. But I'm also very slow, and some of us, or one of us, mentioned imposter syndrome when we're in the back here. And I'm very aware, coming here to talk of the craft of writing, that my last novel was 2017.
It's a good book, though.
You're hardly an imposter.
But part of that is trying to be useful. So the working with song has been part of that, and to selfish reasons, I want to learn the old Noongar songs, but then who are you going to sing them to, and who else needs to learn them? And in one instance, the fella I was on the native title stuff with, Uncle Lomas Roberts, had left me with these recordings. He sang with another nephew of his. And none of his kids know them, all due respect to these people. But now one of his daughters, Gay Roberts, knows 4 or 5 of those songs of his, and we perform them as a group. So that sort of, in terms of your literary chops, that feels really powerful. Here she's not in the professional world, but singing her dad's songs and singing them sometimes in front of, we've done it with a couple of hundred people, a few hundred people. And her pride, that's I feel like, well, that's good work, that's the stuff to do. And I get to learn them myself, which of course, I like. But then also, and I hope this makes sense, also not all her siblings have learned those songs. So at what point do you start? So I try with the language revival, or whatever the term is, appropriate term, I try and work with return and consolidation of this material, as I think it, to its home community. And then you've got these widening circles where, and these are cliches, but I've had to think it through a bit, and then empowering those individuals through sharing it, because it gives you a buzz. Here's my old people's songs, and they operate in the affective domain. They got power, I think, even if you're not understanding all the words. So that's part of the work that distracts me, perhaps, from writing novels. But for me, it's all much of a muchness. I write a lot to explore and to think things through, and to quite aggressively, but in a sort of gentle way, take on some of these other voices, find a sensibility that seems more appropriate within language to how I feel encountering history or the contemporary world and the place of my sort of Aboriginal people. I'm losing it here.
No,
Come
I'm
in
just-
and fix things up.
That
Evelyn.
revival of language is such important work, and I think when I first read Kim's book and That Dead Men Dance and the use of language, and it kind of lit up my imagination of, you know, I can do this for Darug language. You know, I'd already been doing it in my plays when I work with Biripi people, but so, you know, a real inspiration. Don't ever think that wasn't important. You know, gosh, very important.
And as well, I think something that's been nice that's been coming across is that you've all spoken about yourselves as still learning, and especially with language too. You know, you're all from generations where your parents and grandparents would not have been legally in any kind of institutional environment been allowed to speak language, and so recognising that pathway back to language is not a given, and that, you know, my generation, we can now go to a TAFE class and we can do that. And actually, Auntie Janine, you've been doing Wiradjuri language, and that's been in your work for a long time in various ways. But it is in Gawimara. But what I want to highlight as well and ask you about is that's not. Again, you know, I'm using the word precision, but there's also such a particular structure of honouring that is brought in. You know, you have multiple poems to women and to older Aboriginal women in your life and in your community, whether they be Wiradjuri or Aranda, or, you know, many other nations that you've worked with collectively over the years. But I wonder, you know, writing now and writing while still learning in that space, and learning and teaching and writing, I want to ask you about two through lines in Gawimara particularly, one being those dialogue poems with other, you know, older Aboriginal women and women that you consider to be elders as well, but also the inevitable kind of space you need to clear to do that with poems like Forced into Images and The Historians, and the work of refuting colonial narratives as you do that honouring.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay. This book, or any of the books I do, but to date, this is not overly well acknowledged in commercial publishing or literary circles, not necessarily implicating the writers, but now we're all talking about it. So, but yeah, look, is that kind of politics of recognition? A new book is treated like it just fell out of the sky, and it never did, actually. There is a huge kind of intergenerational politics of recognition there behind that kind of work. And so yeah, in this book, because I'll just use this as an example because I've got it here on stage, and because Evelyn talked about it, there's several poems in here to women, including my Guni Narung, that's my grandmother, Guni, who's my mother. There's also poems to writing matriarchs like Auntie Carrie Reid Gilbert, and three particularly long poems that were a long time in coming, because the cultural process of writing these poems, and I think all the poems in this book are non-fiction, right? Which is something that people don't, a bit more now, but haven't really thought about poetry as something either outside fiction or non-fiction or either. But I think, you know, it's important to think about poetry as that kind of, the work that poetry does as that kind of factual story or true story. I hate the word factual. True story that history doesn't do. So yeah, there's poems in here to Auntie Jenny Martiniello, Kimara Martiniello, about the work she's done with story and weaving glass. That's what the poem's called, Weaving Glass. There's also a poem in here to my sister cousin Tracy Phillips, whose sister was Sandra Phillips, who grew up at a time, I suppose, with me, and that's a poem about nation. And through my sister cousin Tracy's life, you can read a lot of statement about the nation and the state of the nation. And I guess, and these three poems kind of thread the work because it's divided into three sections, and the feature of each section is these long dialogic bio poems to the women. And the last one is for Arnie Elaine Lomas, called Your Smile is a River, and who is the one who took me to begin with on my writing, my language journey, to go back and get a language that should have been my birthright. And so that, and the fact that we can speak that language now and have kept that language is due to that great Gari Māori or gathering, mostly that the women do, that I'd like to kind of centre in my writing. And also because we talked about imagination, well, the word makes me nervous because a lot of dangerous things have been done with imaginations, like the wild colonial imagination when it comes to black bodies, black women, black people. It's really uninformed. I think your imagination's got to be informed a bit by, Julie gave a classic example of what I'm talking about, how she didn't actually know the great-great-grandmother who had such a gift of the gad that she talked her way out of all these legal situations, but she does have this information about her now that's on a colonial record that she can do something with, because that's her blood and that's how that's informing the imagination. I think talking about an imagination as a kind of unhinged, out there thing that floats around waiting for people to pick it is a bit of a dangerous thing as well, because imaginations are as culturally grounded as the people who own them.
Thank you. So we've got about 5 or 6 minutes left, and so this is a big question to be asking, too big of a question really to be asking to get to it properly. But I'm curious about your thoughts, each of your thoughts on the continuing limitations that black writers do have, and I'm sure you've all seen these change over the course of your careers. That change hasn't been, that's not a given change. It's change that's been worked for. In regards to the right of black creative experimentation and pressing of boundaries and work across seemingly kind of, prohibited forms and such, right? Especially, Aunty Janine, I'm thinking here of all of your PhD research into the white imaginary and how that constructed this historical notion of, the Aborigine, which exists only in history and can't ever really be embodied. And you've each engaged and critiqued and spoken back to that history. But I wonder what you think as black writers now. What are, do you think you do have full freedom with craft, or do you still feel that you experience that pushback from, whether it be from publishers or from industry, that is trying to limit what you're able to do as practitioners?
Can I answer that? Yeah. For me, I'd had a reasonable career as a playwright. Had 2 plays on at Belvoir Street, had a play on in America, had 10 productions in Australia. But then I had a number of plays that got sort of shortlisted for the Patrick White Award or something and never got productions. And I ended up with several plays in the drawer, and I was sick to death of having to raise my own money and you know, pay the actors and produce it, clean the toilets, make the cakes, sell the tickets, you do everything in theatre. And so I switched to writing novels, and I think I stupidly thought, oh, that'll be so much easier, you know, right, it'll be really great, you know. And I've often asked, what's the difference between being a playwright and a novelist? Playwright, you're hanging around in the theatre, you're wearing a leather jacket, sexy actors are buying you drinks, you're buying them drinks, and you're part of the acting world and the drama theatre world, and you feel kind of, you know, top of the world, even if it's only 10 people in the audience. And then as a novelist, you're sitting alone in your slippers in a darkened room for 2 years, feeling deeply depressed.
2 years?
Having a whole 10 years in some cases, having a whole room with a wallpaper of rejection slips, you know, in the days when they used to send you letters, and thinking, what the hell am I, why am I doing this to myself? Am I some kind of masochist, you know? But I hear in public forums, oh, so much easier for Indigenous writers to get published these days. And I think, no, the writers I know, very gifted writers who still really struggle to get published. It's just simply not true. And often the gatekeepers in big publishing houses, they're all a certain sort of European-based...
Oh, yeah, they're white.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're allowed to say that here.
Or women, often women who've
Middle
been to,
class.
you know, Frensham or somewhere nice, and they've had
Upper
a nice
class.
private school. Upper class. And, you know, and they're looking down from a real height. And look, it's still, they're still the gatekeepers. And thank heavens for Mugabulla. And I just met some wonderful women from Central Australia who got the Running Waters Press in Alice Springs. Thank heavens for those women standing up and publishing the poems from their own people. I just think it's always a struggle, but I'm not saying any writer from any background, it isn't a struggle, and you've got to be half mad to want to do it. But when you do get a reward, you get to be in places like this, and people are nice to you, and they make you cups of tea, and they say, Auntie, can I get you a chair? And you know, and you actually get to meet wonderful readers as well, and you meet fantastic writers. That for me is the privilege. But I think it is a hard road, and the only answer to it is you have to be completely obsessed by your work. And as Kim said, when you're hot and you're on a roll, it's fantastic because it really flows. But a lot of the time it's just solid rewriting, and working with the most fantastic editors. I always take my hat off to editors. I worked with Ali Al-Zizi at Mugabulla, and I worked with the wonderful Jane Messer, who I received through a mentorship in the Australian Society of Authors. Always a good mentorship to go to because they're looking for people that are unpublished often. And without the help of those professionals, you know, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing.
Thank you. Kim, did you want to jump in?
Pushback?
Yeah.
Is there pushback? And look, it's there is everywhere. It's not just in literature. I think it's one of the responsibilities as a writer, a creative practitioner, a Noongar creative practitioner, is to expand the possibilities, the sort of roles, the ways of being. Firstly, in my instance, I think firstly for Noongars, especially those where there's love and trust, and then to expand it out from there. We need, you know, one can talk about the psychosis in the nation-state, Australian nation-state, and its relationship with Aboriginal Australia. That needs to be fixed and sorted. It doesn't appear to be able to occur through legislation and politics, however effective that is. So those of us here try and do it through writing. And of course there is an industry, I mean, even the fact that there has emerged, you know, a niche, I'd call it, if not a ghetto, of black writing, is in itself a problem. And I think we want to try and get out of there and bring others with us. You've got, for me, I try and understand, you know, where some of that pushback, and how much can you give ground. Again, that first white man born stuff is trying to do that. I'll give a bit of ground and see if I can regain it big time. So that negotiating with audiences or publishing houses or whatever, that's always on. The dangers now are a bit, we might not have been able to get in before, but now one of our issues, it seems to me, is not to fit too easily into the niche. They often, and this again, I mentioned Madruru Nunga, Colin Johnson before, it's quite convenient for the Academy and the White Academy to have angry blackfellas, So, and sometimes it seems as if audiences want to be shouted at, almost. But that's not the way literature works, that intimacy of creating a story and expanding space together. So it's those sort of negotiations. There are frustrations at the level of industry, but we've made ground. We've got to make sure we don't trap and ambush ourselves, I think.
Thank you. Auntie Janine?
I think we're just about out of time, but the purpose of culturally rigorous First Nations critique, and our biggest limiter is the market and the publisher. The purpose of culturally rigorous First Nations literary criticism is to assert systems of cultural value that are beyond those determined by the colonial mainstream and set by the market. And a further aim of that is to challenge the absolutely rife celebrity colonialism in publishing and marketing that seeks to sell a particular black stereotype or brand of black story at any particular time and place at the expense of ignoring the diversity and the intersectionality of other black stories and life experiences in First Nations communities. And after this panel, if you go away and think really hard, you could probably come up with a list of what's the selling black stories kind of thing at the moment. And that's not necessarily the black story. Were you going to say something?
No, I was just complimenting you.
Thank you. Yeah, a bit of a serious note to end it on, but yeah, it's the market force, and if any kind of culturally rigorous writing in our communities has any role, it is to assert a system of values that are beyond and above what's driven by the market, and to look at what are the stories that are out there not being told. And if you're advocating for First Nations stories and you've already got some space, a good advocate always makes themselves redundant. So maybe we could all relinquish a bit of space for stories that are not there. Manda Guru, thank you.
Thank you. And can we give an amazing round of applause for our incredible speakers, Auntie Janine, Uncle Kim, Auntie Julie. Thank you so much for coming.
And Evelyn Aralou, and wonderful facilitator.
Thanks to the chair.
Please enjoy the rest of the festival and support Black literature and Black writing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Evelyn.
Thanks, Evelyn. Yes. And the rest of you.
Too much green, I don't feel okay. Windows shaking, the walls keep talking. Whole face jump like a don't bouquets. DJ stop, but the bass keeps calling out. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling out. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling now. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. 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 Bodies on bodies, sweat drop, drop. You know, out west they get hot, hot. Turn the whole place to a hot box. It be non-stop till the cops knock, knock. Keep the tight knit, yeah, I stay close. In the street bugging, so I lay low. Old head should've stayed home. Only here for the pics and the payroll. Too much green, I don't feel okay. Windows shaking, the walls keep talking. Whole place jump like a don't bouquets. DJ stop, but the bass keeps calling out. Staying up, I'm staying close to you. Wasting nights with you right by my side. Make it up as we go. I don't mind where you want me to be. I love to tell you how I'm still thinking about you. Rehearsing in the shower for the 11th hour. And now it's getting closer, the night is almost over. And baby, I was thinking, I just cannot stop thinking about you. Thinking about you. Thinking about you. I just cannot stop thinking. Staying out, I need to settle down. Trying to find lovely eyes all the time. Looking out to find you in the crowd. If I call, would you let me down? I love to tell you how I'm still thinking about you. Rehearsing in the shower for the 11th hour. And now it's getting closer, the night is almost over. And baby, I was thinking, I just cannot stop thinking about you. Thinking about
Got home late, no lights were on outside, padlock on the front gate. It's a Monday, and I got bills to pay. Envelope, red stamp that says it's due today. Pay, and I spend all my day on the grind, cause I got no social life outside, and I don't have nobody call the landline, cause I ain't got no more pie inside. All
All you left is an empty hallway. Broken pieces of a world we both made. Shot me down like a gun, it ain't any fun. So baby, I'm done. Because this house ain't much of a home anymore. Since you've been gone, I've been trying to move on. And now this bed don't feel like it used to before. Gonna pack my bags, put a sign on the door. Gonna let the neighbors know that we don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. Don't live here no more. I'm wanting. You might have let me down, but what goes around comes back again. By the weekend, it's been a long week. And now you're gone, I'm stronger the longer we don't speak. Free. And I spend all my day on the grind, cause I got no social life outside. And I don't have nobody call the landline, cause I ain't got no more power inside. All you left is an empty hallway. Broken pieces of a world we both made. Shot me down like a gun, it ain't any fun. So baby, I'm done. Because this house ain't much of a home anymore. Since you've been gone, I've been trying to move on. And now this bed don't feel like it used to before. Gonna pack my bags, put a sign on the door. Gonna let the neighbors know that we don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. Don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. Don't live here no more. I called the cops, it seems we had a break-in. Cause your side of the cupboard is now vacant. And every little thing that used to be yours, I figure is already the feature in an advert on Craigslist. But why you gotta do me like that? And why you always gotta react in the worst way? You got me feeling like I'll always be the worst case. Your stone heart works better as a paperweight. I'm just kidding. But seriously, I spend all my day on the grind, cause I got no social life outside. And I don't have nobody call the landline, cause I ain't got no more power inside. All you left is an empty hallway. Broken pieces of a world we both made. Shot me down.
Hello, I'm Chloe. I'm going to be reading my piece, Broken Glass. I lie in my room bathed in shadows and desolation. A single ray of light from broken curtains shines a beacon of iridescence across a wasteland of senescent sorrow. I used to think you were that light ray, the one golden beam streaming in to protect me from anything, my person. People say walking on eggshells. With you, it's more like walking on broken glass. I still have to be careful, tiptoeing around your fragile feelings. Don't let the glass shatter any further. Don't let the cracks make a sound. Don't let it cut any deeper than it has to. The edges still tear into my flesh, leaving scars and wounds hidden, guilt-ridden. That's what you made me. You weren't my person. You were my poison. That distant feeling of something welling up, a pit in my chest, like tendrils, coarse granules of sand swirling, squeezing around the core of my very existence, suffocating, preventing any chance of me escaping. The feeling spread throughout my chest, branching out, up my arms to the tips of my fingers, stomach, skin, bones, aching with desperation, wondering why. Why couldn't you be there for little me, being a protector like you promised? I saw through your dishonesty, your vile lies. Everyone called me insane, and you couldn't refrain from grinning because you know what you are. They told me that I loved you. Well, I despise that word. Love doesn't mean a thing, because you can love someone you don't like. You can love someone you hate. And I did, and I still do. Tear me down, break me apart, rip me limb from limb, leave me hanging by a thread. You don't get to win. I don't need you to be my ray of light. Don't pretend you're trying to fight for me. Well, now you're caught, showing no remorse, and everyone sees your heinous deceit. Call me a villain, but in the end, I'm free from shards of your broken glass. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming here on this wonderful day. Firstly, of course, I want to pay my respects to the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, their elders, past, present and emerging, and also everyone who's here today, Indigenous people, First Nations people, settler people, whatever you want to call yourselves, welcome. Our panellists today for the session, Language Lives, on my furthest right, Kim Scott, the great Kim Scott, one of our greatest writers, Noongar man. And next to him, of course, Curly Saunders, incredibly creative. And when you look at Curly's CV, she does everything. Filmmaker, singer, songwriter.
No film yet, but I'll take it. You're speaking into my future, Uncle. I love that.
You are listed as a filmmaker and even a model as well. You've done everything. And Maria Lena Ellis, also one of the Arrernte Wildberry people. We're really privileged to have you here today with us as well. And language lives, and of course, like some of us, of course, I never ever grew up with language. I did speak in Aboriginal English, and as I ventured out in the world, learned to code switch. I occasionally lapsed back into that English as well. Certain languages which were very specific to the region I grew up in, certain words as well. But it was a hybridised language, and I guess the thing that came out to me, of course, that English is malleable. There is something they speak in England, but in England, of course, there are many dialects, and of course, Aboriginal people speak versions of English, and some of us speak Creole as well. It's been said English is the world's largest Creole. It's a language which is composite, which is made up of various Romance and Germanic languages. I guess the first thing we want to talk about, of course, are First Nations languages, and all our panellists have used those languages in their creative work, and they've been part of the revitalisation of language. And of course, that's been part of our literature from the very start, and the late playwright Jack Davis, with his plays like No Sugar, made use of Noongar languages in those plays, and when you look at the productions, and the scripts, of course, they had glossaries. And Kim Scott, a Noongar man, of course, has continued that. And Kim, I wonder if you could just speak in the first instance of why you became, I guess, identified with the plight of Aboriginal languages and First Nation languages, and the desire to include it in your creative work, but also to be part of a larger social process of bringing those languages back.
Thank you, Philip. Bit by bit, I'd say. May be relevant. We just started with language. I also want to acknowledge the old people where we are here. And there's a Noongar Bessie Flowers came over from Albany in the 19th century to this area, and as a teacher at an Aboriginal mission, and her writing very early on is very, very fluent, very literate in English, and late in her life you can see she has a global perspective. She's experienced racism and is complaining about it. But none of that is in Noongar language. I wanted to start with that, partly to talk about the old people around us in the land and to try and get some connections happening. But also that she was using English because that's functional, and she took pleasure in that. So my own way of working toward Noongar English, I didn't grow up speaking it. A little handful of words, I would say, in the suburb where I grew up. But a lot of my, increasingly with the writing in English, the literary writing, one realises it's frustrations. You're trying to make the language do something else, speak about who you are, and so forth. And it occurred to me, it became apparent to me that Noongar language was a key to that. Now there's dilemmas within language revival, I think, to get the purity of that old language versus getting a language that we can all share in a contemporary sort of sense. I find myself, maybe, I don't know why, gravitating to that sort of classic, trying to locate and revive a classical Noongar language, partly because of parallels with, I think, what happened in Europe in discovering Greek and Latin and the cultural blossoming from that. So I kind of hope that that might be possible. And the idea of communicating with ancestors, as silly as that might sound, and with country. I believe the idea that these many ancient languages across the continent, so connected to place, you know, place is part of the text, it seems apparent, can help with that. The decolonisation can help with healing, and will inform some other sort of cultural blossomings. And when I look at this long answer, so when I look at first contact of Noongar people, especially on the south coast, and I see how, as I've said before, how talented, how generous, how humane, how cross-culturally sophisticated they were, it must be language that's giving them, helping them take those qualities. So there's a bunch of reasons, I think.
Curly, you're a Gunai woman, and one of your, I guess, most esteemed books, Bindi, which won the Days Till Tomorrow prize. You used language in that, didn't you? What were you thinking about when you were doing that?
Yeah. Sorry. So I was born and raised on Gundungurra land, and the language within that book is Gundungurra language. And it's the language that my grandmother carried and taught and had a legacy to teach. And I watched Auntie Val be this leader in our community speaking language, and people coming along to learn it, to be able to embed it maybe in their workplaces at council or in their schools, teach the kids the colours of, you know, different colours or numbers. But beyond that, the application seemed pretty simple. And I am one of the most fluent language speakers of Gundungurra, and I don't have people to speak it with in conversation. And so I wanted to be able to weave this character in, this young Bindi who had these experiences with language as an everyday part of her yarn, and who spoke words almost like Creole. So within Bindi, words are woven in contextually, and there is a word list at the back of the book. But I wanted to create something that would enable students to be able to imagine themselves, especially black kids, to imagine themselves in this future where they have language and where they teach it. And now more and more that's happening in our classrooms, and when I'm teaching kids, you know, I might see them for different projects across different years, and I'll catch up with them next time and they'll have more language, and the next time again more and more. So I wanted Bindi to be that. I think also what you speak about, Kim, with the reality of language being inextricable from land and us being inextricable from both of those things, means that when we're giving our kids these words, we're giving them back part of themselves, and also access to have, you know, communion with the land and with their identity in a different way, and with their ancestors. You know, we're always telling them that, and I was taught this by the Morris kids, who I've learnt from who carry the Chapmans, Granny Chapman's language of Tharawal down the coast on the east coast in New South Wales. And they would say, if you don't know the language words, just talk to that thing anyway, and eventually you might learn the language word, but also you'll be communing anyway, you're having conversation anyway. So they walk along like, hey there, tree, how are you today? You're looking deadly, I like you, you're looking very good there, nice and strong there, I like how you're giving the home to that bird. And then they'll keep going, hello tree, how are you today? And eventually they learn that name is Kundu. G'day Kundu, how are you today? And then G'day turns into Wallawani. Wallawani Kundu, you know, and then an introduction. And they have a basis that can be added and expanded upon. And I think that's an interesting part of language teaching and learning in the place that we're existing in, because we are so often reconstructing something that's 250 years old from these documents, but we're also trying to create something that is contemporary, where kids can use it in their everyday experience and carry that forward, so that when we're gone, just like my Auntie Val has passed, somebody will be able to continue that language, and it will be applicable to them and there where they are. And the more that we're having buildings knocking down trees, the more we're going to need a word for building and not tree.
Marialina, you speak several languages. How many languages do you speak?
First of all, I'm going to kankam randere gonna na mananula rolling jama bagana Ta kona kanga jata ko te cheno kona. Yung kona angkama a church a rectory ni mapaka kulen mapaka. Nuna irangam. Mararan tarakanaro. English is my 6 or 7 language. That I grew up, blessed to grow up in Central Australia. My mother's language is Aranda, and my father's language is Walpuri. Because of the intertribal marriages, I've got cousins and, from the next tribe and, next neighboring tribe. Growing up speaking my language is just come natural. It's like, like you fellows learn about English and grow up in that setting. But learning different languages, just have that time to sit down and just listen to the sound, the rhythm of that language. It's almost musical. Our language is not something that was forbidden. A language is who we are, where we come from. It's from the country. It's from the country that we stand upon that land, because it's who we are, where we come from. Language is important. It's important part of our daily life, communication. Any given day I'll be talking to my cousin in Walpuri, it's an everyday thing. We doesn't phrase me at all. And sometimes I mix Aranda and Walpuri together. But yeah, English, I've learned that in school. The first time I went to school, I was like 10, 11, because most of my growing up was out on country. My grandparents were my teachers. That's their role that they played. So going to a Catholic school, I'm an end product of a Catholic education, and I went to school, and I learned the first nursery rhyme was Humpty Dumpty. Oh my God, that nearly gave me a heart attack. I got a fright. I went home after listening to Humpty Dumpty. That big egg was sitting up there, and he fell down, and he cracked himself. I went home to my nana and my mom, and was like, oh my God, Mom, they got egg in England there, and he's sitting up there, they dressed him up, he got face and all that, and egg. And he's sitting there like wall, and he even fall down and crack himself, And like for me, that was like that's my first culture shock in English thingy story. That I was tormented. And that nursery rhyme, I tell you. Yeah, I still remember that like it happened yesterday. And then I was so scared. I was scared to go back to school to learn about what next. The nursery rhyme coming from another overseas country there. And they're bringing it, proper thing in my brain and my imagination. But yeah, learning that, listening to that nursery rhyme was, oh my goodness. As a 10-year-old, I was like, what's going on? They got egg people in England. And I was thinking, well, all the king's horses and men were going to rescue me, but is that egg that part of the royal family or what? I didn't know they got royal family, egg shape. So yeah.
Sometimes we wish they did.
That was my evaluation of Humpty Dumpty. Don't get me started on Jack and Jill. Look like sister having a good time, yeah? Oh, I forgot to mention I'm a comedian as well. You're making me blush. Oh, give me a minute. Let me get back. So language is important. We need that language to learn and to read the country. So when it's winter time and before the winter season comes, we've got insects and animals and birds and stuff that show us the winter. We read the land for winter. We don't go to Channel 7 or Channel 9 for the weatherman to tell us. We know our weather from reading the country. And when you see the changes on country, the air, the sunrise, sunset, everything about it, it tells you what it's going to be. So, you know, learning about what season we're going to go hunting for, what available, you know, food and, you know, to go hunting for and what to gather. Season is important. And for ceremony, the singing and dancing and teaching and talking to our kids around the campfire. When kids are listening around the campfire, they're learning as well. And that's how I grew up, just listening to my grandfathers telling the stories of old and ancient. That's where I got hungry to learn more. And I said, one day I'm going to be a storyteller. And look at me, I'm sitting right up here telling you of this story. Thank you.
I think we all feel we're very privileged, of course, to be sitting with someone who speaks innumerable languages. Something seems to be emerging, but of course the importance of language in terms of connection to country, and also the importance for young Indigenous people of language in, I guess, enhancing, developing a sense of self and belonging and pride in this being Australian and being a First Nations person. Kim, you've used language quite sparingly but very precisely, and that I heard that in the earlier session about precision, very precisely in your books. Could you just tell us why you're choosing certain phrases that I remember quite clearly? Sometimes it just emerges as a use of language.
Yeah, look, probably like many Indigenous writers. Early on, it's the pleasure in learning a few words, a few phrases, being able to write them down. In one novel, Benang, I don't think I used very much except the word in the title, and the last line in that book, "We are still here, Benang," it being a name for an ancestor as well as the word for tomorrow. That seemed to make a lot of sense. However, in the last novel, all those years ago that I wrote, Taboo, I didn't use Noongar language. I just used phrases like the old tongue, you know, the old people's words and so on. And that was, I think, and I'm still sort of working this out, so forgive me, and I don't mean to offer it as a critique of anything anyone's doing. But increasingly I sense these languages are a major denomination in the currency of identity and belonging. You know, they potentially will anchor a shimmering nation state to its continent. But the people have to be in there as well. And it concerns me and discomforts me and makes me think, what am I doing when I see well-educated, affluent, white people using Noongar language, respectfully and all that. They think they're being respectful at home. And I know so many of us are struggling to regain the language. And it's our older generations have been punished for it, and they've been filled with shame, which is worse, I think. It's confusion there. And so those, especially that business of a settler colony, getting a sense of identity and belonging from Indigenous languages, and the true heirs, inheritors of that language, haven't got it back yet. And it seems to me then it's same old power relationship, same old sort of greed, same old grab, and better that group rather than the rest of us. So that sort of informs the way I work with stuff a little bit. In the novels, I use it partly to create that desire, to entice and lure is how I think of it, and to help make space. And it has been up until quite recently to try and to increase the sense of the importance of these languages. But now I'm thinking, oh, what is the right way to do it? Because the whole thing's changed around so rapidly, and I'm you know, I love it's great respect for little community that I know, you know, subset of the wider Noongar community where there's trust and those things. I want those people to learn the language. And then I also become aware, sorry to be taking up time here, in terms of, so you want to develop a curriculum from an endangered language, there's a great pressure to just speed it up and fill the gaps. Whereas, as I was saying in the previous session, and I don't mean this to big note, but it's you know, lucky to have some elders giving us a few recordings and writing words out and giving us a clue how to say them. And it's a dialect thing, you know, it's very regional, and you come to understand. I know these older siblings, they all speak Noongar language slightly differently because they've been moving, you know, it's a big community and they're moving from one to the other. So in that sort of way, yeah, the novels, it's one sort of thing to lure, entice, to make space. But then my own feeling is I want to keep the trust, and I want to use it for healing, because it's quite hard on the psyche, I think, early regaining language. You know, have I got it right? And we are an oppressed community, and we tend to, you know, be a bit nasty to one another sometimes, and language can become another tool like that. So I think it's got to be part of trust. It's got to, you know, slowly, and I'm increasingly working on lesser language learning through a curriculum, but a handful of language artefacts, song and story, that they connect to topographical features. And so you've got a community that belongs there, or should belong there, did belong there, however you want to phrase that, bringing back, as I've said other times, we remake ourselves from the inside out, learning some of these sounds that I never grew up with. So if there's an answer there, somewhere in there.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's obviously important about, you're talking about the embodiment of languages within the Indigenous people, within First Nations, and that for many of us, of course, language has been hostage to the non-Aboriginal linguists who've done something very important and marvellous work in preserving. But of course, I think what we're seeing is a process of it moving back. And Curly, you spoke of the challenge of being the sole speaker of a language and your work with younger people. Would you like to respond to some of the things Kim's been saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely not the sole speaker, but I would say I'm one of very few, and one of the more fluent within that group of few. And so that comes with its own complications, because then you have a big responsibility to go and do that. And you also have a long list of publishing deadlines to meet that, you know, and you get it, you guys get it. Yeah, I think the time sitting with elders and community and getting the language right is some of the best time that I've spent, and it's such slow time. I think my language journey, I was on the banks of Bungali on the Shoalhaven River with Dharawal community and Yuin community, so Adrian Webster and Jacob Morris were teaching down there, and I could hear I heard ancestors speak in language, singing in language for the first time, and I thought I was going mad. And I called my auntie up, and I'm like, Auntie, hey, I've got these, I'm hearing voices. And she's like, oh, that's good. What are they saying? I said, what? I think I'm losing it. And she's like, nah, what are they saying? I said, I don't know, because it's all in language. And she said, well, that's what they're saying. And then we had those poets sit and teach with the elders on country and support children in teaching poetry and teaching language. And that became expanded into a program around endangered species like the black cockatoo on Gundungurra country. And we rolled it out across 12 different communities in partnership with the elders, and we went through the Territory, New South Wales and ACT, and worked with over 600 students across 60 workshops. So they were quite small groups of students, all First Nations students, and always outside on country teaching and learning. And then COVID happened. And so we all got locked down away from country and away from this opportunity to teach. But the thing that felt really important when on the other side of this was that it kept going. And in that time, I left my role at Red Room, but I said, if I'm leaving, you have to replace me with another Blak programmer, and I want this project to continue. And it's now turned into Buri Burai, which is the name for the whale, and we're researching the whale songline from Tasmania all the way up into Hervey Bay with many, many communities, and sitting with them and hearing the elders teach language about the whale song and passing the whale stories up the coast following that songline and creating song and story in language as a response. And these projects are so often arts projects. Like First Lights, which I hope we get to talk about because Kim and I also worked on that together at different times. It's so often the arts which give us the impetus to go and teach and learn language, but I do feel like it has to be mob who get to learn that first, because otherwise we're in competition in this colonial structure where more power and knowledge is sitting with our allies while our kids are missing out, and then they're always a step behind, not just in education and health and employment and well-being, but now also in cultural knowledge and language. So yeah, that was the intention of that program.
So we're seeing a movement through the arts to the community now. And is there still a role for the non-Indigenous linguists in all this? What would they do?
They did a good job writing it down, eh? And I think I want to acknowledge that the language that we get to learn now on my side of the family is because all of the knowledge of Protection Board, the government, recording things across the Bungyanda mission in Lake Tyers or around Sale at Ramayak or, up near Purfleet and Taree or on Tharawal and Bidjigal country or around Katoomba. All of that knowledge is because all of the linguists' knowledge is the stuff that we are stirring back up again with the knowledge of what our old people have told us at different times. And on the East Coast, colonial impact has definitely had its play in handing that on. But I do think now we're finding our own way of documenting our languages, which are true to the sounds that we can make ancestrally, that our voices make. And we're starting to, I love when I get to sit with, keep mentioning those boys down the coast because they've taught me Tharawal and Gumir Tharawal grammar, which helped me go and sit with the Matthews Dictionary and with the Jim Barrett's iteration of this Matthews Dictionary of words, this record of words, language words in Gannagara. And because I know the grammar there, I could figure out the right way to organise it here. So we need linguists, we need Blak linguists to help us stir up these white recordings, and better still, we need to go further as far back as we can, listening to those old people singing and speaking language. Yeah.
One of the most remarkable people I guess I've met in respect to Aboriginal languages, of course, has been Lionel Fogarty. And once Lionel said to me, he sees language quite different to how many of us would see it. It's actually it has density, it has depth. And he talked once of a word that was given to him by an elder, so it was like something precious, one word. And I think within the secular world we use language carelessly, and to be cool is to be even more careless. And I think we've experienced sitting here with Maria Lena today, of course, something of the power of language. And I wonder if you could just out of your own inspiration talk to us more about language, as you understand it. Maybe you can. Could you speak some phrases from the various languages for us?
All right, this way I get you, audience, to participate. I learn your language, you learn mine now. Fair? I never hear him up yet. Okay, when we say hello, we say wada. And then you say Daganadam. It's like, hello, what are you doing? Okay? And we say, where are you going? It's like, Dunanadam. Okay. Too easy for you, Mom. Okay. Cat. Repeat after me. All right? Cat in English, in Arana, we say, Aknatarga targa. Let's try it again. No giggling. Focus. Akatarga. Really? Some of you are swearing there. So other languages like similar. Like you have to say it, you got to use your tone of voice, your body language, and who you're talking to. It's really difficult. Because some of your audience that I could hear that you was like talking about anatomy there. Okay? You got to be careful. All right? I don't know what's going on in Yumaba's head, but yeah. Language can be hard and language can be easy. Language can be challenging. Language can be everything that you want. It's the quickest way to learn language. I want to give out my secret now. I'll start charging you up now. I got an ABN and I'm not afraid to use it. Okay, the easy way to learn language is like you need to close your eye. Why am I sitting there looking at me? I'm asking you, close your eyes. Well, sister, you're right. Close your eye, close your mouth, open your ears. So when I say it once, you repeat without thinking, okay? We're going to try it now for the cat. And I want to hear that loud voice. Ready? Perfect. Some of you got it. You were still talking about your anatomy there. But that's okay. Perfect. That's how easy it is to learn language. If you can shut your mouth, open your ears, and close your eyes, and listen to us, Mob. Listen to our language. Listen to our problems. Listen to what's out there. Listen to our plea for help. Some of us need help. But those of us that have this language strong, we want to support and encourage. And that's what being every person is. It's like we share everything. We carry that coulement of knowledge. Some of you might have that PhD, a piece of paper, say you're doctor in this, this, and that. We have our own. We carry our coulement of knowledge. And we carry that, and it's invisible. We wear it up here. And for me, being out in the Walbury, coming from the desert, my time and whatnot is all about sharing and to encourage. That's what we're all about. We don't take words or steal anything and everything because we can't steal that language. It doesn't belong to us, but we'll steal it anyway. We don't work like that unless you're related to the next tribal people. And I met two people here all the way from Western Australia, and they connected and they know my son. Because my son married over there in Derby in Western Australia. We got that instant connection of family. Here in the city, country, Nam. How amazing is that? We have that connection. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Vice versa. But your language is important. Language it tells you who you are and where you come from. You stand tall and proud. And I love softball, right? We love the game of softball. My community, we played softball in the 80s. And we knew the rules. We knew how to play it. So the thing that we had against the other team was our communication. We knew how to play that game. But then again, we used to make the other team nervous because we use a lot of that language on the field to where the position and where to, So that was our big advantage, using it for sport to communicate. Everything, everyday life, it's all about language. I read and write in Arundel Walbury. I'm a teacher. I'm a grandmother. I'm a mother of 5 sons and 1 daughter. Language is my passion. It's who I am. It identifies who I am, where I come from. What's most important about language is it's who you truly are. Can I thank you?
I think we're starting to get a sense of language rather than something which is utilitarian, used to manipulate, to carry out things in the world, but also language as part of your own being, but also, you know, something you were suggesting, Kim, that the First Nations languages, of course, are part of the world's great cultural heritage and have to be preserved, and the best preservation, of course, is the First Nations people to speak them. I just want to get your thoughts now, post-referendum, on what role First Nations languages could play for settler Australia. I know the language is a form of freedom from the past, a form of spiritual decolonisation. But is there a place for settler people in relation to the First Nation language? If we could just all respond as we please.
Yes, there is a place for settler people in Indigenous languages, but post-referendum, this is why some of the things I was saying before, which is, it's made me rethink, because I think I've been, look, I have a poem on our major sporting stadium in Perth in Noongar language, so I'm complicit in the thing I'm arguing against. But that was then. That was not so long after a native title deal that was a gesture towards changing things. But post-referendum, like I said before, seems to be it's a return to that same old power relationship. In my electorate, the yes vote, and I'd like to think that I've write novels, I've changed people's minds. The yes vote was 26%. So it's made me think I'll just stick with building the language, if I can, around love, trust, probably small groups of people, and like I've spoken before, trying to do it on country. Yeah, that's my response to how. But we'll never be a different nation unless, as I said before, the shimmering nation state is anchored by these languages that we've heard eloquently put here today. But I think, for me, it's slow it down. We're in a position of regaining ancestral language. And when the mainstream community's hungry for it at the same time, that can further exacerbate all sorts of tensions within our own community. So I don't know if that's what comes to mind in response.
Yeah, I live in a town that was a predominant yes vote, which was amazing because I spent a lot of time working on the campaign with the Uluru Dialogues and recording the stories of lots of elders and community members around that campaign. And the town I grew up in, where I speak most of the languages that I learn is Gannagara. It was a no. And I remember crying into my pesto gnocchi. Just been like watching the tears fall out and being like, well, it's going to be salty today, you know? And feeling so absolutely obliterated by, and I remember crying and saying to my partner, this country is so racist. This country is so racist, and him just hugging me while I'm like shuddering in tears. So I really, I felt really rattled, and I think it's because I live in a town that is interested in, that was interested in the referendum, in a way of wanting to be engaged. And I also feel like, something that I'd said before the referendum and that I feel now is that like not much would really change. If we got the yes, all it would mean is that the kids going to school the next day would see that Australia believed that they would value the First Nation. It felt more of from a cultural political standpoint around the actual implementation of policies and things changing. Not a lot was actually going to change, right? But what would change would be the social, that the kids would be going to school and be seeing that people in the world cared about them and that their people mattered in some way. And so I think it's a weird world to exist in. I spent a lot of time teaching decolonisation with Shifting Ground. It's headed up by Garawa, Dr. Lily Brown and Genevieve Greaves. I get to work with them and they're amazing, amazing people who run that organisation. And So often I'm going into spaces now and I can say, here we're teaching about occupation and colonisation. Have you got any examples of that in the world? And everybody can point to what's happening in a global conflict in Palestine right now, but people are easier to identify it there than they are in Australia. And so I have to keep being like, that there, but also this here. This same thing is happening now. And so it's my hope that treaty could go away to shifting some of those attitudes in the way that we'd hoped that the voice might. And each of the individual states are doing amazing things for treaty. And in Victoria, there's incredible stuff happening with treaty down here. The mob are absolutely leading the way. It's so beautiful to watch. And also, I think we're watching the voice be implemented in other places in different ways. South Australia has just implemented a voice. It's kind of like the plebiscite, you know, for queer marriage. Like, we didn't have to go and spend millions of dollars to get that thing to go, oh yeah, actually this was a good idea, we could have changed it ourselves. South Australia has just gone and done it. And so all of that is to say language and identity are definitely tied into this global political warfare that we're watching, and decolonisation and colonisation absolutely impact the way that we can teach and share language. But beneath all of the policies and all of the political warfare and the pain and the grief that mob feel and experience going through those things is still, we're still blackfellas. We still have land and we still have language, and we can continue to teach and share those languages, and it can strengthen us on our journey through those things. But it doesn't have to be necessarily tied into this. And I think so often when these things happen in the world, sorry to make this a long answer, we watch funding change. Oh, well, there was no yes vote, so now we're not going to fund those Blak projects, look. Or there's no treaty, so there's no relationship. We have no responsibility to fund that language thing. And so I think that's where they are interrelated. Obviously, learning language can go some of the way to undo some of the grief of existing in a settler colonial state and being oppressed peoples. But I don't think that they necessarily sit side by side in this conversation. I think they're all part of this broader yarn.
Maria, Elena, you had a Catholic education. You spoke English, and it was confronting some of the things you heard. You have your own place-based languages, which of course speak to your own country, and the country speaks back to you through that language. How does it feel to actually have those two quite distinct language systems? You know, do you find you're shifting between them, or does, you know, you're here today on a stage with the rest of us, but you also have this incredible presence in your own country. What's that experience like? You know.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Because I just dozed off. I drifted somewhere else.
Okay. What's it like speaking English? What's it like speaking English compared to speaking Walpri?
Oh, yeah. Easy. Go to school every day. Learn about English and where it comes from, and, you know, I think for me, I got it well balanced. I've got the Western education and my cultural education. So I balanced that. I built that bridge for myself, and I'm over them bridge. I go to and fro. I guess it made me more stronger to understand society, the government. When you're talking about the referendum and stuff, Australia sure did show us how they felt about us, First Nation mob, Marinarini mob. Balancing both languages plus many more, it's easy. Once you know who you are, where you're coming, and where you're going to go, it's easy. And my mom always say, make sure you use your manners along the way if you want to get up to the front. Use your manners. And I did that, and I achieved that. I worked extra hard for learning languages, and language, was easy. Learning Walpri, Arunda, Pidinjara, Yangunjara, Lurija, Kaidija, all those language was easy for me. But learning language, English, was a bit challenging, but I achieved it. And yeah. And when it comes to politics, you know, I automatically switch off. I'm not going to waste my oxygen on the media in Canberra. I have better thing to talk about. And also, I wanted to announce too that I'm here for another week. So, through the Running Water Community Press, I'm a publisher in training. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. Yeah, thank you.
I think at this stage we might take some questions, as I think people have got a lot to ask. Oh, sorry, there's already a question. Okay.
Okay. Thank you all for your presentation. My name's Davina Woods. I'm Gugiyajungan, Gugiyalungi language group, and in Aboriginal English, Murray woman. Been living here on Wurundjeri country for the last 30 odd years. The job I came down here for was the Federal Aboriginal Education Officer of the Australian Education Union. It gave me an opportunity to travel around a lot of our communities and talk to a lot of our people. There's few stories I could talk to you about that relate to community language, but one that really is quite interesting, I'd like to know, particularly from you, Marie, your answer to it, is that I met with an academic who was working at, was then only the Northern Territory University, it hadn't become Charles Darwin, and he was a Tiwi Island man. And I was congratulating him on having received his master's. And he said, oh, that's okay, he says, but sis, when I go back to the islands, I'm still treated like a kid because I can only speak children's language. I've understood from a few different people while travelling around that there are levels of language that is tied to levels of knowledge, and that the levels of knowledge are tied to the dreaming. Do you have a comment on that, Marie?
Good question. The level of college is like depending on the ceremony that you attend. For me, I'm still in my high school stage of my cultural education. I don't get up to the universities where all the great nanas are, the PhD, the doctors. I'm still in my high school stage. And once I do the other term of women's ceremony and learning on country and songs and stuff, then with their permission, then I go to the first entry of my college, and that's how we look at our education system.
Brilliant, thank you. You've confirmed a lot for me.
Welcome.
This may not be appropriate. I'll say it anyway. Thanks for explaining that, and my readings tell me that's true, like anthropological readings. In the case of an endangered language, and I think there's a couple of Noongars, so you shout out if I'm getting this wrong. It concerns me to work too quickly to that idea of tiers of language, because it can be used, I said before, to exacerbate community tensions, and it can buy into lateral violence. And many of us, if we're at uni, like I am, on one of those PhDs, in some ways, if you've got community connections as well, you've got a bit of an unfair advantage over others because you're often relying on print and accessing these language materials. So, yeah, I get nervous when I fully believe that's true. There has to be other areas of earning respect at community level. That means caring, building the love, building people's capacity as well.
Shit on our culture.
I am not.
By saying that our levels that are related to what you know about the dreaming and all the laws.
I disagree wholeheartedly with you, and the reason being is because I think in my experience, Kim, and I don't have a PhD, and Arnie, I respect so wholeheartedly what you're saying, is that we have incredible elders in our community and a lot of really strong knowledge holders, but the opportunity while the men go through initiation still, the opportunity for women to go through initiation still in our community is quite complicated. We have to go over west and hang out with community on the west coast in order to be able to go through initiation, which isn't tied to our land in the same way. And so if I am going to be initiated in the same process, to be able to hold the knowledge and language, and I'm one of the more fluent speakers of the language that I live in and the town that I live in, then I would be, initiation-wise, much younger than the elders in my community, but I am more senior in my language teaching. And that's a direct result of colonisation. So I think it's a very nuanced and complex conversation, and I agree in both.
So is lateral violence, Kim. It's a product of bloody colonisation.
Exactly.
We'll have the conversation.
Exactly. No, I thank you for your passion. I certainly, it's not my intention to do anything like that, shitting on our culture, as you put it. I'm committed, and I think I've got a record of just the opposite. So I'm sorry if that was misunderstood.
One of the most remarkable things with Kim, this first book, True Country, is quite an intriguing book and it's still my favourite book. But it was proposing almost, the narrator was actually finding an Aboriginal language which wasn't located in country. It was quite an enigmatic ending, and what was remarkable about what you then did, you went back and built up connections with community, embedded yourself in community, and were willing to take the blows of what you might want to call community politics, and in order to produce those language books that you produced back in the early 2000s. So I know your work with language and community, and it's certainly been challenging as well. I guess one of the things sorry, there's a question down the back.
Not so much a question, a comment. Thank you. I'm Deb Dank. Marie, I'm countryman from Gudanji, Wakaya country, the other side of Warramungumop. I'm a semiotician. I wrote a book that has become quite well known within the place. But my work, and I've got a PhD, my work explores how our languages, the real Australian languages, actually make sense. And I hear what Kim is saying, but my growing up was absolutely and utterly what Curly and Marie is talking about. But this is a perfect example of the issues of our cognitive functionality and trying to articulate our ways within the vocabulary of the colonial language. This colonial language that we're all struggling with is 1,500 years old, if we can be as gracious about it as we can. Our languages are more than 60,000 years old. So how can a language that is so very young actually begin to articulate the cognitive functionalities within this place? I have a book coming out soon around how very important it is as researchers for us to work with making our languages actually tell us and give us and let us hear all of that language, all of that knowledge that's embedded within the vocabulary. And because it's only after we've gone through those ceremonies, we've gone through all of those living milestones, that we then begin to have that other knowledge exposed to us. I'm at kindergarten level, sis. I'm at kindergarten level.
And the emotional and spiritual resonances of those ancient languages too. You have to go toward it once you start doing this sort of work. I think, especially on country, and with the inheritors of that language gathered around those. So that's my concern, is to build that for, our communities like that.
All right, folks, I think we'll have to bring this to a conclusion now. I think we're right on time. Marie Lee is going to speak something.
Just want to talk to you there. He said, Kurunji, my sister was taken away by welfare, and she was given to Kurunji people, and she grew up in that Kurunji country. So in the 80s, I found out that I had a sister that was taken away by welfare. And we connected, and I found my long-lost sister, and we gained a new family. So I'm part of that Kurunji family as well. Old fellow Mr. Teddy grew my sister up. I don't know what really happened. I don't want to know. But the welfare took her away. And I have a lot of Kurunji friends. And yeah, I a little bit understand their language, but it's a mixture of Walbury and something else. So Kurunji is a really easy language to learn. So like the 28 said, we're going to wrap it up, eh?
Let's give it up for our panelists, please.
Leave it in the past. She wasn't meant to last. You deserve to be happy. Learn to be alone. Do something on your own. It's okay to feel lonely. Remember when she left you in a thunderstorm in France? Said that she would leave soon as she got the chance. It's so hard for me to watch you romanticize the past. I wish I could have read you the turbulent forecast. If I could I wish I could have read you the turbulent forecast. If I could till the sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours. so we don't need a mansion. If we build a house, it costs to fall. I know your arms on my protection. We don't need no magic, we already have it. We don't need a dream, no wishful thinking, baby, it's already happening. Come closer. When you need me, I'll be here. Till the sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours forever. And you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 you know I'm yours forever. Classic new edition, mutual obsession, yeah. I admit it, baby, I got tunnel vision. Looking at you, looking at me like you've never seen something so beautiful. Like I said, it's mutual, so come closer. Come closer when you need me. I'll be here. Till the sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours forever. And you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 you know I'm yours forever. Over the Atlantic, it's 4 a.m. back home. Never got the chance to say it. Stuck on airplane mode. I took a sleeping tablet to try and get some rest. It's not the greatest habit, but I haven't been my best. Now I'm gone, feels like we're caught in the middle. And I'd be wrong if I said that it hurt just a little. Space between, you got a hold on me like the fastened seatbelt sign. You'd agree, it's all up in the air, but it's turbulent this time. No, I never wanna come down, crash landing in a hard ground. No, I never wanna come down. I look over my shoulder, this kid's kicking my chair, but I don't mind the distraction from wishing you were here. Now I'm gone, 13 hours can feel like a minute, and I don't want this world if you're not living in it. Space between, you got a hold on me like the fastened seatbelt It's 4 a.m. back home.
Get up off your back foot. You only like it when it's that good. Nothing really stays the same. We keep turning with the pages. Get up off your Be deep in the party scene. Rise up with the green. Push up ever higher. Roll up to the lazy green. Swing it to the team. And you want to light up. Wake up to your favorite dream. Run up on the team. Never want to tire. Get up off your back foot. You only like it when it's that good. Nothing really stays the same. We keep turning with the pages. Get up off your roll up to the lazy green. Swing it to the deep. And you want to light up. Wake up to your favorite dream. Run up for the team. Never want to tire. Who's now banging on my door now? Running from the fallout. We all hide out, listen for the call out, waiting to be found out. Get up off your back foot. You only like it when it's that good. You only like it when it's Get up off your back foot. You only like it when it's that good. Nothing really stays the same. We keep turning with the pages.
Take fights, make moves, making these rules, running these laps, trying to take things back. I'm the way we move. I'm the way we move. Maybe I'm just crazy. Taking thoughts trying to lay me, making up trying to rate me, making plans trying to beat me. I know you just like it what I got. I know you trying to take my honey pot. Stop, you know what I got, yeah. You know what I got, yeah. Stop, you know what I got, yeah. You know what I got, yeah. I'm the way we move, I'm the way we move, yeah. I'm the way we groove, I'm the way we groove, yeah. I'm the blueprint, I'm the big bitch, I'm the Hey, what did they say? Made some moves, now we're back for the day. Now we're back for the day. Hey, what did I do? Made some noise, now we wanna move. Now moves, now we're back for the dance. Now we're back for the dance. Hey, hey, what did I do? Made some noise, now we want that move. Now we want that move. Hey, hey, what did I say? Made some moves, now we're back for the dance. Now we're back for the dance. Hey, hey, what did I do? Made some noise, now we want that move. Now we want that move.
You know that you were wrong before. But you won't say it, you just ignore. Now, will we play pretend? All things, they must come to an end. We sell lies that we have to defend. One day, we will pay the rent. I know that we're still in this war. But I don't hold on to hate no more. How will we play pretend? All things, they must come to an end. We sell lies that we have to defend. One day, we will pay the rent. I've read what was written, your histories and scriptures. What we've been living is something much different. Don't know if you listen, but listen, it's hidden. Want you to get it. Time to bear witness to sickening. We live in a system that's killing my siblings, my uncles, my mothers, my nieces, my aunties, my fathers, my cousins, my brothers, my nephews. I don't even turn on the news. None of it's new. We stand on opposite sides of the truth. It's not a point of view they point.
You want to sit here, then Marie, and then Rachel and Yassi. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you again. And welcome to the panel, Blak Imprints. We've got an hour with each other, so let's get going. I'm Sandra Phillips, I'm the moderator. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong peoples. And with their custodianship, we are occupying unceded lands and able at the same time to enjoy each other's companionship and draw strength from their country, essentially uninvited. So thank you for joining us today. Now, the Black and Bright Festival team have done such great work in designing this program. This panel is described as Writers Discuss the Importance of First Nations Imprints in Publishing. What else is needed in the publishing ecology? So small change, big impact. An additional person on the panel is Marie, who was on the previous panel as well. So you get a double dose of Marie today. And I'll quickly roll through bios because I do think that's important. Rachel bin Sala, to my far right, is descended from the Nimbinbur and Yaru peoples of the Kimberley region of WA. Rachel is passionate about Indigenous people telling their stories, and Rachel started her career in publishing at Muggabulla Books in the 1990s. In 2014, Rachel became Muggabulla's publisher, and in 2018, she wrote her first book, Alfred's War, a poignant, and you might fill that in later. That's fantastic. And to Rachel's left, we have Yasmin Smith, who is an editor, writer and poet of South Sea Islander, Kabi Kabi and Northern Cheyenne and English heritage. Beginning her publishing career at the National Black and White Indigenous Writing and Editing Project, Yasmin has worked across literary fiction, non-fiction, children's books and poetry, with a focus on supporting First Nations creatives and their stories. And to Yasmin's left, of course, we have Marie Elena Ellis, who's an Arrernte Warlpiri woman from, can you help me with the pronunciation of your community name, Marie?
Amungana.
Thank you. Community 11 Ks southeast of Mabwantwa, Alice Springs. Marie is a cultural advisor, educator, multilinguist and interpreter and poet and comedian. Marie was selected to be on the First Nations Advisory Board for Pearson Publishing, one of the largest publishers of education resources in Australia. Marie is also a script writer and a writer of short stories. So to Marie's left is Marie's colleague and collaborator too, Tisha Carter. Tisha is an... Can you use microphone? Use microphone for you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my country I come from, my tribe is Majara.
Thank you. From
Tea Tree,
okay.
Alice Springs.
Beautiful, thank you. Tisha has worked tirelessly for her local community for over a decade across many roles, including with this healing centre. That name?
Yeah, I used to work for Akilira. It's the healing centre in Alice Springs. I worked amongst traditional healers, and also we did bush medicine and community work.
That's wonderful. What a fantastic panel we have this afternoon. And we've agreed I'll start with putting some questions or comments to Marie and Tisha, because running Water Community Press is a big part of why you're here and what you're representing today on the panel about publishing, and perhaps too how different mobs do publishing differently. So Marie and Tisha, can you share with the audience about running Water Community Press and how it started and how you do the work there?
Like from what I know, it was first Tolitis Press, and then it changed over to Running Water Community Press, and like about 6 years ago, we were invited to do a workshop, and the workshop was called Arrernte Women's Talk, and what came out of it was a poetry book. Now this poetry book consisted of about 11, 12 women. Yeah. And a few of the elders had died. So what we did, we dedicated it to them.
A lot of the ladies couldn't even write. They didn't do poetry in their life. Some did. And it inspired us. We had two workshops. And out came this book. Now, we have sold, we're in 150 bookshops around Australia. We've been recognised as well in the world. And what else? Yeah, so, but Running Waters, a lot of us did voluntary work for a very long time. And now we're getting the funding to help us along this big journey. And like we want to make not only people that can hear and see. Our next step is to get this book in Braille, and also for the audio, so that hearing impairment people as well can enjoy this book. There's two actually, a children's book and this one. But this work that we want to do is to make other people privileged, like, because you don't hear the stories from Braille people, from hearing impairment people, you know. That was a wonderful book. Like now we're getting feedback, people saying, oh, gee, that's funny, your book. There's some good and there's some, you know, hard stories, life stories. But this is women in our world back home that struggle with their everyday life. To Marie now.
Forget my sister here, she's nervous. This one here next to me. It's her first time on stage here. Rizika Nanganja here has been... you might be clapping louder next year when I publish mine. Okay. Running Water Community Press, we have us women on the board of directors as well. We are on the board. And for us, we're a different language group. We've got Aranda, Walbury, Majara, Kaidich, women all working together, and Majara. And we work together. And for us, because of our different language that we speak, but we see we all connected in that family. So the Alberta Ranger law, Alberta Ranger is the relationship law. So even though we're from different direction, different country and different language, we're still family. And that's what's important about knowing who you are and your language. And the Alberta Ranger law is, it connects us from one dot to another. So it's like we only marry our second cousin, not our first. We're not hillbillies. We live like plain. All right? DNA is important. But nowadays, everybody muck and run with DNA. Like Humpty Dumpty. I shouldn't start that. Let it go. But I just wanted to hear that. Running Water Community Press is us language group that got together, us strong women getting together and building this. We have a lot of stories to tell because we didn't have that privilege and right to write our story, to share our story, our poetry, because we was forbidden, we was limited to write stories about ourselves, the truth-telling stories about our people, our family, our language, our culture, what happened to us when the settlers come there, stole our land, took every bit of our land, because they didn't understand, the colonizer did not understand the Berneringer law of that land. That's why I hate talking about politicians and politics. I avoid that. But for us, this is our chance, our opportunity, a strong group of powerful, educated women getting together and, putting pen to the paper to tell our story, that we can publish our story and tell them the way we want to tell them, not some, bookstores and white fella writing about, asthma belonging in this country. That word, Dreamtime, you must know that word? What is the definition of Dreamtime? Tell me. Dreamtime, that's in probably a courteous word, right? It's in English. Dreamtime is you have a certain dream on a certain time, isn't it? You might have a scary dream, happy dream, all that. That's what I interpret what Dreamtime is. I don't know what's happening with other people, but we don't use that. It's childish. It's degrading. We use a chugurba, a creation time. It's okay for others to believe and embrace other cultures with their mythical beings, and they make movies out of it, and everybody's like in awe, and they believe that. Am I right? You might believe in the, Greek goddess and whatnot, but you might don't want to believe in ours. Because our people have been so much degraded, and lies upon lies been told about our people. Our proper rubbish us. And I want to share from Relagana just a poem from Hakula Mom, Teresa Ellis. And this is a poem that really inspires me. It, all in a nutshell, describe us. Sorry, just gonna get my glasses. It's about who we are. It's about time we got to stand up on our 2 feet and speak. Not scared anymore. Can you help me with that? Thank you. That's not the. This one called Listen. I love the sound of the ancient world. I like to listen to the deep sound of the old chanting songs. It connects me back to the timeless land, the land that only the Spirit walks. It teaches me to listen with my heart. My heart opens and releases my spirit. Deep into the land, it sings and dances as it goes deep into the land. The knowledge fills my heart, songs of the land. The songs make me dance with the wind. Teresa Ellis is the author of that poem. So for us at Running Water Community Press, we work extra hard. We dedicate ourselves because we want to tell that story. And we want to be able to share it and showcase what we can and cannot do. We want to show everyone we are as much as educated as anybody else. But we're educated in both worlds, or the third world, We're educated in all that. We're not, as how the white fellas describe us. Or them are drunk and one, they like drinking grog. Them have got no job, they hang around and Centrelink. Or they do this and they do that. When I come to the city and everywhere else, I see the same. We're not different. We're one race, we're human race. I'm sick of that judgmental thing going on. I might sound a little bit angry because I'm a bit tired now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marie. And you may hear a little more about Running Water Community Press throughout the rest of the panel too. It's an amazing cooperative venture, and the board members, as you've heard, are from country and also are poets and authors themselves, and so they do everything. So thank you, Tisha and Marie. And next we have Yasmin. So Yasmin is also a writer and a publisher. So I'm interested to hear you share with the audience, Yasmin, a little about yourself as a writer, and then to speak about your publishing and the work that you're doing.
Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you. And thank you for sharing as well. I feel very honoured to be here and share stage with Anitish and Maria and Rachel. I think it's been a bit of a journey for myself in publishing and how I kind of moved into this space. And I don't know, I feel encouraged being on a stage like this because it makes me appreciate what came before me, and it gives me hope for what might come next in publishing and in First Nations storytelling and in literature itself, and in truth-telling for this country too. So, you know, hearing just how grassroots something like Running Waters has come from and been birthed from, I think the one thing that the one word that continues to stir in me is that connection. And I just think about my own story and my own way into publishing was all about connection with First Nations people and with mob too. I would never have kind of ended up at a trade publisher like the University of Queensland Press if it wasn't for the connections that I had made with mob. And I think about the people that came before me and the stories that came before me that helped me connect with what I really wanted to do in terms of career or life, you know. And I think about when I was like, you know, much younger, I was a reader, but I never read stories about me. I never read stories about people that looked like me on the page or had a voice like me on the page. And so I remember being given a book called Swallow the Air by Tara June Winch when I was much younger. And Tara, she'd won the David Unayapon Award many, many years ago, and she'd written that book. And I remember like reading it and just hearing her voice on the page, and just like there was something in her words that and the language that she used that just resonated with me as a reader, and also just as a First Nations person, as someone who loved story and who carries story in my body as well, you know. So I guess, yeah, like that was like a moment where I was like, oh, I really want to write, or I really want to work with story in some way. And I think it's about trusting the connections that come along. You know, through that, I started reading more First Nations writers, and I was also connected with Ellen Van Nieuwen in my early 20s, just through, we both went to the same university together. So I guess my story was like quite traditional in that I went to uni and learnt more about storytelling in that world, but then I also just made connections with mob that were really significant then for me to move into publishing, into the publishing world. And then I ended up at UQP some years later, just because I had met so many people along the way. Ellen was actually my link to a program called Blak and Write, which is a first of its kind. It's an editing and writing program for First Nations people. And I went and did like a 2-year internship there. And that really taught me a lot about how to connect with First Nations writers and to listen and to, to be able to deal with story in that, in that way of honouring the voice and the storyteller and being able to understand the publishing world a little bit better as well, So yeah, it's kind of been an interesting journey, I guess. But I guess trusting those connections and honouring the people that come before you, has been a significant part of who I am today as a writer and an editor. Yeah.
That's wonderful, Yasmin. And with your writing, what do you focus on?
I do a lot of poetry. I think that's kind of my space that I'm most comfortable in. And yeah, I really appreciate kind of working in that form because it feels the most natural to me, and it feels that's how I can tell story the best. I find long form, like writing novels or in fiction, quite overwhelming. But there's something really beautiful in poetry that I've kind of connected with.
That's really interesting, and it reminds me of what Janine Lean said up here before about her poetry being non-fiction poetry. I thought that was a moment too to think about the way in which the form is harnessed for particular reason or purpose. And hearing you speak, Yasmin, about mob connections leading you into publishing, I think it is about what's come before you, and 30 or so years precedes that actively in the Australian publishing industry. She won't like me saying her name here, but when I went to UQP to work in 1995 after having worked with Rachel at Mugaballa, I kept getting called Jackie. Because Jackie Kachona had worked at UQP before I did, and Jackie Kachona before UQP had worked at Aboriginal Studies Press in IATSIS, where she worked alongside Dr. Charmaine Papertalk Green, who's also here. So yeah, we've got some legion people here who've made the present possible. So I don't want to cast us in the past, Rachel, because we're still very present. But can you share with the mob here about, the importance of Blak publishing, Blak imprints, or however you want to talk about it?
Where do I start? I was going to go on a rant. It'll be, like stream of consciousness. Blak imprints are important because Blak imprints represent voice. Voice is important for mob because mob don't have voice. Mob has never had a platform in over 200 years in Australia. Once you get into publishing, when you surpass being black or coloured or anything, it is a class system. Once you publish something, you are still up against it in terms of distribution and in terms of where any title sits on a shelf. These are all unsafe spaces. Once a book gets into a bookseller at a bookshop, more often than not, especially with black books, no one knows where to put them on the shelf. So in the 30, I've also been a bookseller, so the whole system from the minute you write something down, even if you cannot write, is stacked against black storytellers and black stories. So the fact that there is now a press in Central Australia, I think, is probably one of the best things that I've heard in a long time, so congratulations. Because we have, oh God, I'm on a rant here. We need to redefine success in terms of black success. And the majority of Aboriginal people do not have access to the skills to write. So it's oral, visual. And when mob first learned to read, it is visual. You read family first, you read country second, and then when you go to school, you read language on a page. Do you know what I mean? And more often than not, the education system fails mob continuously. So mob have to be inventive in and around telling stories, which means you have to change the values of you have to change the value of what is written. In Australia, it's kind of like literary fiction is at the top of the list, and we all talk about literary fiction, you know, in terms of that. Doesn't make any money, but it gets you kudos, you know. So when it comes time to reflect culture, country, and individuals and what we say, we have to totally redefine how we think about writing, because writing is the least important thing of publishing, especially for black mob. It is the last thing we think about. So any mob that come to us at Mugabala, first thing we do is, you know, oh, I can't write, I can't do this. And it's like, well, excuse my French, I don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? Talk to me, because really the tradition of storytelling is so ancient that the printed form is so restrictive to language, but message, it's so restrictive to culture, it's so restrictive to community, it's so restrictive to connection, that it is such a bind, you know. So when we talk about book publishing, writing for mob is the least important place to start when we do some of this stuff. You know, song is a good place to start. Talking is a good place to start. Kid stories is a good place to start, because everything is so important and nothing is more important than the next, if you know what I mean. And we all talk about language, but what we're not talking about is the spiritual values that language brings, not only to the page, but to the people that are speaking it in community and culture. So, you know, and once again, language can be a tool for good or bad, you know, it depends on, you know, what's happening. And one of the things for me, especially at Mugabala over the years, is that community mob would always come to us and say, oh look, we've just printed it out on the computer and we've just bound it together, but we want to publish it properly because, you know, we'll get taken seriously. And I've just said to them, stop what you're thinking. Just because we put it in book form doesn't make it more important. You are valuing the wrong thing. You know, I have found more depth and breadth in a classroom PDF bound together with sticky tape than I have in a national important book, you know, on a subject, because what's happening is that the book form needs to reflect the values of the community that it is in. So even though we work nationally, every community or mob that come to us, it's kind of like, what's important to your community? Let's build something around what's important to your community, because then I need to fit it into the national lens of what Guttiers or white people will think and what they will pick it up to buy it. Because fundamentally, you know, for Mugabala and working at Mugabala, it's kind of like, well, what genre does it sit in? Like, I'm not averse to lying because, you know, because the history of the country is just one big lie. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well, you guys started it, I'm just using your tools. Do you know what I mean? And like I say, if it's done before in publishing, just steal it. It's okay, you know, because we can do that, you know. And, oh yeah, and it does, it sells. So for publishing and imprint and all of that stuff, storytelling is so important, but writing about it is the least important act of publishing, if you know what I mean. You know, and it's about reflecting the values of the community that you are in, because what hasn't been done over 200 years is that mob is not reflected in anything. Do you know what I mean? So, and also having mob controlling what goes out is kind of like a rebellious act in itself, because so what's important to you and your community and the space that you take up in a publishing house is not what white Australia thinks. So if you go to a mainstream publishing house and they'll say to First Nations creator, oh look, we want you to write about this because this is important. And it's like, oh yeah, it's only important to you white people. There's so much more breadth and depth in the telling of stuff that doesn't involve education or being didactic about who we are and what we do. And it's kind of like some of the stuff we've published is like, you know what, it can be a nice story. It can be just nice. It doesn't have to be about identity. It doesn't have to be about this. It can be just, I don't know, about a frog that, like cowboy frog. It's just a frog that's a cowboy. Do you know what I mean? Written by a kid, illustrated by a kid in language. And that's okay too, because it's a fucking great story. And also at Mugabala, one of the things for us is we do publish books by children, because by and large, it's kind of like the history of this country has stolen our children and our voice, and the way to get it back is through children and what children see. And I always think to myself that children, we just don't give them enough credit for what they like and what they want to see and what they want to do. So, and it's about listening, because without it, excuse my French, this country's fucked. That's my rant.
Thank you for ranting, Rachel. That's fantastic. And I don't agree it was a rant. I think it comes from 30 plus years of living locally and regionally, publishing, working with communities and storytellers, and also having to be that person in the middle that connects to what others have talked about, the national market, the global market, and the tensions inherent between all of those locations. So it's amazing that you've got this strength of voice, and at first it feels a little bit heretical to say writing is the least important, but what you're actually saying is the story, the song, the culture, the people, the community and culture is the most important. So thanks for coming out and sharing it like that. That's just fantastic. Also, I hear through here the cultural authority part of publishing. So publishing is to make public, and a whole host of decisions are made in that process or journey towards making something public. And with decision making comes questions of who are making the decisions, and who are making the decisions relates to who has the authority. So before I roll on and go back to the panellists, I want you to reflect while I share something else on that question, that thing of cultural authority and how it gets played out through your publishing environments. So I'll just leave that with you while I fiddle with this text message, which is a voice message, because I thought we can't talk about publishing imprints without acknowledging the fact that Nakia Louie has an imprint called Joan. I believe Aviva might correct me here, with Alan and Unwin, possibly launched in 2020. So we're looking at a few years, 2020, 2021. And also Professor Anita Heiss has her own imprint, and we're all looking at each other and going, how do we say Anita's imprint name? So I texted her. And ever gracious, she replied and sent a voice message, so I'm going to try and play that so you hear the pronunciation from Anita rather than from me. And it completely surprised all of us because we don't know Wiradjuri.
Hello, lovely. Hope you're having a good time in Melbourne. The pronunciation is Bunji, Bunji. So D-Y makes the J sound in our alphabet, so it's Bunji. Thank you. Say hello to everybody for me. Bye.
So we can let Anita know. Maybe, can I figure out how to do a voice recording of everyone saying hi back? tie back so someone contributed. No, I'll let that be a failed tech in motion experiment, but I will let her know. So the DY making a J, which was fantastic to get that direct from Anita herself. And Eva, the educator, she broke it down in the parts for us, so she made it really easy. So in those instances, I have no doubt that Anita Heiss deploys significant cultural authority over the decisions that she makes, and that Simon and Schuster get to harness their not insignificant resources in supporting her vision and her authority, which is fantastic. Similarly, I imagine with Nakia's cultural authority and decisions. So I'm going to throw first to Marie and Tisha on this. Can you tell us more about how you mob make decisions at Running Water Community Press?
At Running Water Community Press, we all get together. Like we also on the we board of directors as well, and each and every one of us have that authority, and we encourage each other as well. I want to go back to the Blak imprints. I think I must have forgotten about that one in the early conversation. But the Blak imprint is like Running Water Community Press is the umbrella. So we are the publishing house. And say if they were to interpret their stories and stuff and publish under us, it'll still be Running Water Community Press imprint. That would be ours. Everything would be coming under us. It can be written and stories and poems and stuff in Arada, Majara, Yangonjara, Pidginjara, Lurija, Alyawara, you name it. But the imprint is belonging to Running Water Community Press. And we have the authority and the the permission and stuff because we are cultural women that went through ceremony. We know who we are, where we come from, what is our place in our tribal society, and we follow our law. And our authority that we get given, our professors, when we learn from the older ladies, that's high up. And we as grandmothers that carry that law, we also have that authority. Yep.
Thank you, Marie. Yasmin, you're in a mainstream trade publisher. Can you share with the mob the reflections on how you think cultural authority might be enacted?
Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I mean, being at UQP has been really interesting because I think it's obviously a trade publisher and it's been connected with the university since its origins, but I'm sure there's been a lot of learning along the way. I can say, one of the attractions of working at UQP was because of their strong list to support and champion First Nations voices for decades alongside, Mugabala, and we were kind of the only houses doing that for quite a while. So I think there's been a lot of learning and a lot of reciprocation of listening and consultation done over the years. I think in recent times UQP have really upheld and pushed the standards of the industry to make sure that cultural safety and cultural advocacy and cultural identity is protected and safe within that space of publishing, but also like that authors retain their cultural authority over their work and over their words. And I think, like UQP having set, making sure that, our acquisitions team and making sure that our board has that representations of First Nations voices and consultation as the key element of how we operate. So I think, yeah, there's a lot to take away from the model that UQP's been working at for other mainstream publishers. But I can honestly say that, yeah, we are a publishing house that does strive to ensure that cultural authority is given to those that, you know, that have the ownership of their stories and have the ownership of their voices, and there is that mutual respect that's shared between publisher and author. Yeah, does that kind of answer?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Yasma. Excellent. And with Mugabala, I know from having been there, cultural authority walks and talks the whole place. But there are kind of mechanisms for cultural authority at Mugabala too, like the governing council or the governing committee. And can you speak a little bit on how Mugabala ensures that authority stays residing with the storytellers and community, Rachel?
Mugabala started off as just a really a community space as well, but Mugabala also started off as something that came out of elders' stories being stolen, their copyright to those stories being stolen, and unbeknownst to me, when we were little and at school in Broome, I can remember in the classroom that the nuns had said, "We've got the most famous author coming and you're going to be drawing some images for the story that she wants, the book that she wants." So I can remember in our classroom, it was about the porcupine, so I thought I did the greatest echidna in the world, mate. Oh, there was no way they weren't going to love it. And my cousin got chosen as for the illustration that she did. So she went away, and then she did the illustrations for this storyteller, and then the storyteller just copied her illustrations and put it in her book with a traditional story from the traditional storyteller. And it's kind of like, unbeknownst to me at the time, or actually to any of the kids, that's what happened. So Mugabala came out of stolen stories, stolen voice, stolen children, all of that stuff at a Calac festival, which is the Kimberley Aboriginal Law and Culture. So the old people who'd been through law had wanted a mechanism for voice, to retain their own voice, their own integrity in their own culture, because it's, the Kimberley is also a place where many different, mob are. And so Mugabala was born out of that. And so, like coming from Broome myself and having, having a mixed background for the history of Broome at the time, so voice has always been really important. And then when I joined Mugabala, I didn't realise till years later that particular story, that those books are still in print, mind you, that are being sold, and the families of the storytellers have advocated for years to be recognised as the contributors, and of which, it's only been just a small portion of being recognised now. No royalties still, but anyway, that's another story. So Mugabala grew out of that, and then I realised many, many years later that, oh my God, I was part of that story as well, Mugabala. So that whole full circle moment. So I think the most important thing for cultural advocacy is remembering where you come from, remembering who you're speaking for, remembering the community that you're in, the people that make the community up, the disenfranchised within the community, women, children, for whatever reason, there's lots of trauma in community. Also remembering that majority of people, for mob especially, suffer from some form of PTSD. So the editorial process in itself is really confronting. So you have to make space for that. And so like slow cooked food, which is really good at nourishing your soul and your guts, slow cooked publishing is really good at nourishing community and story and place. So the most important thing is like, oh God, I sound like the Black Yoda. You know, there's one thing that the last few years have taught me is that, you know, like I say to myself, we're all unique, we're not fucking special. So let's bring it back to perspective. You know, be humble about where you're from, because, you know, there's other stories always ready to come to the front. And for me especially, like my ex was a plumber. And so for me, it's kind of like, you think your shit don't stink, but I'm telling you now, you know, it does. You know, so just keep it real, keep it humble, and always take it back to the storyteller, because really lived experience for mob informs everything. You know, so in the whole dark emu debate happened in and around Australia, and it was kind of like, oh, you know, there's none of these footnotes and all of this stuff, and people were just raging about this stuff that's not important. And it's kind of like, it's not an educational text, so like a bit of perspective. It's one person's opinion, and oh, he's lying about history. And I think to myself, well, isn't what Australia's history is for the last 200 years like one big cop-out and lie? So we're not doing anything that's different, you know, other than changing opinion. And like, let's keep perspective on where we come from and where we're going to, because yeah, it's voice is important, and connection to where you're from is really important as well, irrespective of whether you have grown up in the community that you're connected to. Do you know what I mean? Because there is space for everyone with their truth in their story.
Thank you, Rachel. That's fantastic. So we do have 10 minutes left. Marie, you want to? Yeah?
I would like to add to that I forgot to mention that, you know, talking about the authority and stuff, we go through the Albanian law, that relationship law. Our grandmothers are the head of us. So we follow the grandmother's law in, you know, having that authority as well. So, yeah, I forgot to mention the grandmother's law. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have a roaming mic. So we've got 9 minutes now, and I'd encourage any questions from the floor to these panellists, who you're all very lucky to have in the room with you today. So I'd take advantage of that. Anyone? Yeah, down the front. Thank you. Brother there on the end.
Late last year, I was in the audience at a writers' festival in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and it was the entire panel was spoken by and moderated by young writers as an act to give them the voice and the control of the direction of those conversations they wanted to be having. And one of the young women in that panel, as part of her dialogue, said, I've got a question for the publishing landscape in general. Why does a writer have to be published in order to be a writer? And that question blew my mind, because, you know, I'm in the publishing industry and the writing industry. So I wanted to get the panel's thoughts on that question, yourself included, Sandra.
That's a great question. What's your first name? Bibi. Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much for taking that opportunity. Now, White Fella Take, years ago, a publishing manager said to me, well, essentially, a writer is unpublished and an author is published. So that's kind of a white fella take. I like how Mob talk about story and storytelling, and that writing is really one form of that. And I think Rachel's been great today in talking about the community context, and also someone, I think it was Deb Dank earlier, spoke about, and Helen Milroy, about storytelling and story listening. You know, that can kind of bypass the market and the industry altogether, storytelling and story listening. So who wants to take that one up further? It's Bibi? Yeah, great question, provocation.
Good question, Vivi. I think that with the way the world is going at the moment, and we're kind of like in some ways doing a full circle moment, and it started with Shakespeare. And in those days, the written word was always spoken, and nobody could read in those days, so the only way that they could read was through plays and performance and pantomimes, which is why England has a huge history of arts and culture, because that was the only way to get message across. And over the years, what's happened is we've become really enamoured with the written form, and to the point now where I find it really interesting, you know, with TikTok and the visualisation of social media, even though that's quite in itself dangerous, but we've moved back to visual and oral in lots of ways. And so our children are learning a different way of being that doesn't necessarily include reading and writing. And, you know, so it's kind of like, oh, the full circle moment, but not, but yes, you know, because we might as well, like that whole thing. So at what stage do we value all the other forms of storytelling, of which writing is a small part of? But writing in and of itself, you know, so I'm just going to go on another political rant here. So writing in and of itself is the most underfunded form of arts in Australia in general, but yet it underpins everything about our society, because without a literate workforce, you don't have a workforce. So all the successive Liberal governments that have gotten rid of the arts, it's kind of like you cut off your nose to spite your face, because the strength is in your art forms and valuing all types of art forms. And so, like it, you know, like it doesn't worry me what form it comes in and what value larger society gives it, because, you know, in the words of the great philosopher, have you ever watched Mythbusters in the old days? And you know, Adam Savage goes, you know, I reject your reality and I substitute my own. And that's how I work, because it's like, yeah, no, it's not working for me. We're just going to do it like this, because I'm informed by my creators. Do you know what I mean? So I learn from them. So it's not the publishing house saying to my creators, no, you should be privileged to publish with us. I always think it's a privilege for us to publish them. And then sometimes it would be really good if they listened, you know, because it's just like, oh my God, another thing to do. But it is a privilege for us to put front and centre voice. And voice can come in all forms. And, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be written, oral, you know, the body form of language as well, you know, the body form of, you know, literature and learning, which is more than just writing. You know, we're the sum of all our parts, and we forget that.
Thank you, Rachel. That's great. We do have time for one more question. No?
If
Anyone
there's
game?
No question. I'd love to.
you?
I'd love
Yasmin
to add
wants
to
to
that, because
say
as Rachel was speaking, it just reminded me of a picture book that I've been working on over the last couple of years with an elder from Hopevale, Annie Wanda Gibson. She just we're just about to release her first picture book. Annie Wanda's in her 70s, and she lives on the mission. And she was a printmaker, and she's an artist who had one of her designs with magpie goose. And through that, her story was picked up, and someone had heard of her incredible story about how growing up on the mission, she would, you know, she'd as a small child, she'd received these 3 dresses from the church each Christmas, and she would go on holiday. Like it would evoke that time when she would go on holidays with her family, and so she connected with another author who then spoke to her about whether she would like to publish her story. And so this is kind of how her story kind of came into being. But through this process, we were able to go up and visit Aniwanda at Hopevale. And as Rachel was speaking, like, I just remember the richness of her. Yeah, I just remember just being able to get so much from spending that time with her, like just going up and spending time in community and talking to her and connecting with her and being in her house and being able to walk on country where she was from. Like, we were able to go and visit the sandhills that she would walk, 2 days through with her family to go to the beach and celebrate this special time. And there was so much joy and richness in just sitting with her and hearing her words that I feel like you don't lose anything of that in her work and in her art and in her form of storytelling in what we've put together in her picture book. But I just think of the opportunities that you don't get to experience the same richness of story when it is just print and it is just on the page, and how, maybe in the future there would be more spaces that we can open up to experience story in that way. And how people can be more enriched by that experience, I guess.
Oh, that's beautiful, Yasmin, because I feel like I've walked through those sandhills now just by listening to your first-hand but second-hand experience of it. And I think that's what the written word on the page, which Janine Lean talked about, had a poem about the violence of paper, which is fascinating as well. It's only ever a version of a deeper human experience. That version suits a colonial text-based society, and it gets to people in that form, but coming back to its origins and being on country with the storytellers is where the real thing is. So that's something that you've left with us today. And Marie's just gone and got some fresh air. It is a little bit kind of cloistered in here. We are able now to wrap up. Does anyone want to say anything before we do sign off? Tisha, do you want to say anything more?
What I wanted to say, tomorrow we're going to be doing our audio screening, and it's going to be in the afternoon. And I have a very, very special announcement to make about running waters. So it would be nice for whoever's here, come to the screening.
And it's very big news and very exciting.
Yes.
So can we thank the panel this afternoon, please? Thank you, darling.
I'll just share
one more thing.
Can I just share one poem? It's not from me, but it's someone that couldn't write. There were 2 ladies that are in the book. But this lady that wrote this poem, so I just want to share it. I just want to share it with you. If you could just hold the microphone. Yeah, and I'll just sing. This is just some of the stuff that, like, what people have wrote in this book. She'll probably say, "Why did you read that?" Wait first. my friend Scobie. Wait, verse. Oh, let's go back to the thing.
Oh, yeah. So Scobie, one of those pages?
Yeah. Sorry for taking long, but it's just, this is just some, yeah.
Do you want to find the poem?
My friend Scobie.
Oh. Can I have a look?
Yeah,
you might want to.
Yeah. But also, I'll just give you a bit of information about Running Waters. We also got, we're doing a project with Water Justice. Now, I don't know if you know about Maureen O'Keefe, but her country, there's a big basin there, and it's really, really old water. It's been there forever. And the government's trying to take it for farming. And I don't know if you've seen it on TV, but they're fighting. And what's happening next week when we leave here, we're going back to that place and to protest against the government. Now, the work we do a lot of projects, and it's about, like, we work with the arid zone, with buffalo grass, like for our sacred places and things like that. So we're not only like riding in that, we're trying to protect our countries, and through writing and telling stories, and it needs, like, truth telling needs to be told for the future of all people. Doesn't matter for Indigenous. No, it does matter for Indigenous and non-Indigenous, because if they take our water away, we're all going to be affected, And it's very precious. All right.
Is that this one?
Yes.
Yes. I'll hold that for you.
Yep. A letter to Scobie. This is by Magdalene Marshall. Now, this lady, she can't write, so I'll just read. Scobie, if you go away, I'll be lonely, with no one to be my friend. I miss you. You take me to the shops and ask me to come around for a cruise in your car. We have a good time cruising around in your car. You're a good lady. You ask me to come out with you. You ask me, do you want to go and sell a painting? And after that, we're cruising around. After that, we go home late. You drop me home, then you go home, my best friend.
Oh, gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy the afternoon.
Come find me when you're done, and we can laugh it off. Pretend that what we got was everything we want. See, know where we run, pills abuse to medicate what I'm missing. I just wanted to be held so bad, bruised in the hands of addiction. Try to refuse, I know that it's no use, so that I can't be forgiven. All of the pain of what I've lost remains, feeling like getting down. Trying to fake, speaking like a saint while I pray like a sinner.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, welcome to this Blak Book Club. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri and the Woiwurrung speaking clans who gathered around Naarm or Port Phillip Bay. I'd thank the ancestors for their love and their custodianship of country, which makes everything else possible. I pay my respects to the ancestors, the Wurundjeri elders, and those yet to be born. So welcome to Blak Book Club, a regular event here at Black and Bright at the Wheeler Centre. Last time I did it was with Evelyn Araluen in 2019, I think, 2019. And it was also the keynote. So from very humble beginnings.
Opening
Oh, okay.
event.
Not keynote, not important enough to be keynote. Opening event of the 2019 Black and Bright. And I was just telling Jane out the back, that's where my book was born, actually, at Black and Bright in 2019. So I'm very thankful to Black and Bright, because it was at a pub in Fitzroy that Rachel Binsala, the publisher from Magabala, approached me and asked if I had a book in me. And apparently I did.
An award-winning book.
I should say, I want to actually begin by also acknowledging Jane for her work in imagining and dreaming up Black and Bright, because it's a great thing, and when it came along in 2016, there was nothing like it, and it's brought so many people together, and it's certainly launched my career in a direction I never thought it would go. So today, two works of historical fiction from two extraordinary First Nations writers: The Visitors by Jane Harrison, who joins me on the stage, and Eden Glassy by Melissa Lukashenko, who joins us via teleconference. What's the weather like up there? Where are you, up north?
Yeah, up on country, Bunham.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty damp.
Oh, damp?
Damp, but lovely and cool.
All right. And Jane, I wanted to actually begin by asking you, this is a tricky question. I'll put it to you as well, Melissa. Because I think I've done like 3 or 4 interviews with you about The Visitors and the various forms that it's taken, that multi-headed hydra that it has become. What's the one question you haven't been asked, that you're dying to be asked, that you made a point of like putting something in the book that hasn't been noticed? What hasn't been noticed?
I thought I was really clever because I played with the tense in the book, and so I wrote everything in the present tense and nothing in the past. So there's no woulds or was or shoulds in the story. They're all is and etc. In that present tense, and no one's ever picked that up in the storytelling. But I thought I was really clever because I was playing with the Aboriginal idea of time, the past, present and the future coexisting together, and I wanted it to be really present. In fact, I kind of question whether it is a work of historical fiction, because even though it's set in 1788, it's quite contemporary.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to find one thing that brought these two books together, and I thought historical fiction. That's all I've got. So don't take it away from me, Jane, please.
Sorry.
Please
You can have
don't take
it. You can have it. It's a work of historical
No,
fiction.
absolutely. It's meant to be contemporaneous. But Melissa, I should put that question to you too. I was going to be interviewing you at the Sydney launch of Eden Glassy, but had to do the Harold Blair concert instead. What's the one question you haven't been asked about Eden Glassy that you're just dying for people to ask?
I think the question that I'd most like to be asked, Daniel, is can I buy 1,000 copies and where can I buy them as soon as possible?
I knew you would take the piss. I would give you something and you would take the piss. Seriously though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you get asked so many things when you've got a book out, and I've done a lot of interviews and a lot of panel sessions and whatnot about Eden Glassy, and I think what the good questions are questions where people really drill down and understand what you're trying to do as an author, and they don't, as a writer, you've always got to factor in, as an Aboriginal writer especially, you've always got to factor in the racism that Australian audiences bring with them to your work. Soft racism usually, because hard racists wouldn't pick up a book like Eden Glassy or any of my other books. But you know, you've got to factor in the idea that people are expecting a certain book. And so it's always a surprise and a pleasure when people actually read what you've written instead of what they're expecting you to read. You know, I think I make it really explicit in the second chapter of the book, where I go into the historic era, that white people are already there. I'm not writing about first contact. I'm writing about a time when there's a ship leaving the Brisbane River, heading out to the bay, that, you know, some of the Yagara people are collecting honey and collecting firewood for the white people, that there's, you know, lots and lots of interaction going on, and yet still some critics and some interviewers treat that as treat it as a first contact book. So really the best question is when people actually read what you've written instead of what they were expecting to read.
I know this from bitter experience. But I think there's something about the historical moment, and what both books have in common, Jane, is this sense of possibility, of there being a historical moment and of something, a critical time where things could go either way. And I think, you know, with the visitors, this is precisely where we are positioned. Set us up on that sandstone, I think it's a sandstone escarpment, a headland, where the ancestors are watching, the fictional ancestors are watching the tall ships approach the heads.
So, yes, it's interesting. The book and the play are quite different in where they end too. So you talk about possibilities. I think the book is far more explicit in how that played out. The play ends on a slight note of optimism, really, where they are welcoming the aliens to country, and yeah, it's kind of poignant because I think we all know what happens next, while in the book I express what happens next. So yeah, I've got my 7 men gathering on that sandstone escarpment to work out really what their response will be to the arrival of these aliens. They've seen people come and go before. They've had the experience of Cook 18 years before, and so they know that people come and then they go again. I think what's different this time is, of course, they don't ever go, these visitors. And so, yeah.
The dramatic potential of that moment, it's hard to kind of even imagine. But there is a sense always with this book, when it was a play reading when I first saw it at the MTC in 2013, it's now a play, a novel, an opera.
Yes, I had the opera on.
What else?
Opera on at the Playhouse and the play on at the Opera House. So within 2 months of one another. So that was good fun. So I often didn't know what I was talking about when I was doing an interview, because was I talking about the opera or the play or the book?
It does get confusing working out which ends where and what happened. But making an opera of the visitors. I think you worked with some incredible performers. Christopher Sainsbury wrote the libretto, is that right?
Yes, that's right, Christopher. Yeah. He's a Darug man and did an absolutely beautiful job of crafting the story for those individual voices, because they weren't all from the operatic tradition. There were jazz singers and other...
Marcus Corowus is...
Yeah, fantastic singers. And so he wrote to those voices and created something with a lot of light and shade and humour. Strangely enough, a play or a story about colonisation can have humour in it.
You've got to have it. It's absolutely crucial. And that's something that, Melissa, that you always weave through your books, and it's what brings people back to them. And even probably the hardened racist would have a few laughs, if nothing else. Tell me about the, it's an incredible book, Eden Glassy, and I always find so much to resonate with, because, we're from the same part of the world and you speak my lingo and anyway, and Brisbane was where I went to university. But Eden Glassy, tell us where that name comes from, and that moment of the ship that you're talking about, that precise historical moment.
Yeah, Eden Glassy is it's a colonial word that was brought to Magunjan, Brisbane, by a bloke called Forbes, who was the Attorney General of New South Wales in the 1850s, I think. Well, it might be earlier than the 1850s. But that whole stretch of the east coast was, in European terms, New South Wales at the time I'm writing. There was no such thing as Queensland until 1859. Anyway, this bloke Forbes was a Scot, and so he mashed together the words Edinburgh and Glasgow, and came up with Eden Glassy. And he gave that name to a New South Wales pastoral property further south, but he also thought it would be a great new name for Magunjan. And so for a really short period, that was a name stuck onto part of Brisbane. And it didn't stick, but the reason I used it was because I didn't want to write about Magunjan as it was before colonisation, because I knew I didn't have the capacity to do that. I'm not a younger person, and I knew I didn't have the cultural background to do it. I didn't have the insight to do it. And I also didn't want to write about Brisbane, because Brisbane is the modern city that it is today. I wanted a third entity, a thing or a place that was something else again. And so the name Eden Glassy fitted beautifully for that. It was about a place that once was and was no more, but it could have been different to either Magunjan or Brisbane. And that's why I chose the name. In terms of the ship that turned up, in the second chapter, the first chapter is set in 2024. So when I was writing the book, it was in the very near future. And of course, now we're in 2024. But in the second chapter, we go back into the colonial era, and the book shifts from chapter to chapter between the two eras. And in the beginning of the second chapter, there's a ship sailing upriver, or a boat coming upriver, and there's a white curve on this boat, and the Jagera people are excited about it and curious about it, and in particular, Doublebin, who's the wife of the headman, said, "Oh, Doublebin, look what's coming up the river." And I did that very deliberately so that my mainstream readers, and probably all my readers, think that it's going to be a white European ship arriving with its white sail, but it's not. It's something else altogether. And that was my first step, I suppose, deliberate step into surprising the reader and into saying, well, you might be thinking that the ideal place to start an Aboriginal book is to have Europeans arriving with their white sails up the river, but no, just, get a grip and just sit back and stop thinking that you're at the centre of the universe.
Yeah.
So that was a very deliberate strategy.
And beautifully done, beautifully and tactically done. I mean, what I was gripped by was, I have told you that the opening, probably the first 10 lines, some of the most captivating lines I've ever read in the opening of a book. And we've read one or two. I think it's because I think there's so much empathy in the idea of an elder falling down, and it's not something that is unheard of in Brisbane. We know of elders who've fallen down in public and have not been helped. So that really captured me, and my heart sank. But I was able to go back to Eden Glassy, and it's a book of surprises. You love a surprise. You love and this book's quite different to Too Much Lip, which I thought had a lot of kind of red herrings, and a lot of we'll send you off this way, and we'll go there for a long time, but then we're going to take you back over this way. It was a real meandering, but we invested a lot of time in things that didn't really go anywhere in terms of what was going to happen, the conclusion to the story. I think Eden Glassy's such a fine novel. Was the research phase really compelling? Did you learn anything that you wouldn't have already learned? I mean, how important was that historical research, or just doing some research into the founding of Brisbane? You can go see.
Yeah, I learned so much. Hey, I learned an enormous amount about colonial Queensland and about the nature of colonisation. And I also learned that there's a whole heap of colonial fiction out there that I didn't know about, mostly by white authors, but also some. I went back and reread Pamela Moy, for example, by Eric Wilmot. Eric Wilmot?
I think that's right.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Who's an Aboriginal author, but yeah, heaps and heaps of novels that nobody reads anymore, nobody is aware of hardly, written by white Australians or by Europeans about that colonial period or shortly after that colonial period. That was really interesting and useful. But the reason I actually set the book in this period is because I wanted to understand what was going on immediately before my great-grandmother was removed from Bundjalung lands. And she, if our oral history is correct, when she was removed from the Tweed area, she must have gone up through Magunjan, Brisbane area or through Moreton Bay to arrive in Cubby Cubby lands, which is where she lived her life out and where my grandmother and mother were born. And so this was partly a literary exercise, but it was also partly a way of me spending a lot of time to understand what was going on in a search for clues about family history in a way. That was a secondary,
Reward.
Reward, yeah. And I did. Before I started writing the book, everything from about 1828 or so, which was about the time whitefellas arrived in the Moreton Bay area, might have been 23. I can't remember if it was 23 or 28.
23.
Oh, no, it was 23, 24 when Oxley first came up, but he wasn't the first.
No.
There was escaped convicts who came before him, but it was only the people with power and privilege that had their journeys recorded. So he was the first recorded European to come up the river. But before I started doing the research, everything from about 1823 up till maybe 100 years later was all kind of one big tangled up mess of colonial history in my head. And doing this research allowed me to understand, the size of Brisbane at the time I'm writing about was maybe 1,000 white people, maybe, and then at least that number of Guris. So tiny, tiny settlements where everyone would have known each other, and the impact of a family like the Petrie family would have been absolutely massive compared to what it would have been like even 20 or 30 years later, when the population was 4 or 5 times that or more. And to understand the colonial processes, it was a fascinating and a kind of a grueling task in 2019 to do that reading and that archival work. And then I had the job, of course, of putting it into fiction and letting the history sit lightly within the narrative, but still, be absolutely central to it.
And it's amazing how you do that, given, if you set out with this idea that you're reading a piece of historical fiction and it's recreated in your way, not densely, you're allowed to populate it in your mind, but it's beautifully crafted the way I'm there, and you do it lightly. And Jane does the same in The Visitors. You talked, Jane, at the beginning about how this moment, colonial moment, historical moment, is really today. And I think the last time I saw you was a couple of days before the referendum, and the play was about to open at Sydney Opera House.
Yes.
So we're on the peak of on the crest of something or not. It turned out to be a great big disappointment, but that struck me, that there was all that possibility and hope even.
Yeah, it was funny that it was really apparent to the cast and crew that this whole referendum campaign would be happening while they were on stage. And in fact, the last night of the Sydney Opera House was October the 14th. And so the cast didn't hear about the outcome of the referendum before they deliberately didn't find out before they went on stage, because how crushing would it have been, I think, for them to perform that story, which is about voice. That's exactly what it's about. It's about these men coming together and debating and spending the time together to discuss the possibilities and
having a casting vote. Actually having a vote.
Having a vote, absolutely. So
it's a literal vote.
yes, it's really funny over because the visitors took so long to come to the stage to be produced. I started it in 2011. Various times in workshops or readings of the play, different things resonated in the text. I mean, there was the boat people kind of era that we don't talk about anymore. That was a theme that kind of resonated with the play. And then in 2020, when it was first produced at Sydney Festival, there was the bushfires and the environmental effect. Like Sydney was crazy. The sky was so orange and the sun was just this orange orb in the sky. And so those environmental things
became more
resonated.
prescient, yeah.
And then, of course, COVID happened. And, of course, in the play and the story, there's the threat of the common cold that plays through the story. And, of course, COVID was happening at that time. So, yeah, it just seemed to capture a moment.
It seems to capture the kind of panic that was gripping people. Because I remember the referendum, but I also remember vividly remember the fires and that feeling like the end of the world. And I guess there's that moment too in The Visitors. It's this debate. But I think the original idea came from 12 Angry Men. That's kind of the kind of format you're thinking about, almost a courtroom drama.
Yes.
So you had to create a war cabinet of elders, and not just elders, but of clever people that we trust, people that would have been our leaders. Tell me about the makeup of the war cabinet, and because it's been inhabited by different actors over the time. But did you have a favourite character that you created?
So it's really funny. I've noticed about my playwriting that I write ensemble pieces. I don't write for a single protagonist, and I guess that's part of my cultural makeup, that I write for mob rather than a single sort of star performer. And The Visitors is no exception. And I did base it very much on 12 Angry Men. I saw that play a number of years ago and I thought, I can borrow that idea. I'm going to steal that idea. I actually tried to get permission from 12 Angry Men to do an adaptation and they wouldn't allow me to do that. So I thought, well, then I got to take this story and change every single word in the script so I can't be accused of plagiarism. But you can still see the vein of the spine of 12 Angry Men.
Just the skeleton of it.
The skeleton, because once I started writing it, of course, it became populated.
It's about us. It's about
And my 7 characters, 6 elders and 1 young person. Interestingly enough, when I looked at 12 Angry Men, it was Juror 1 to Juror 12, and of course I thought theatre is expensive, actors are expensive, I'm going to cut down the cast to 7 instead of 12. I was very jealous the other day to see 37, Nathan Maynard's new play, and he's got 10 on stage, so bit of jealousy there, but good on him. It's a great play, go and see it. It's on at the moment, and so I cast instead of having Juror 1 or Elder 1 to 7, I cast it in my mind with actors I knew. So actually Uncle Joseph was based on Uncle Jack Charles.
Oh, bless.
So, and you can definitely see that with the book as well. Some of his experiences I've woven through the story and
I didn't know that.
Gently based it on Uncle Jack. Yeah, and so I don't have favourites in the story. I think Gordon's got the most challenging role to play in that he's the one who's so heavily negative about these aliens, these visitors, and so he's the angriest one and probably the least likeable throughout. But then he does this gracious act at the end of the play, and so... yeah, I kind of given him some redemption.
Melissa, I guess Eating Glassy is in a way an ensemble piece too, but there are obviously key characters. I mean, I have so many favourite characters that you've invented over the years, But do you have, in this book, there's so many vivid characters, and it occurs to me that, you know, your great-grandmother might be, you know, transfigured in one of them. But do you have a favourite character that you wrote? For Eden Glassy, I mean.
The easiest character was Winona, who's a fiery young activist of about 26 or 27, who's just incandescent with rage at capitalism and white supremacy and the world as she experiences it. And she gives no fucks, so she was a really easy character to write and lots of fun. But she wants to burn down Parliament House, and, you know, it's kind of her starting point. She was the easiest, but I think probably my favourite is Granny Eddie, who is a centenarian. And I got the idea to write a 100-year-old protagonist partly from an Irish novelist called Sebastian Barry, and his extremely wonderful book called The Secret Scripture, which is about a 100-year-old woman in Ireland who's been locked up in a mental institution for most of her life, and is about now, because of government cutbacks, is about to be let out and left to fend for herself in the modern world. And that's her story. But it was a few other things as well. There was again, an Irish documentary made about all these Irish people that were 100 years old and what they'd seen in their lives and what they had to say about the world. I went and saw that in Brisbane with my partner. It was just fabulous, you know, these old people and their reflections. And then, of course, being aware that your own grandmother, Daniel, who's passed now, was of that age, and a couple of other elders, you know, nudging the 100 mark. So I wanted to give a voice to someone who had lived through that century of, you know, assimilation, attempted genocide, assimilation, attempted ethnocide, and was still kicking at the end of it. And so Granny Eddie is, she's got a lot of my mother's language in her mouth, the kind of speech of someone born in the 1920s. That was really lovely to go back into my mother's kind of world and speech patterns and bring her back to life in a very small way.
And the, you know, let's say in that beautiful opening scene of the novel, you're inhabiting her mind. It's not as if you're taken there by the authorial voice. You're actually in her speak, in her mind. You know, using all the youngsters. All the youngsters came along, and like it's incredible how you do this and have done this. And
well, I'll read a bit of it if you
yes,
like.
Please.
Yeah. So Granny Eddie has just fallen outside the Maritime Museum at South Bank in Brisbane, which is not the CBD, but just across the river from the CBD. And this is Granny Eddie reflecting on her plight. Eddie Blanket lay there, registering her injuries for 2 minutes and 27 seconds. An elder, mind you, laid low in the middle of the path. Oh, terrible, terrible. And the whitefellas walking well out of their way to avoid her, to avoid even looking at her. There they go. Buggy you, Jack. I'm all right. That's your motto, eh? Christ almighty, drunk. Can't you see I'm hurt and someone needs to stop and help an old black woman? And instead you go and turn your nose up at me as a drunk on metho. Good go. Bugger off then. Useless. And you, I can just about see your mutt messy. Didn't the shop have a skirt your size to make you go and buy a child's one? No shame at all. Yeah, I can hear you. Never mind your alco and homeless. And in a sudden burst of rage, who dragged you's mob up? A person could be dead for all you care. On and off it goes. So yeah, Granny Eddie's also feisty in her own way, and she's a contrarian. Whatever anyone puts to her, she's very fond of finding the opposite argument just for the sake of having a disagreement. It's kind of a hobby of hers.
I love her so much. Do you create amalgam characters from lots of different people, or do you generally have one person in mind when you say, no, your characters are fictional, but perhaps some kind of like when there is inspiration from a living person, or a person who lived once?
They're always amalgams, Daniel. Usually at least 3 or 4 people. go into any one character, and that's consciously. You know, God knows what's going on unconsciously. There's so much below the surface that, you know, I'm
So
forever
true.
going back to my work and reading it, rereading it, and thinking, oh, so that's why that happened, and that happens for years afterwards. You know, the word choices, the plot, different turns of phrase of characters. There's you can sort of excavate that a really long way if you choose to. And I think I'm only ever really aware of about 50% of what's going on when I'm writing things on the page.
Wow. Yeah, because you're doing it, Jane.
That's really great to hear, because
subconscious.
I have plays on the curriculum. My play Rainbows ends on the HSC curriculum at the moment, and I get asked all these amazing questions about where did you get inspiration for this character, or why did this happen? And I have to say, I don't know. I
don't remember.
I don't know. You make it up, because you're the one that's writing the essay on this topic, not me. I don't have the answers. So yeah, a lot of it is subconscious, I guess. You're in the moment, you're in the zone, creating this character, and they feel three-dimensional to you. They feel real, like you could walk down the street and recognise them, but they come from your imagination.
That resonates,
Yeah.
Melissa.
Yeah, I mean, Woody Allen is a horrible person, I believe, and quite a piece of shit, really. But he had a film back in the 90s where, at the end of the film, all the characters that an author had created came to life, and he was walking around the world surrounded by his characters. And I agree with Jane. You know, for many, many years, I used to think that was not possible. That it wouldn't surprise me very much to encounter my characters walking around as fully fleshed people. Somehow that's eased off these days. Maybe I've written too many, or maybe I'm just a bit more aware of the craft and what I'm doing. But yeah, you know, you do spend a lot of time with these characters. I spent 4 years with Granny Eddie and Winona and Dr. Johnny and Mulligan and all the Jagger mob living there on the riverbank in the 1850s as well as in the current era. So, you know, you finish writing a book and you kind of have to put that circle of people away and find a new mob to hang out with in another book.
But you know, too much lip. I mean, it was optioned for film, and there was a chance of it actually coming to life. I mean,
yeah,
I see.
TV show is still a strong possibility.
Great.
I've got scripts in my inbox that I have to read now.
I think Eden Glassy has even more potential. I'm not one of those people who thinks that everything should be made into a film, by the way. I think some things are just great the way they are on the page. That's where they belong, and they're alive the way they are. But I just think it's even more filmic than Too Much Lip in some ways.
Well, thank you.
Filmic,
never say never.
Filmic
it is
is
expensive to make historical drama, though, I believe.
There's also a moment in what I love about this, where we are placed in time, where we are located in history, located in place rather, in this novel, is familiar to me. It's you know, very close to where I come from and where I come from. And there's a moment, I think Granny Eddie in that opening that sequence I love so much. She talks about Murray Guri, being Murray and Guri. And we grew up with this thing of like being Murray and Guri. Like you go over the border, you're a Murray, in New South Wales you're a Guri. But then we're like a special breed. We're Murray Guris. Like we're both. We're just black fellas from one side of the border. And the border's a fiction. You know, the border where we come from is a fiction. But what I have heard, and I don't know if you've heard this story, that it's one of few state borders in Australia that is not flowing. It's not a line. It was drawn according to advice that was given by our elders about whose boundary that was and whose boundary this was. Now, I don't know about the historical accuracy of that story. It's a good story. And why would there's no land, there's no form, there's no river, there's no rocks. who have been to the New South Wales Queensland border at Coolangatta, there's nothing there to say it should be that, but it's that. And so a lot of young fellas are getting that thing tattooed. What's also very clear is, you know, your use of language and your use of your special knowledge about this part of the world, about Southeast Queensland, comes very much through the characters and the language that they're speaking, the words that they're using, and the names that they're given, and the place names too. And I guess it would be jarring for people who thought that Brisbane was Meanjin. It's something else now. What's the word that you use?
Magunjan. Gudja Kerry Charlton, who's the senior Yagara TO, prefers the terminology Magunjan to Meanjin. And Magunjan, the tree, all place names, or all the relevant place names in the book, according to Gudja Kerry, are relate to plants, and I can't remember the exact association, but the tulip wood tree is the tree for Brisbane, or for central Brisbane. So it's actually a beautiful tree, and it thrives in Brisbane, and you see a lot of the street trees in Brisbane with the orange and black fruit. And so the cover of Eden Glacier is kind of it's navy blue and a kind of deep red. Originally it was going to be orange, and that was trying to symbolise the orange and black of the tulip wood fruit. But it didn't quite turn out that way in the production, but it's as close as I could convince them to make it to the tulip wood colours of Brisbane.
And as someone who loves language, our languages, and has paid special attention to them, that love comes through. And, you know, when we respect language and treat it with care, other people will too. And I think that's a really important thing to note. And there are lots of historical sources, and these names seem to change. But there's a form. I mean, it's like when Annie Faye Stewart-Muir talks about Naarm and Melbourne, and this idea that Naarm is Melbourne. Well, she's adamant about that Naarm is the bay, and that Melbourne doesn't have a name because Melbourne didn't exist. So it's just a conceit if we start calling places these names, because they weren't the names that our ancestors used for what we call Melbourne. It was the bay.
Yeah. And, you know, language does have to flow and run downhill and evaporate and come down again, and it's a living thing, and it's part of a living ecosystem of human society, of course. The language in the book, I constantly get surprised because I understand the Yugambeh language that I use with permission. Then, to me, it doesn't interfere at all with the narrative or the characterisation or anything like that. And I have to keep pulling myself back and reminding myself that my readers don't, at least at the beginning of the book, they don't naturally understand these terms, and so I have to again tread really lightly so that people aren't constantly being pulled up and interrupted in the flow of the sentence to try and understand what's going on. It's really important to me to be accessible, that people can understand the work without having to like agonise over every page. That ordinary people can read the work. You know, that you don't need a university degree to have to understand and enjoy and get things from my writing. So, but another aspect of the language is the colonial language. You know, there's so many terms and so many place names that are different. You know, anyone that knows Southeast Queensland would know Cleveland. You know, out on the bay, and Cleveland used to be called Pumpkin Point, and there's these fantastic names like that. All the disappeared names, and I had to make decisions about when I would use those disappeared names and risk my reader being geographically lost within the text, and when I could drop them in and add to the kind of befuddlement of my modern reader So it's a kind of a tension between conveying that it was a really, really different place back then, including different European names, as well as, you know, the existing blackfella names and blackfella cultures, and making the book understandable and readable and flowing as an experience for my readers. And these are the things that you understand better with each book that you write. It's the craft.
I think what where we are under a lot of pressure, I mean anyone who uses the written word is black. If you write dialogue that isn't believable, or if you write a story, a fiction that isn't believable, that the dialogue happens, that a black fella goes, they wouldn't talk like that. Like, you have to be held. You're held to there's a different way of writing black dialogue, right? It's a whole art, and not everyone can do it. I don't think I can do it. I attempted it once, and I was just like, yeah, no, he wouldn't say that. He sounds like me. So I struggle with it, but you've always had a knack and a gift for and I think it's observation. You're really close observation of people, and being and of closely observing.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I am that observant, Daniel. I kind of live in a little...
You are. You are eagle. You are eagle-eyed. It may not be with your eyes, but you are observing everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. My visual. I don't do it visually, but my ears are very much on tune all the time.
Yes.
Big ears, they would call me.
And judging. And judging.
I'm always taking notes. I know that. I've got the notes for Eden Lassie. I had 16 pages of dot points that I wanted to include in the novel, of just things like little snippets of dialogue, little throwaway lines, things like that. I had to make my way through 16 very tight, dense dot points, as well as the main narrative. And not all of them made it in. Most of them made it in, but honestly, I had enough material for 3 or 4 novels by the time I'd done all the research. You know, there was so much in Trove. If you're a black fella, just go into Trove and Google where you're from and a time in the colonial period, and you'll just find story after story after story.
It's quite incredible. It is a true treasure trove, isn't it, Trove? I mean, there's just so much there.
It is.
Incredible.
I mean, I was writing Nita, right? And Nita's the servant, the Aboriginal servant girl of the colonial Petrie family, who were like good white fellas, in inverted commas, the more decent people. And she's got a backstory, which I won't do the spoiler for now, but as I was researching what was realistic and what Nita might have come through, as well as putting that together with bits and pieces of family history and also community history that I'd been told, I was just mucking around on Trove one time, and I came across this story. I was looking for something completely different, and I came across this story of the Petrie family, who had an Irish washerwoman, right? So a white woman, probably an ex-convict, I'd say, who was doing their laundry for them on a regular basis, but she hadn't turned up to work, and they didn't know why she hadn't turned up to work. Anyway, it turns out that this woman wasn't coming to work anymore because her husband had sold her.
Sold her?
Her white Irish husband had sold her for,
as in slavery.
For a carriage.
He sold her.
This is a white woman in the period of Brisbane that I'm writing about. So, it's stuff like that is really valuable when you have to argue with conservative historians or reactionary historians, and anyone that doesn't believe that Aboriginal people lived in slavery, you can say, well, hang on, white women were being sold in this era, so what the hell do you think was happening with black women and girls and boys and men? Of course people were being bought and sold, maybe on the sly a lot of the time, but not always on the sly. Sometimes it was quite open.
There's a big fear of words, isn't there? They fear words like slavery and genocide. There's fear about the words, but not the actions. The actions everyone admits to, and they know they happened, but they won't call it that. And that's
exactly. And I mean, we were talking before about colonialism being in the now, and all over the continent we are still trying to get land back and fighting for land back and fighting for recognition. And I didn't want to let this session pass by without noting that Benjamin Netanyahu has apparently in the last 24 hours announced that the IDF will be invading Rafah, where those Palestinian people are suffering terribly, where children are starving to death. And so colonialism is real in many parts of the world, and Rafah is one of the most significant right now. And I just wanted to say solidarity with the people of Palestine in their terrible tribulations at the moment.
We are still in the colony, though, as you know, and the colonial mindset still abounds, and this idea about borders and lines and things that don't exist, and people, our ancestors traversing those borders like they didn't matter. And a boundary between a clan and a clan isn't actually a boundary. It's just like, well, that's just where that's what we say that's ours and that's theirs. So drawing a line like they did on the map is artificial. Jane, in this present time, I mean, you're talking about the contemporaneity, I guess it's a worldview, isn't it? It's the way we see. I think you could probably generalise and say we see time like this. It's flat. It's it's all happening concurrently.
Or it's rounded.
Or rounded.
Rounded. There's no beginning and end.
Absolutely, it's just an endless continuum.
So the past lives in our bodies.
I don't think the idea of the past being anything but present is ridiculous to me.
Yes.
Yeah. So the contemporaneity of the past is I guess the central idea with the tense, keeping that tense. And I always felt whenever I've seen it performed on stage, I'm utterly in the now. It's like I'm right there in that moment. There's nothing colonial about the visitors at all, except that's the kind of, I guess, the pretext for the story.
Yes, that's right.
Because
yes,
these
that's
are
what
endless.
I was aiming for.
These things are endlessly playing out. This negotiation over power in this country is happening constantly, and the referendum was a case in point. But the visitors could be about any particular issue, where it's between us and them.
Yes, it could, and it was interesting that it's just that period before the arrival. Mm-hmm. So it's just that moment of innocence.
Imminence as well.
And imminence, really. But you can feel something is in the zeitgeist for them, that this kind of foreboding is about to happen, with the Lawrence becoming sick and gradually declining his health, and the fact that it's fracturing. Their calm, organised way of going about meeting
their
and
body
taking
politic is,
their body politic is disintegrating, starting to disintegrate, and so that sense of foreboding around that.
I mean, you were talking about a children's book. Is there going to be a children's book of visitors?
I did pitch it to Magabala. Is anyone from Magabala?
Rachel, get out of here!
Because we've done the opera, we've done the play, we've done the novel. So what about a children's book? I think, again, it's one of those. It's a seminal event in our history. 26th of January, 1788. Everything changed, and not for the better. And Australians don't really understand the significance of that date and what happened. I mean, there's a whole lot of debate about Australia Day. Australia Day is a relatively new concept. Didn't happen till, I think, the 1990s, really, as a date of celebration, and yet there's so much attachment to it. There's so much...
Thanks, John Howard.
Oh my God! Like so much,
and Bob Wolf and Paul
so much funding you play out into the
self-congratulation
fantasies
and self-congratulation.
Henry Reynolds did an analysis of how much money was put into reviving the Anzac legend and all this kind of very convenient flag waving by White Australia, and all these people that jump up and down about Australia Day or get into the Anzac mythology have very little idea that how much they're being manipulated by the Howard, the lingering effects of
the history wars.
John Howard pouring massive amounts of taxpayers' money has gone into it.
But a reconstruction, a live reconstruction of history happened.
Yes, yes.
And we were all part of it.
Jane, I was just thinking when you were saying about the 26th of January, of course, you know, from a European legal perspective and from a Darug perspective, everything changed dramatically then. That there was a white anthropologist, I can't think of her name, she's passed away now. It wasn't Deborah Bird Rose, but it was someone in that league. She wrote about a Northern Territory community, I think it was Boldman, outside of Katherine probably, and saying that for those people up there, the really significant event in their Aboriginal history of the past 100 or so years was when they came off country and came into town. So it wasn't actually when white people turned up.
Yeah.
It was a couple or
decision.
3 or 4 decades after that when people left their country and moved into the town of Katherine. So I think we need to be careful in saying what, in generalising from an East Coast perspective about when colonialism happened and what it actually meant for people. I mean, obviously there is hugely significant, you know, the arrival of the British in Sydney Cove or, you know, Darugland.
It was like it's ground zero. I mean, it's ground zero.
Ground zero.
But there was waves.
Waves and frontiers.
Waves of frontier.
Successive waves.
And
as we
multiple
know,
frontiers.
The diseases and the dances and the language preceded the individuals very often.
When you pitched, you didn't pitch it to me, but when you told me you were working on Eden Glassy, I was fascinated because I remember reading Thomas Petrie's Reminiscences. And you know, it's very kind of self-authored, kind of self-published type of book, not very well read or subscribed to anymore. But there's a story about my great-great-grandfather in it, and so I grabbed it. And Petrie was the only one who wrote about this particular event, and so I was always quite fond of him and thought he was a bit exceptional. I mean, did the historical evidence bear out this kind of good guy reputation that the Petrie family has had? I mean, there's Petrie Terrace, the Petries are still all over Brisbane in terms of the names.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, Tom Petrie was one of 7 or 8 siblings, I think, and as far as I know, the only one that was fully embraced by the Jagera people and who was initiated and so became a full member of Jagera society. So he was an exceptional individual in that way.
Yeah.
He was fully bicultural, which wasn't unique. You know, there were other individuals like Davis. You know, there was a handful of convicts who went off and lived as Aboriginal people and had Aboriginal children, and some of them came back into white society after years away and some didn't. But, you know, Petrie then went on to become a pastoralist. He had Guri workers working for him, and his family were close friends with Dalapai. Dalapai was kind of an Aboriginal elder at the same time that grandfather Andrew Petrie was an elder of the Brisbane community. And so these two sort of venerable old men, one black and one white, were very close companions and contemporaries. And when I first heard or first read that Andrew Petrie's Aboriginal workers were branded with a P for Petrie, I was shocked and I was appalled. And I took that to be a mark of slavery. And then I was talking to Gudger Kerry Charlton, and I remember having a conversation with her, and she pointed to her arm and said, "Oh, yes, our men had the P on their arm here." And she didn't say it with any rancour. And then I was talking to Leif Charlton, her brother, about it the night of my launch, actually, in Brisbane. And we were talking about it and discussing whether it might have been like a passport. If you had a P on your arm in that sort of middle colonial period, maybe that the native police would know that you were one of Petrie's men and you weren't to be shot. You weren't to be hunted off the country or just shot out of hand, that it was kind of a protective thing. And possibly the men even wanted it as a mark of belonging, you know, as a kind of an alteration of a tribal marking. You know, maybe they were pleased to be identified with the Petrie property. There's all these things that we can't really know unless we have family members passed down to us. You know, there's a lot of room for interpretation.
And also giving our ancestors the choice of, like, maybe they wanted it, maybe they didn't want it, but like maybe there is this option we have to give them of agency.
I think it's important not to jump to the obvious conclusion. You know, the obvious conclusion for me to jump to would have been, oh, Petrie was actually a bastard who, you know, brutally treated his workers like they were cattle. But all the evidence doesn't point to that. And Leif and I were just sitting there saying, well, yeah, maybe it was a thing that they wanted to say that this is the person that they identified with in this new world, you know, or then maybe it was the passport idea. And we just don't know. We don't know, but it's important not to objectivity is a myth, but it's important to try and rein ourselves in and rein our assumptions in and weigh the evidence that we've got.
Yeah, indeed, particularly in works of history. Should we take some questions from the audience? I think we've got a roving... Do we have a roving mic? Yes, we do. So questions for Jane or Melissa?
Hi, my name's Kathleen, and the question is for Jane. I'm actually a school teacher and teach in a non-mainstream school, so we have a little bit of choice about our texts that we get to teach. And it was very weird that you mentioned 13 Angry Men, because my son was reading at the time as I was reading your book. And I went to my colleagues and said, my son's doing 13 Angry Men in his class and they're reading it like a play and they've all been given a part, and I think we should do that with this great book that I'm reading called The Visitors. And then when you mentioned just before that that's where you sort of had the, you drew inspiration from, I guess. So do you know any schools that are doing that, and or would you give me advice if I was to do it? Would I do it from the play script or would I do it from the novel?
Oh, that's a big question. I love having my texts be studied as part of the curriculum, because I think our young people are our future, and they're far more curious and open to ideas, discussing difficult subjects, rather than people of an older generation, my generation, who are quite stuck in their ways, I find. Not present company excluded from that. Just me, perhaps, yes. I would probably, the book obviously goes deeper into the characters and the consequences of that, those acts of colonisation. But I think the play allows the freedom of young people to kind of to step into the shoes of these characters and identify with them. And so I think plays are really powerful for those emotions and the sense of identification with a character. So you could go either way with it. I love the idea that it's being studied in schools, so thanks for that.
So do I. I guess one more question? No, we'd better wrap it up, I suppose. We're bang on time. Unless there's something really urgent? No. Thank you so much, Melissa Lukashenko and Jane Harrison.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
And Melissa, I'll see you in Kyogle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
I've got a place there, haven't I, on the floor? In your house.
Anytime.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Dippy and Pachalinya, singing his name throughout the riverina. Kaya Lanathu Yoku Yunato Baku. I think Bayami telling us he can see ya. Dippy and Pachalinya, home to the Nuno, the continuing dream. I am Bawel, Wanya Wala Rada, Camilla Roy, Mudawari, Bakanji, Wakamara, the Barabinya. Dippy and Pachalinya, singing his name throughout the riverina. I see the Kookaburra and Malayan, dinner wine. I know that dinner wine a spiritual creature. Dippy and Pachalinya, I see the Munda gotta come out the river, and they callin' wild way at the bar when I watch them transform like the butterfly and the caterpillar. I got no confidence in our current leader. I'm sick of suffering, smirk, smothering emphysema. Towering flames, howling jerk. The entire East Coast from Cairns all the way down to Bega. Listen to a different thinker, cause somebody trying to give you the bigger picture. And take what I learned to understand that the lessons in the rivers in the land, our spirit teacher.
Gonna go catch the night, chasing that feeling, you and me, it's alright. The same idea, keeping me intertwined. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. I'm sick of dreaming, you and me satellite. The same idea, looking in eye to eye. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. You don't need a reason, let go. I'm just trying to let you, you know. All that I need and all that I want is you here in this moment. Oh, gonna go catch the night. We're overheating, you and me, we collide. The same idea, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. No intervening, you and me redefined. The bass is beating, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. We don't need a reason, let go. I'm just trying to let you, you know. All that I need and all that I want is you here in this moment. Oh, catch the night. We're overheating, we collide. The same idea, we don't have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. We're overheating, we collide. The same idea, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. can't stand the way they steal. Burning to feel some kind of turning of the wheel. I'm always taken to my heels. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun. Little fears controlled and steered me round and round for years, and I grinding through the gears again. Grinding and bending till my mind is at its end. It's so hard to understand. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun, the sun, the sun. Running, chasing the sun, the sun, the sun. Running, chasing the sun. Feels like the wind is bringing something destructive my way, or maybe it's blowing me a kiss. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun. It's been so long in winter songs, and I keep on running, chasing the sun, the sun, the sun. Running, chasing the sun, the sun, the sun. Running, chasing the sun.
This soul I knew, she hurt herself in ways you couldn't imagine. She wasn't shy, she was very outspoken and open. Always starstruck, divine vessel, and dreams that would provoke them. There's something oh so lovely about her. There's something oh so lovely about her. And when she walked, she left a bittersweet taste. How people follow just to get again. I must admit, I was a little bit salty. I must admit, I was a
1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Hello, everyone. My name's Curly. I'm a proud Gunai woman, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians here, the Wurundjeri or the Wurundjeri mob, Werrong mob, and the Kulin Nation. It's such a treat to be down here. I've done that acknowledgement maybe 3 or 4 times today, but every time I say it, I keep thinking of the river. And I went for a little walk along that river this morning, and yeah, it's always real special to be here with everyone. So thank you for having me back again, Blak and Bright, and thank you, Jane, for an incredible program. And yeah, keen as to share this stage with all these wonderful, wonderful speakers tonight. I'm going to be reading from Returning, which came out last year with Magabala, and I'm also going to read a poem called Bungba Mandu, which is all in Gunagara language, and I wrote this after the passing of a language teacher in our community and my pop sister, my gran, Ani Velma Mulcahy. And when the Fremantle Biennale came to me and said, Curly, we'd like for you to celebrate your auntie in any way that feels right, I said, well, the whole thing, I'm going to write my first poem entirely in language, using the language that she taught me and the language that's being celebrated in our community by Auntie Sharon Halls and the work of Jim Barrett as well. And it's all derived from the collections from Matthews at the time from the Gunagara people. So my love to Auntie Val. This originally was a work that was shown up in lights. It was a drone show with 160 drones programmed. And when the community came to me and said, Curly, we want this drone show happening, I said, well, I want all the mob in our community to learn the language and to dance in this story. And so elders taught our younger men how to do smoking ceremony. We had all of them and their babies come and do smoking, and then we had the kids from all the local surrounding schools come and dance up this story. So when you hear it, maybe you can see them dancing too. Bungba Mandu, Gababa Dumbuk Yila Gadbawari. Rise as the sun, all of you, like smoke to carry bad energy far away. Bungba Mandu Gababa Gagarang Nanawao Mariging. Rise as the sun, all of you, like rainbow on the other side of thunderclap. Bungba Mandu Gababa Maga Diwa Gimbu Dorigung. Rise as the sun, all of you like axe, digging stick, a spear between several strikes. Bungba mandu gababa, ganbi, ganna, bangung, baramagang. Like light from the fire, a mountaintop, a thick vine for climbing, a whirlwind. Gababa marawanyi, bumanimai. Darambayang gadawarima gabugang. Like a diamond python goes up the tree hunting for eggs. Gababa wambulang, yungamani, garat, ninawau, daura. Like the black cockatoo singing rain across country. Bungba mandu gababa, budyan, wagawu, banga, nirang, yarang. Rise like the sun, all of you, like the bird people of the dreaming. Dance and play and make many good. Yugu gamuwang dalinan yin wulu. Yirdaringa mandu yadang, burandu darang. Speak mother tongue, that one only. Dream pretty tomorrows, you all, a future. Nan gulawu, yin wuli bimbiganya gulanyan. Walk and work together, and this beautiful dawn belongs to us. Mananyunu, bidya mandu gababa, bagali madira, walwul, wangirli marimbidya. Come here, go down like the sun, you all, like falling stars, falling water. Listen to the Milky Way, Mambai gababa garubang, sleep like rocks, burandu gulanyan bumba. Tomorrow we rise like the sun. Thank you. Thank you. I want to read. I'm not timing myself, which is real bad because we have a set time, eh? So one of you's nod and be like, get off. Blak is beautiful. So I was thinking about beauty standards. I wrote this before I wrote for Vogue or Marie Claire, so apologies to those mob there. I do love your work and I like the direction you're going in. But this is after Ziggy Ramo, whose iconic Black Thoughts album just is such a wonderful piece of, of music and literature in its own right. And after Sonia Renee Taylor, who is also a poet and who taught me that the body is not an apology. They didn't have Auntie or Sister Girl on the cover of Vogue. Marie Claire and Vanity Fair fronted models with straight hair and skin lighter than mine, crisped in tanning tanks to acquire our melanin-dipped limbs, while denying the racism we faced behind the scenes. They had visible ribs, Botox lips, overnight nose jobs and tummies who got sucked in and then tucked as they aged. No stretch marks, no greys. Everything monetized to beautify, wax and peroxide to bleach and pluck, lipo and dieting to shuck and drain, everything not beautiful away. Tide gone out. Skinny ankles meander through rocky outcrops where young uncles teach nephews how to pocket knife shuck oysters for delicate oysters for family. Full-breasted mums nurse chubby bubs on near-ripe pig face-laced sands. Everywhere, juicy brown lips part for Earth's generous gifts, chins meet sun, salt water sustenance becomes human, afternoon clouds blush at young ones who paint themselves with ochre. Sea sprays carry away their giggles. When it dries, they wash crackled patterns in shallow waves. Cream curdles billow, fogging nannies wade nearby with earthy art. She twists and sways, teaching her littles to dance for Bungajan. Entranced, everywhere they look they see. Black is beautiful. Thank you.
I'm going to read 2 auntie poems. One's called Auntie Time, and it's for my sister Pip and my nephew Sam. Pippi is always howling at the moon when it's full, which my nephew Sam is 3 and he just can't get it. He's like, what are you doing? What is this crazy auntie thing that's going on? Pip lives on the other side of the world, so even when she's in the States and there's a full moon, she'll send us a video of us howling and we have to howl back. Welcome to Howl Along. When my sister comes home on the full moon, we howl at her, teaching our nephew new tricks on the balcony under swinging mountain ash and gums who raised us too. He is learning to talk, but doesn't have a word for this yet. For our wily time marking, for familial noise making with belly breath billows in cold Gunungara air. He laughs at us as if one of the old people, as if remembering this lesson from a time before. Aroo! We empty our lungs and feel still suburban night with the first words the dingo spoke. Aroo! I point him to that songline there, the one who holds this animal's story. Ow, ow, ow! He can't walk it yet and doesn't have a name for the escarpment, but we don't need those for him to know that he belongs here, that this is his story, and his song was written in Sinew long before he came along, that the ridgeline moulded his very spine, and he is one and the same with country, that we move in unison with mother's time, with the night, with the light of the moon soft on smiling cheeks as we aroo and renew the trust that all is as it should be. Thank you. Time check. One more or no? Anybody? Don't know. Cool. Tell me off. Tell me get out of the way. This one's called Na True. It's a poem. When I was a kid, I grew up with my Auntie Val, the one who taught me language, and she'd be this like, oh, you're the deadliest thing on the planet, you? Look at you. And I'd be like, what, Aunt? What, Auntie? She's like, those new shoes, look at you, you're going to run like an Olympian. And I think that's something every auntie ever has done, has really jacked up a little person to make them feel like that the sun just shines out of them and they're the best thing ever. And they're telling fibs all the time, right? But it goes such a long way and it's such an important part of being an auntie. So this is Na True. And I must preface, I grew up with a Greek family, so the line in here that you hear is out of cheek, but out of love and respect for Yaya and Bapu. Na True. I tell the kids we saddled megafauna, galloped a protodon as if infinite infantry before we had armies, when there were ice ages to survive instead of the colony. They say, Auntie, don't be silly. Nah, true. I tell the kids we're the oldest living culture on the planet, that our gadgets outdo iPhone everything, that the Greeks didn't invent it, we did. Auntie. Nah, true. I tell the kids that before there was royals, there was us. That BC is supposed to read BK, they meant before Kuris. Auntie. Nah, true. I tell the kids they've got to forget the limitations they've been set, believe elders before the internet, understand AI is Aboriginal intelligence, not falsified fact. Auntie. Not true. I tell the kids, baby, just go be you. Don't pay much attention to the hearsay of what they say. Stay true to the sovereignty flowing through your veins. Stay true to the kinship and ancestral ways. Stay true to all you've inherited, uninhibited by what you heard. Thank you.
Hello. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Mob and that sovereignty was never ceded, and also to pay my respects to Jane Harrison, who has put on such an incredible festival for us all here, and also to recognise all of the staff with Black and Bright and the volunteers that can make this happen, and also to my esteemed other poets here. It's a real pleasure for me to be able to speak on the same stage as you. I'm going to read Well, my name's Graham Ackhurst. I'm a Kukumini man and poet who grew up in Meanjin in Brisbane, and I currently work at the University of Technology, Sydney, on Gadigal country in the Eora Nation. I'm going to read 3 poems tonight, and the first 2 are in conversation with each other and talk to a time that I spent living in the United States during COVID. This first one's called Empire Builder. I was living with my wife in Queens. COVID was relenting. We decided to circumnavigate what is now the USA in a sleeper on Amtrak. The thudding rhythm of carriage on track is the music of memory. The sound of drilling into the past, ploughing through white clumps and drifts of snow that give little resistance. At Union Station, Chicago, I run my hand over the thick red line of a map that marks the empire builder's route across the continent towards Seattle. Lake Michigan is a giant light blue iris waking in the morning frost that stills me. 3 reservations the empire builder goes through. Fort Peck Reservation in Montana, home to the Anishinaabe, Nakota, Lakota, and Dakota peoples. The Fort Belknap Reservation, also in Montana, home to the Ananan and the Nakota. The Blackfeet Reservation, home to the Siksikasapi people. We are leaving. The train whistles. The lake blinks unseen. Thud, thud, thud. The motion lets me float. Under my breath, I give thanks to the Ojibwe, the Odawa, the Potawatomi, and Miami for having me on their country. In time, I wish to write and sit in the viewing carriage and witness eternity. The carriage is full of white ghosts whose reflection in the windows drift. They mimic the pale, snow-filled landscape that will never be theirs. At dusk, somewhere in Wisconsin, the fading light refracts off the white ground and falling snow in points and shards and wisps of color. I am transported in reverie. I think of my grandmother taken to the mission on Lardle country. I think of my mother raised under the Act. The wheels are crunching, sliding, steel on steel. The horn trumpets calling the past. There is much hurt in this place too. There is much. There is much pain in this place too. There is much. There is. There, under steel and carriage, under snow and light. There is rock and dirt and shale and hurt and pain and history. And the thing that binds it, the thing that holds the universe in song, the thing that binds it, the thing that binds is blood. Thank you. This next one is titled New York City. Living with my wife in Queens, we watched news and I tried to fail at prose as I was taught until something better gripped my trembling hands. The faces of my MFA peers were framed in sorrow. We had Friday happy hours on Zoom, which meant little but was necessary. Hospitals overflowed. Boxed images of refrigerated trailers outside white-walled institutions held me. 7 p.m. The window opens. I bang on a pot with a wooden spoon. I cheer and am reminded Grandma was taken as a child to Mornington Island Mission on Lardle Country. That evening, after hugging my wife tightly and saying and hearing the words we both needed to continue on. I dreamt over oceans. I dreamt of my family. It is 7 p.m. The window opens. I bang and bang on the pot. In the rhythm, thud, 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 thud. My cheers become a mantra of please to my dead grandmother, whom I never met. Over the echoes of fear and gratitude circling that too large city, my strained voice is but a hoarse whisper in the fading spring light. Help me fail, Nan. Please, please, please help me fail, Nan. Help me fail and fail again. Thanks. And this last one's called Bird's Nest, and it was during the fires in Australia in 2019. And I was living in New York at the time and seeing Australia burn from the other side of the world. And it reminded me of my place and where I grew up in Mianjin. And there's a cemetery not far from where I grew up, and it's full of German graves. It's called Nunda Cemetery. And I wrote a sort of a speculative poem piece about, with that in mind. Bird's Nest. At Nunda Cemetery, full of German graves, I walk past stringy bark trees filled with the sweet song of magpies. I grew up close on York Street, recall, loitering, dark heat of summer evenings, friends from school I no longer talk to. We drank goon and smoked cigarettes. We toppled over foreign names. We roughhoused, collecting history in our cut and grazed knees. At the foot of the cemetery, a small body of water collects ash falling from the sky like European snow. Gravel crunches under thick boots chafed and worn that have walked troubled country. I amble and watch flecks of ash settling on black water through holes in my gas mask. The magpie's song turns to warbled chokes, and mosquitoes swell from the darkness, knowing my closeness. They hunt my skin. Struck by traces of light, the ash rests lightly on a broken place. I gently tow the flakes into piles. I wish to make a man from ash. I displace my mask and gloves. I attempt to form man from sky. But ash is not pliable like snow. I cough and choke with magpies and blood throbs. I continue my work earnestly, yet ash is not pliable like white snow. There is no grey man built up from the land. Rather, I've moulded the ashen pile of a bird's nest, and slowly, slowly, the edges peel away in the hot breeze. I wipe my hands. They are black with ash and time. In the swirling of light and ash and chokes and buzzing, I am struck by a deep wish of assembly with my friends and childhood. Thank you.
God, what a pleasure to go after you two. Thank you so much. It's the first time I've read both of your work before, but it's the first time I've heard you speak, and it's always, as it is with poetry, just so amazing to hear the words spoken. My name's Nika Lehman. I'm a descendant of the Trawulway people of northeast Tasmania, Lutruwita, and grew up in Nipalina, Hobart. I've been living here for 9 years. Came here to pursue further study. and stuck around because I've just met the best, most brilliant people here and I love it. Struggling to make the choices, but kind of love also to select poems on the fly based on what other poets end up reading. So I thought maybe I'd read a few COVID-related poems too. Unlike Graham, like Graham, I couldn't go home from Naarm back to Tassie, but it was just the Bass Strait that I couldn't get home on, not the other side of the world, but nevertheless. This poem's called The Well. Just try and stop a mind rolling back from cooked fish in a clear horizon. Furthers up along the pier, just quick food and all these bodies blow on hot bones in bitter wind. Urban dykes befriend their scraps, naming loudly as they go. A rib in sheer ivory, a rib in sudden spike, debased fish spirits, cosmetic insignia, city sky tonight. Bones fling out to silted Naarm, to silver Port Phillip Bay. Unceremonious, my dykes feed translucent crabs. They breed madly, now it is May. Old country discourse is further adrift. The Bass Strait well harks back. Mukanikapawa, a well of ocean waves and bones not yet with grave. Oh, my island and its silent rejections, my island and its returns. Like the great white that follows a too hot seal, I am going out and coming back. All Nikapawa to the island are generative and not fully formed. Each view framed by Mukaseeing shore, a healthy snake made of mist, a mountain at the sea, a shell that waits in needled grass. Here they are, living the classics. I recall weeks of bed depression, hiding under blankets, reading the debates. Whole PhDs written by Brits on whether we ate fish. So well studied and so well told, it takes art and isolation to stay here. I feel bad for my partner. With no utopia, there is just nostalgia. But there is always some fish left over. It is always on my behalf. And then, as soon as the boundaries. As soon as the borders reopened, I went straight home. And this poem, called Pieman Heads, is about a trip to the west coast of the island. And a little tourist trip we took, my partner and I at the time, we took down the river. I try not to bring impressions with me as we step from the boat. The she, Miss Arcadia too, connects us with new journeys, even if our touching irked the helmsman. Pissed up over the sand dunes, among skeletons still standing and countless pairs of feet. John said this continent's first portraits were marked in sand, used to tell community by their souls. Breakers quaked like an old TV, the spray was waking me up. At the end of the bar, I speak history hard, wondering again if I'm too much. Do you think all my self-evidence in landscape is a bit of a bore? My instructions to look at this stick? Here could be the final outpost of the world, where infinity or futures come to die. The government's need for nuclear narcissism, old friends shaking hands with turned backs. Marsden taught us threat in all the wrong people. Would he approve of making love here? And then I thought I'd read a little weird poem that's unpublished. If I can find it. Oh yeah. It's based on, you know how, I don't think it was actually approved, but I think it might have been in the country, desert country that's up the top of South Australia, maybe APY lands. But the earth is perfect for deep time waste depositories where they have like really deep holes in the ground. And I was thinking a lot about them and how weird they're kind of, how they mix up your head with temporality and like thinking about this deep future, but also like nuclear waste so deep in the ground. Anyway, this one's called Deep Time Waste Engagement. There was a tunnel that went down into the earth, not sideways, straight down. I put my head down in it. You could feel the rock was tense, like a neck. It did not say hello. It did not receive my voice with its temporary capacity for warmth. Even when I tried to greet it in the old ways, it never answered hello. And this final poem I'll read is more of a, well, they're all pretty prosy actually, but this one's really prosy. It's called Sea Glass, and it was inspired by a queer walking tour, queer history walking tour that I did with two settler people of old Hobart Town in the colonial days. Super, super interesting. Van Diemen's Land was like the hotbed of gay sex, even though it's not really represented that way. Even at the time, it was considered the Sodom of the South Seas. It had such a reputation. Anyway, I was like, was there any white, black gay sex in those times? I don't know, maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But anyway, I had a go at it. Down by the water were all the couples because all the bars on the hill were closed. This side of the river looked towards the sun, so the end of the evenings was magic. Morning twilight is like a good kiss, there without exception and then gone. While dusk lingers on what's come before, dawn threatens to take the past away. They had met outside the Sealers Bar, and outside Michael stayed, with the Blacks, Irish, and worst of the drunk children. Michael was drunk too, and too drunk to remember Tangana's name. Tangana had known plenty of Michaels, more so in the past year. Michael's excitement was a sort of confidence. To him, things felt preordained, like he was his own creator. If he thought something, it was true, like the world was changing and he was in it. That was his truth and the colonies. Frills and pink satin roughed up on cobblestone under lamplight. Tangana recognised the Irish thieves, caught posing as up-late women. Tangana loved to watch the men's loud behaviour, where laws seemed remade in the damp stone night, but law was the wrong word. This hole in language laughed, calling him in like an open mouth. The mouth was wide and black. The further they walked down the hill, the more the rocks gleamed and stank of blubber. When Tangana caught Michael's loose feet on the grease, it was the first meeting of their lips, chins, hands and mouths. It wasn't Michael's first time, but it was his first with a crow. And so further down they went, until the private of the cove. Tangana took off Michael's boots. Lodged in his flesh was a shard of glass. This glass would outlast the evening, smoothed down by unending tides. Plucked, then abandoned by wandering hands. The glass's lustre was mistaken for quartz, a local mineral now famous at the cove. Lit by the right light, the brochure said, it left everything sparkling at dawn. Thank you so much.
Yurdu Marang, Yuwani di Junin, Warajriyina, Gandagai Marna Bijadi. Hello, my name is Janine Lane and I belong to the Wiradjuri people from southwestern New South Wales on the Murrumbidgee River. I'd like to acknowledge my elders before I read here tonight. And I'd also like to pay my respects to the stolen land that I've been living on for the past 8 years, which is the Wurundjeri peoples of the East Kulin Nations, and pay my respect for having the privilege of being a visitor here and living here. I'd also like to acknowledge all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here this evening, and I would also like to acknowledge my solidarity with stolen and occupied lands. And tonight, my heart is in Gaza. I'm reading to you this evening from a collection called Gori Mara, which is Wiradjuri word, means to gather. And this book is then called Gathering. But I think before I read the book, I should... it's my cultural responsibility to do what I call the politics of recognition and say that this collection is a moment that's part of a greater, much greater momentum, and it's a gathering made possible and brought to fruition by the support and encouragement of many, particularly the women in my life. So reading a few poems from Gori Mara. I like to start with the first poem, and this book consists of some poems that are 3 lines and some that are about 7 pages. So, this one's called Black Poetry. Black poetry is like Mulyan, the eagle, unbounded by fences, bodies of water, or concrete buildings. It soars. And the second one I'd like to read is a longer piece, which I was asked to write also during COVID, so perhaps that is a bit of a theme, in response to an exhibition at the Murray Art Museum in Albury on Mama, also on Wiradjuri, so also on country, and in response to this is an ekphrastic piece in response to Archie Moore's work. 2020 vision. I was born on stolen land. My Guninarung mother raped, my grandmother too, my auntie's my mother. I am a link in a bigger chain. I am not told what happened in 1861, in 1887, in 1907, in 1924, in 1961. I don't need to be, I just live it. I am 7 generations after invasion, first in my family to graduate from high school. My father's addicted to grog, my mother's to delusion. I made it through my teenage years. I should have been right, but I still need something to get me through the night. I'm not cured, not even close. I'm recovering. I still smoke more than I should. I gave up drinking 1 day at a time. I still laugh. I still feel. I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor. There is no theory for black trauma, just sheer blunt force, hit, cut, tear, smash, break. And if there are any pieces left, you pick them up, mend them, stick them back together again. No time to sit down and write a book afterwards. Our good news never makes it on the radio, the TV, the newspaper, the classroom, the office, the street, the bus, the tram or the train. We have victories. Every day is a victory. We are still here. They tell us there's a pandemic on. People are getting sick. People are losing their jobs, their homes, their lives. And when they say people, they mean white people. We are still treated like flora and fauna, people in name only. There is a war on. What else do you call it? Black people dying in police cells, women still not being heard, girls still being raped, young black fellas 26 more times likely to end up in jail than white fellas, and they still take our children over and over and over and over again. And I was born on stolen land, and my children are born on stolen land, and there's a pandemic in this country, and it began in 1788, and there is still no vaccine in 2020. Only resistance to wake up every day stronger than all our traumas again and again and again and again. On Mandan Guru, and here's a short one. Before I write another poem, I'll pause and consider the violence committed by the paper that it's written on. Of all the things that came to colonise us, I think paper was probably one of the most dangerous, or the word, or the writing. Another short one. History is not the past. History isn't even what happens. History is just another story labelled as truth. And this one, also that I wrote in response to the Mama exhibition, and this one it was also in response to a wonderful Wiradjuri artist called Nicole Faunchu. And it's called While We're Waiting for Armageddon. We've been promised several endings while we're waiting for Judgment Day since the prophecy of Armageddon, the ultimate struggle between good and evil, and Dante predicts a raging inferno, and Yeats sees desert birds, darkness descending, a grotesque beast slouching to Bethlehem to give birth to a monster, not a saviour, and T.S. Eliot says not with a bang but with a whimper, and Robert Frost thinks of fire and ice, and Edwin Brock says the 20th century will kill us, but that has been and gone. Nostradamus predicted the King of Terror in 1999, but he is late, and all other doomsday dates have been a no-show. Michelangelo had us descending damned into hell, and Edvard Munch saw a silent scream before a purple sky. And Ronald Reagan told us in 1980 that we may be the generation that sees Armageddon. And artists, poets, prophets and politicians promised us the end of the world. And while we wait, climates change, continents heat, ice melts, birds drop from the sky, more animals appear on extinction lists than living on lands, rivers are fished, oceans polluted, wars are fought in the name of peace, things fall apart, bit by bit. The world is destroyed by small acts of forgetting, and the centre does not fall in a blazing comet of glory to the earth to be filmed as fodder for social media. The centre crumbles around us. Each tiny hole goes unnoticed, and the world will die by denial, end in oblivion, annihilated by amnesia, while we're still waiting to see it on the news the next day. And I think I've got time for one more. Along the same lines as the one I just read. Hang on, sorry. Your last river. For the last time I saw my river. When a body is sick, it lies in a bed, shrinks away, is gone forever. The bed is empty. When a river gets sick, it loses colour, fades, shrinks in its bed, dries up and dies. And water has a perfect memory. And the river says, remember me this way, like I am your last river. Gone is not forgotten, but you can't drink memory, nor will morning quench your thirst. Think of me like I'm your future, your first and only love, like I am your last truth, because I am, like you will die without me, because you will, like I am your last river, because I might be. Mandangu.
That was amazing. Can we have another round of applause for Anne here? That was truly phenomenal. I was nodding my head and giggling and just enjoying it, and really appreciate the way that you bring so much grit to your poetry. My name's Laniuk. I'm a Larakia Kungarakan and Guruji woman from Darwin, Northern Territory. Our ancestry spreads across the top up there, but also dips down into the desert. I was rearranging the poems in my head of what order was I going to do things in and what poems am I going to perform. But COVID seems to be the theme, and I'm here for it because I have a poem that I wrote during 2020. I had gone to Wellington to do a 2-month intensive. I was only supposed to be there for 2 months. I ended up being there for a year. They shut the borders and I was stuck there. And so then I became friends with Nadine, who's coming in virtually after me. So I hope that she can see me somewhere. I was hoping that I would walk backstage and see her, but it's virtual. We're so happy to have you, Nadine. Speaking to the theme of the bushfires in 2019, when I was in Wellington, I'd been approached to write a poem for a climate change anthology with stories from Aotearoa. I happened to be there, so they very generously invited me to write a poem, but I was in a mood. I was pretty, we were all struggling with COVID, and, I was still sitting in the grief of the fires of 2019, and so they were like, oh, do you want to write a poem? And I was like, yeah, I'll write your fucking poem. So it's called So You Want an Indigenous Poem. Bless them. So you want an Indigenous poem about climate change and youth apathy, about social media and newspapers, talkback radio and TV, about rising waters and all the plastic straws in the sea. A climate change poem that assures you that I've been seen and you've been a good ally because you've seen me. So I write a fire poem that explains I couldn't sleep as our totemic animals singed to the earth, and in felt unison our spirits screamed the 7 p.m. news comforted white loss as our lands burnt for weeks. This sacred loss has got me feeling numb. The colony has got me feeling empty. It's a warning poem about ignoring the people of the land, a poem that makes you feel so good because settler guilt got you feeling so bad. Now fighting feels impossible and you have the luxury to not even try. You'll find a few Black Lives Matter accounts, click like and then subscribe, and I'll keep writing poems that no one ever really reads. I'll have sympathetic audience members approach, ask my opinion, and then just proceed to talk over me. And I'll go home to a house I pay rent for on land that was illegally seized, listen to someone lecture about long showers and watch colonizers cut down job-rung birthing trees, and I'll say 1,000,000 times over that healing of land requires ceremony, that the health of our earth requires more than just solar panels, it requires spiritual reciprocity. and colonizers will smile at the magic of my native savagery. But all conversations stop dead in their tracks when the savage native starts to talk about land back. So I'll write 30 poems that find different ways to say, we survived your invasion, your ongoing attempted genocide. We survive you stealing our children, your Christian lies. We are surviving your white supremacy, your violent capitalistic tendencies, your ongoing resource thievery, your greed and your audacity, your appropriation of our cultures, putting money in your hands. It's your lack of connection to who you are and from where you began that has brought us to this place of inconceivable loss of spirit and of land. So we keep resting and resisting, finding ways to heal and to mend. We've survived your shit before, and believe me when I say we're gonna do it again. Always was, always will be. Thank you. Bless them, they were really lovely editors. They were really, really lovely to work with. I was in a mood. Most of my poems are written when I'm in a mood. And here's another one about my ex. You ruined me. You made my senses accustomed to the racing extremes like fucking MSG. You gave life, flavor. Sunsets were endless moments. Chinese restaurants were royal banquets where we had each other's undivided attention. You, the only human, and I, your only Eve. The world watched on in awe and envy. This is what true love looks like. And so the taste of you became the color of spring. The smell of summer sun showers and the sigh of autumn night flowers. You made every inch of my skin sing. Pushing trolleys down cobblestone streets, you swung me around and said you wanted only me. I let the rain kiss my cheeks and never believed they would know the thunder of tears again. Losing you left a sour taste in my mouth that sugar and spice couldn't wash out, and I scraped my tongue to try and forget how delicious you were. I loudly proclaimed that you were my least favorite flavor, and fuck it, whatever, go on and enjoy her. I don't need your delicious dumplings anyway. But secretly, even though you're not mine anymore, I still pick with my fingers the crumbs you left on the floor. I still search with my tongue for bits stuck in my teeth. I lick my lips and I wonder, are you doing the same for me? Am I still your secret favorite flavor? Does she taste as good a couple days later? Nah, something tells me she's dull, like home brand vanilla, but hey, I'm just jealous. I'm sure she's fucking delicious. Bon appetit. I wrote down our recipe, but I tweaked it a bit. A dash of great sex, that's always a hit. A few years of travel, but less girls on the side. A bit more honesty. A tad less pride. But hey, all in all, you were a legendary dish. We were this legendary combo like lemon and fish, an exotic blend. From the wine region to the sea, thanks for flavoring my life with MSG. Thank you. I performed that poem in Alice Springs at the Fornawn Summit last year, and a couple of the aunties from Alice here, I'm actually on a panel with them tomorrow talking about the Running Water Community Press and Alice and all the projects that they're working on. That's at 3 p.m. tomorrow if you're around. And when I met that auntie at the hotel yesterday, she went, dumplings. I was like, yeah, that was me. I would like to share a very special poem with you this evening. I wrote this poem for this newspaper that was published in 2021, the Sunday paper. It is a publication of Aboriginal and Palestinian solidarity. This was written in 2021. It's as relevant today as it was then, as it was in 1990, as it was in 1980, as it was in 1948. So here we are, and this was my contribution. The writing process, I spent weeks listening to podcasts and reading, and I had so much that I wanted to say, and there was so much that I wanted to say about the connection between the Palestinian struggle and ours. We know colonization and genocide when we see it. My heart and my solidarity is always with Palestine. And so this poem is called Only Words. What use is poetry, Palestine? I am scrolling through your suffering as bombs land in the beds of your children, divided by oceans, brought together by a screen. I grieve for you, Palestine. I have nothing to give but words, no matter the weight or ache or yearning for your release. I speak with your daughters, Palestine. We list all the things we would be if our existence wasn't predetermined by colonialism, if I wasn't busy trying to sew together all the missing and faded parts of me. I tell her I would bake cakes. She tells me she would deep dive oceans and seas. We would write love poems for sun-drenched summer days and publish them in deep red-bound books. Our laughter would bubble to the surface, and I could find something funnier in this world than my own misfortune to laugh at. We laugh loudly anyway, pushing our joy from the deep trenches of our sadness and longing, breaking through our fear. I would be soft enough to cry. She would be soft enough to break. I wonder what it must feel like to not have to be brave. I have only words, Philistine. Some days I barely even have hope. I dream for us and wonder of your creation stories. What brought the first olive seed to grow at our feet? How were your skies raised? What brings your rivers to meet? Who is listening to your morning calls and your night songs as your children sleep? I have only my words, Philistine. So I send the rains that rise from Delingua to fall to the olive branches of Bethlehem, to raise the flowers of Lifta, to Gaza, rushing down the streets, to meet with your own spirit and join with our collective dream, from our rivers to our seas until our lands are free. Thank you. And I have one final poem before we move on to the wonderful, beautiful, powerful Nadine. As an offering to everyone here today, to the strength of Aboriginal women and Palestinian women, and to our futures. The body of an Indigenous woman is one of the most policed bodies in the world. We've worn the bruises and broken bones from the ugliest methods of war, carried babies forced into our wombs, and lost our voices from screaming when you stole them from us. We wore fake smiles on our faces to survive forced assimilation. When our babies grew and they walked into the room, you forced their heads down into submission, trained them to be slaves, and dressed them in aprons. Once decorated in ceremonial scarification and ink, draped in the ocean's jewels and our animal skins, she glistened in poised tribalism when the colonizers' boats arrived. 200 years later, and you've bastardized our culture, reselling it back to us as bohemian, white, summertime tribal with a broad-rimmed hat. You can wear our patterns and our art with the jeweled rings to match, without having to wear the rolled shoulders of child abduction and land theft. The body of an Indigenous woman is carved from the mountains, weathered from the rains. She sustains your blows and still walks with eyes to the sky. The body of an Indigenous woman has been beaten, mistreated, sexualized, tokenized, forcefully sterilized to minimize our population. Forcefully sterilized to minimize our population, which leads me to believe that you are fearful of this body. Built in all its glory, she is certainly something to be feared, to be revered. Heartfelt as her existence is, she sings the truth you do not want to hear. The presence of her skin brings echoes of our Creator. Sliding through the sands of time, our limbs glide in celebration of the rainbow serpent. And when you see us, the cells of your bodies recognize the energies of these lands. Of course you're scared of us. And so it became necessary and crucial. To legitimize your theft and to maintain your control, to burden this body, to patrol this body, to lock up, silence, scrutinize, demonize this body, but we are not as malleable as you've led yourself to believe. Underneath this skin resides the full extent of our wisdom, our love, our strength. You'll try to silence us, erase us, move us, displace us, but we will grow. From seed to tree, from earth to sky, we rise. We resist. We birth. We exist. We are born. And then we die. But always, we rise. Thank you so much for having me.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Just checking that you can hear me. I believe you can hear me. He mihi tēnei ki te haukainga, ki te mana o te whenua e pupuri ana ki ngā hika. My greetings to the people of the land, to the Indigenous peoples of Nam, and it's such a pleasure and a privilege to be here tonight. Ko Nadine and hora ahau, he uri tēnei no te tai, no te tai tokorau, ki te taho tōkapapa. My ancestors are from the far north, and I'm beaming into you tonight from Wellington, where I met Lani Yuk during COVID. It's true. It is, I can't see you all. You can see me, but I'm talking to my own image here, so it's, forgive me, it's always a bit strange. It is amazing to hear Lani Yuk. I first heard her in, I think it was in a bookshop, and it floored me. So as soon as I received this invitation, I grabbed it with both hands, and it has been just awesome to hear the other poets tonight, and any opportunity for Indigenous collaborations are so appreciated. So my thanks and gratitude to Blak and Bright, amazing festival, would love to be there in person. And to the tech team who helped, have sorted me all out tonight, because I was a little bit stressed getting here. Yeah, it's just, yeah, hopefully next time we'll be able to, I'd love to come in person. I'm just going to share with you one poem, one piece of writing. I am not known for short. But this one piece isn't long, but I'm an essayist traditionally. And though it's not a COVID poem, there is a reference here for me in the sense that, sorry, I thought that was a message from the tech team. That during COVID, my brother passed away, and we lost him to sadness and to exhaustion, and the poems that were read tonight really resonated with me. And when I look at the poems that I have to offer, I recognize the similarity in the stories, the struggle, the resistance. But what I want to share tonight is drawing from a different source. I really want to start to celebrate in my own writing Indigenous survival, Indigenous perseverance, Indigenous laughter. I feel really drawn to the light because, as Lani Yuk expressed so perfectly, settler colonialism is ongoing, and the one thing I think that we can see is the end. I think settler colonialism will bury itself in Israel, and we look forward to that with anticipation. But tonight I'm going to share with you a piece of writing called Indigenous Love, and it's inspired by the James Baldwin quote that the most vital things for the writer to describe are the habitual ways in which we imprison ourselves and relinquish our own freedom. Lois lives next to the sea. Her lover lives in a valley. A mountain range and a river lie between them. It's a 40-minute drive in traffic, but he rides a push bike. Every Saturday afternoon, after completing his work in the garden, he pedals down the motorway into a sharp southerly headwind and then up the steep ravine known as Nodanga. It takes him 1 hour in jandals. Lois asked him one day what it meant. The gorge, not the gesture. Assuming it had something to do with the gnawing and gnashing of teeth, no, and rising up from the roots, ranga, which sounded sweaty and mildly romantic. She could imagine his teeth grinding through the pain of each revolution, the look of commitment burning behind his eyes. But he said, nah, Nodanga means the place where the waka landed, na uranga. In the bathroom, his toothbrush stands in the cup holder, as straight and utilitarian as any, except it's bamboo. Some nights, Lois catches herself staring at it while standing in front of the mirror, her own electric toothbrush zizzing in the silence. A toothbrush is such a powerful symbol of ordinariness, evidence of quotidian rituals, the banality of Blak. Every spring since her brother died, which corresponds to the exact length of time the bamboo toothbrush has stood in the cup, he plants sunflower seeds in the garden. 3 so far, seasons, not sunflowers. The first didn't take, perhaps planted too eagerly before the frost had passed. The second summer, a single stalk emerged from the pot next to the glasshouse. But Lois was so busy with this or that, she didn't see the solitary bloom until it was burnt out and hung over with regret, wilting in the shade of neglect. This year, she made sure to pay attention. The formula is simple: distance divided by speed. In her inbox one day, a writing prompt lands. What would happen if you were truly free? For the privileged, white, cis, straight, able-bodied, know where I'm cleaning my teeth tonight, such questions belong to the intellectual sport of provocation. A second prompt probes for specificity. What would you write if you weren't afraid? Lois takes both questions to the sea. Next to the reporters wearing press vests in Gaza, her answers embarrass her. The truth is, the stories she loves the most are those in which nothing happens and everyone is ordinary. Stories refracted through the quotidian. If Lois were free, she'd write about the domestic, about the messiness of her unremarkable divorce and ordinary survival. She'd write about the gamble of staying, the risk of departure, the reward of living to write the tale. She'd write about the woman who went before her, the girl in the ice cream cart with "all you need is love" tattooed on her inner forearm, the AA insurance lady who said, "Honey, indecision is a burden heavier than the judgment of others," before charging her card $125 to insure, which she had to borrow the money to buy. She'd write about the mechanic who offered her a tissue and a cup of tea and wondered if loneliness, like the vast uncharted territory beside her in bed at night, through another prism, could represent possibility. She'd write about the guilt she never felt, the regret that never came, the wonder instead of the breadth of her own wingspan, and the discovery that liberation is as simple and as hard-earned as a single unobstructed breath. If Lois were unafraid, she would not need permission to publish the things she wrote in secret. She wouldn't need Renee standing over her every Wednesday telling her to stop fucking about and get on with it. A deal's a deal, and not everyone likes what a busker plays. The only question that matters is, do you like what you play? If Lois were free, she wouldn't be embarrassed to be so fucking earnest. A closet romantic. You can't get lost if you follow your heart, scribbled in pencil across her most private journal. Hallmark aspirations. Pablo Neruda winces in his eternal sleep. Awk, writes an editor in the margin of one particular unpublished essay, meaning awkward. Yet, even cynics cannot deny that distance divided by speed means you've only got now this one single moment to take hold of the person in front of you and declare all that you know to be true. I love you. I love you. I breathe and I know I love you. I know it because of love's former absence, which means I must love the too for what he forced me to risk. This is the terror and the gift, the thing all the other women promised. You'll never regret the gamble, and no future moment is guaranteed, only the next season. So maybe then Lois would write about the way the jandaled man props his bike up in the garage, removes the expensive helmet she obliged him to buy, since he insists on riding his push bike from the valley to the sea, all the way through the depths of the winter's hail. She described the joy of his returning, the front door code access not more than once a week, and the bustling reception of 3 generations of women reveling in the brief company of a non-violent man. If Lois were truly free, she'd admit the funny joke that she was the last to recognize this as love until it was standing tall in her garden, upright in the cup in her bathroom. She would not need to write stories about herself in the third person. Kia ora. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to take the initiative. That's it for the evening, guys. I really appreciate you turning up. A round of applause once again for those amazing artists and speakers. Don't forget, tomorrow again, we're all day from basically 10 o'clock in the morning. So up to the same time again. Enjoy. Black and bright.